Britannico 1986. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101. Leave the information and take away the things. Where are the newspapers? After asking, Alan patted his head and almost forgot that newspapers published in the United States could not be delivered yet. Has the fax arrived? Transmitting. Who? Ted had been waiting outside the door for half an hour, but Alan didn't wake up, and no one at home dared to wake him up. It wasn't an urgent matter anyway. Take a breath. Anyone who just wakes up early in the morning and hears such unlucky news will feel unhappy. What's going on and what's the reason? Well, it seems that when Meryl was being interviewed, she talked about you, and the reporter over there guessed something. You know, their reporters like to make a fuss, and they will make a big deal out of anything. Okay, I understand. When the fax is printed out, show it to me. In addition, inform Carol that, no matter which newspaper or TV station he is from, or who he is, if there is any negative report or unpleasant words about me, send a lawyer's letter first, and if there is no result within 2 days, let Carol take care of it. Although Alan was angry when he was criticized in China, people don't know who he is, and whether he was scolded in the media. Those who don't know are not to blame. But when you go abroad, it is still something created by the American media, so you have to attack hard. It just so happens that I have some money now and have business dealings with one of the top 10 law firms in the United States. Alan is not going to get used to this group of bitches. He should be polite first and then fight. I will give you a lawyer's letter. If you are sensible, you can honestly publish an apology in the newspaper. You are ignorant. When you put a gun to their head, you don't just apologize. Yes, I understand. When it came to letting Carol take care of it, Hoot understood what Alan meant. Old Carol had done this before, and he could do it for decades in Britain. When he went to the United States, over there it was more relaxed. He felt like a fish in water, and his identity was even safer. What's on today's schedule? After watching the maid come in with a trolley, Alan asked about today's schedule. He is lazy and sometimes washes himself, but most of the time he sits on the edge of the bed without wanting to move after getting up. For example, now, Hooten is standing next to him to report today's schedule. The maid is holding a mouthwash cup and letting him rinse his mouth first. Master, you invited 3 congressmen to your home for lunch at 11 noon, but you have no plans for the afternoon. You were originally scheduled to read a book. Okay, I understand. You go and inform Carol. Yuru after taking a sip of water and spitting it into the basin. Alan bared his teeth and waited for the woman to brush his teeth. The 3 MPs I met with at noon today are not serious members of the British Parliament. They are just regional members of the informal parliament in Wales, barely considered a local squire. These people are a few social elites who have no hope of promotion, but still have a small prestige in the local area. As natives of Wales, people like them, if they want to rely on their own abilities to go further, don't even think about it. But as long as they embrace the Earl's lap. What if the Welsh regional councils are officially upgraded in 3 to 5 years? Wouldn't that mean reaching the sky in one step? And the purpose of today's invitation is also very simple. The time has come for His Excellency the Earl to use them. It was a simple lunch in Alan's opinion. As he put down his fork, the other 3 members present put down their knives and forks one after another, wiped their mouths with napkins, and sat upright, ready to listen to the Earl's instructions. Serve tea. Don't be formal. It's my private matter to come to you this time. Your Excellency's private affairs are our major affairs in Wales. How can we treat them as trivial matters? The fat middle-aged man, who was slightly balding, smiled to lighten the somewhat serious atmosphere. Alan glanced at him and said nothing, but the smile on his lips was very useful to the middle-aged fat man. The maid brought the dining cart and brought tea, and placed cigarettes and ashtrays in front of Alan and each member of Congress. As you all know about my real estate project, the land has been purchased now. Can I teach you how to do the rest? He picked up a cigarette and just put it to his mouth. The congressman closest to Alan had already picked up a lighter, bent down and put the lighter to Alan's mouth point. Seeing Alan tilting his head and lighting a cigarette, he bowed his waist and whispered, "Don't worry, Your Excellency, as long as we are here, the project will not even start for a day. You idiot, you need to be careful. Don't do it simply and crudely. Once this kind of reputation spreads, who will dare to invest in our whales in the future? You also have a team of your own, so you need to calm down and study the successful cases abroad. For example, Americans, you need to be good at summarizing experience. We are here to make money and attract funds, not to rip off customers. I'm not asking you to let the project not work for a day. I'm asking you to let it work for a few days and then stop after a few days. Let the people below also make some money. Don't make the world angry and just focus on eating your own food." Alan spoke earnestly, raising the hand holding the cigarette and pointing at these wastes. "I always think about doing a one-time deal. What can I do? It should make people feel that it is a pity, but not reconciled. Just like butchering a pig. Killing it with one knife is certainly generous, but that's how big households play. Small households should consider sustainable development. Cut off 5 kilograms of meat today and another 5 kilograms of meat tomorrow. Take a rest and let the pig recover from its wounds. When it is healed, continue cutting. If you see the pig trying to run away, then you can kill it with one knife point. After draining Zhangjiang's funds this time, why not try another place next time? Island countries, South Korea, the Philippines, and Thailand. Aren't there many places like this? There are always some wealthy people who are gradually developing and want to come to Great Britain to develop. This is an opportunity. Yes, Your Excellency is right. I was the one who made the decision. Yes, Wales still needs to rely on you to develop. Yes, Wales cannot live without you. The Hill family will always be the hope of the Welsh people." Seeing that these people were still blowing, and the blows were getting more and more limitless, Alan raised his hand, and the scene fell silent instantly. After looking at a few people, I found that these guys were not so useless, that they knew nothing. But in front of a young nobleman, you showed that you knew everything and were impeccable. How could you be as comfortable as you are now, having Master Alan scold you and give you some guidance? There are many capable people in Great Britain, but there are not many people who have some ability, but are also good at flattering and clinging to powerful people. It is precisely because of this that Alan fell in love with these 3 talents who have progressive ideas and are dedicated to serving the country. Okay. Go back and plan carefully. You should also cooperate well with each other. Pay attention to the frequency of problems and find just the right obstacles. Finally, treat this plan as an experiment and come up with a feasible process in the future. Next time the more you do it, the easier it will be. I understand, Your Excellency. Seeing Alan starting to chase people away, the 3 congressmen quickly stood up and saluted. "Today's lunch is only over here, Hut. I'm here, Master." Under the surprised gazes of the 3 congressmen, Alan called the butler who had been waiting in the side hall and said, "I will bring some of the specialties I brought back from Zhangjiang this time to each of them and take them back to share with my family." Hooter was stunned when he heard this. When the young master came back, he didn't bring anything with him. But after only being stunned for 2 or 3 seconds, Hooter realized that, although the funds he brought back had only arrived a few days ago, these should be the so-called specialties, right? Who says the British pound isn't a specialty? Cash, it is a specialty. It counts even if it's credited to your account. Then he took another look at the young master's slightly waving finger holding the cigarette. "This is £20,000. It's not too much, but it's definitely not too little. It's just right for a reward of the Earl's level." "I understand, young master. Then I will personally send some congressmen away." "Okay, let's go. There are not many capable people, so you have to take your time before doing anything." After explaining the affairs of these congressmen, Alan was still worried about the brand. If you want to invest in China in the future, the products you produce must have a brand, right? There is also something to be learned here. It's okay to give it a random name, but Alan wants to get it right in one step. For example, looking for his good boss Charles. I wonder if I can use his brand, which is the so-called brand designated by the British royal family. It's just a small crown logo printed on the outer packaging of the product. As long as you put this logo on it, no matter what it is, your net worth will quadruple. This thing seems very tempting, but if you want to take advantage of it, you have to find an excuse. The last time he cried about being poor, Charles actually left a cart of food for him, which was a bit awkward. He couldn't write another letter crying about being poor when it hadn't been long yet, right? 49 Portland Street, London. At this time in a grandly decorated office, Councillor Wang, who had dined with Alan yesterday, was now standing in front of the desk of a middle-aged man who looked very kind. On the table in front of him were Alan's invitation letter, Hooter's business card, Alan's small gift for Councillor Wang, and even the conversation between Councillor Wang and Alan during the meal. The general tone of the other person's tone, even what he ate, was clearly written down on a document and placed in front of the middle-aged man. You mean the other party is not only an earl, but also a very traditional old noble, and he is also very young. He shows that he has a good impression of us and is very knowledgeable about us. To the leader, he has been emphasizing that he doesn't understand our rules, but Councillor Wang recalled for a while, pointed to the information and said, I observed his gestures when holding chopsticks. It didn't look like someone just learned it. He was very proficient. This proves that he is not only good at using chopsticks, but also his dishes are very authentic. It's Hangzhou cuisine. Maybe this cook is one of our people. At that time, Alan asked Old York to find an authentic Chinese cook. It took a lot of effort for the boss, but it was not because he couldn't afford the salary. But these days, chefs are highly paid, or a skilled job. And cooks who can go abroad are even more remarkable. As long as such people go abroad and save some money, they will open their own shop. You can make more money by being your own boss than working as a chef for others. Therefore, it is really not easy to hire an authentic Chinese chef in London, and Councillor Wang relied on the dishes. It was not easy for Alan to find a cook. Councillor Wang could also think of this. It was such a difficult thing. The Earl could really find such a cook to keep him at home. This didn't mean he liked Chinese food. And this is just one of the small details in the meeting between the two. Well, this is interesting. His behavioral logic is different from others. Do you think he has ulterior motives? No, he behaves very normally, but it's too normal. I don't feel very confident about it, but he doesn't ask for much. Maybe he is really kind. The middle-aged man picked up various items and checked them one by one. He turned to Alan's invitation letter, took it out, and looked at it carefully. It could be printed in Chinese, which proved that the other party was probably not very good at writing, or the writing was not good looking, but for the sake of it showed a sense of intimacy, and replaced it with a printed invitation letter. It sounds like a very thoughtful performance. The gift the other party gave to Councillor Wang was also very interesting. He knew that Councillor Wang liked photography. Although the people in the embassy probably knew each other somewhat about their hobbies, how did a nobleman in Wales know? This proves that this person at least has connections in London. He can accurately inquire about the personal preferences of someone in the embassy. This relationship is not an ordinary relationship. It has no energy. He cannot inquire about such details. On the other hand, before Councillor Wang went to the appointment, they had no idea about this nobleman. I can't find out the information from these details. The more the middle-aged man looked at him, the more he felt that this nobleman was quite interesting. The other party showed them their strength invisibly. This kind of strength seems a bit nihilistic, but do people with such energy still need to question their own strength? Haha. Okay, since the other party comes with good intentions, let's be suspicious again, which is a bit too much. Isn't he polite to you? Then you should have more contact with him. Since he wants to invest, you can help him. Take it one step at a time. It's the leader, Councillor. Wang looked solemn, glanced at the things on the table, and lingered on the camera for a few seconds, then turned around and prepared to go out. Wait a minute. Leave the information. Take away the things, the gifts they gave you, and the certificates are issued. You can take it with peace of mind. The Middle-aged man waited until Counselor Wang was almost at the door before calling him out slowly. Thank you, leader. Counselor Wang quickly turned around and walked to the leadership table and 2 steps. With a sweep of his left hand, he grabbed the invitation letter, the butler's business card, and the letter of certification in his hand. However, with his right hand, he gently picked up the box of the cartoning machine and pressed it against his chest forward. Wait here for a moment, master. Hooter looked at his watch. There were still 15 minutes until 2 o'clock. The young master usually doesn't wake up until 2 o'clock. In another small conference room in the side hall, Alan summoned Matthias. Although he usually has an office in the manor, the entire manor is so big that even his immediate boss Hooter can't see him several times a day. Everyone is busy with their own affairs and is only called over for interviews when something happens. Matcha had lunch and came to see Huth early. Okay, Butler Hooter, please sit down for a while I look at the report. This chapter is considered an additional update. I just promised a gentleman in the group that he is a real person and does not play tricks. Chapter 102 Inspection Team. Matcha used to work with the old count, and he was a very practical young man. Many of the old count's financial plans came from him. Every time the old count got the plan prepared by Matthias, he would revise it, create it a second time, and then execute it. In the end, if nothing unexpected happens, something unexpected will happen. Over the years, the young man has become a middle-aged man. Now, he suddenly has to face Alan, the new Earl. To be honest, Matcha is still a little uncomfortable with it. The new Earl's style of doing things is different from that of the old Earl. For example, the old Earl's personal hobby is wool. He likes to ask people to find connections on all kinds of retired warships, and at scrap metal prices, or not even a penny, he can dismantle and maintain all kinds of weapons on the ship, and then drag them home to collect them. In the past, Matcha had seen with his own eyes the old count stuffing torpedoes he got from nowhere into the basement of his home. As for the new Earl, his personal hobbies are not like those of the old Earl. He likes to play, make movies and so on. But Matcha was already used to this kind of hobby. Matthias had more or less seen the aristocracy, especially the aristocracy of Great Britain, after following the old count for so many years. They are a very autistic and self-proclaimed group. Every noble has all kinds of strange hobbies and likes. Those who like to be ridden like horses, those who like to dress up in strange clothes, those who like to eat weird things, and even those who like all kinds of disgusting things. Anyway, there is nothing they can't do, except what you can't think of. More famous in this regard is the princess's old father, Alan's good friend Charles Spencer. His father, the old Earl Spencer, has very strange hobbies. This old Earl, he is relatively stingy and is famous in the entire aristocratic circle. When Princess Diana got married, Earl Spencer was not even willing to pay a decent dowry. It is said that Matthias heard the old count accidentally mention that the famous saying of Earl Spencer was no one could take a penny away from his hand. He usually doesn't go out, he just likes to stay in his castle, lying on the pile of coins, being a miser, and never seeing his people all year round. Compared with these people, the new count in the family just likes to make movies for fun, which is very normal. Holding the report in his hand and thinking about these chores, he heard a gentle cough from Butler Hooter. Matcha came to his senses and stood up quickly. This was the butler's reminder that the Earl had arrived. Alan just sat down, took a breath, took the teacup, and drank the black tea, and then started to look at the people attending today's meeting. Sitting next to Huth is Matthias. He knows this person. He just met him a few days ago. On the left, the two old men looked at Alan and frowned slightly. Because he was a little angry. Alan's eyes didn't look particularly friendly, but a little fierce. When he looked at the two old men standing were shaking unnaturally, as if they were brave. Extremely small. Seeing Alan's doubts, Hooter said, "Master, these two are the heads of the radio factory and the food factory." As soon as Hooter said this, Alan understood why the two old men were acting so strangely. One of the two old men being watched by Alan was the person in charge of the radio station. When he was young, as a team leader, his workers made some mistakes. He was hung up and beaten by the old count. and even now the one on the left, my calves, were still having trouble walking, which was the root cause of the problem at that time point in the entire Earl's mansion. Whether it is the Earl, the housekeepers below, or all kinds of servants, they are all English, and they don't like to use Welsh people point. But the Welsh people living under the Earl's rule actually respect the Earl very much. It's okay to be disrespectful. Those who have thorns in their heads have been chopped off by successive Earls, and those who can be left behind are all honest people. It can be said that the Hill family is currently the highest aristocratic family in the entire Wales except for the Crown Prince. Every word they say can make the entire central Wales, as well as the south and southeastern regions tremble. As for why there is no such thing as the west and north, it's all a national park and no one lives there. Sometimes being beaten too much would give rise to a group of talented people who knew the current affairs, and they would begin to move closer to the Earl's mansion and take refuge. Sheriff Rex is this kind of person. But the person in charge of the radio station is simply psychologically shadowed and afraid. No matter it is an old Earl or a new Earl, as long as his surname is Hill, he will be afraid. Hey, let me tell you something. Withdrawing his gaze and ignoring those people who were behaving a little strangely, Alan reached out to take his notebook, flipped through it, and then looked up at Matthias and said, "You are going to form a small inspection team recently to go to China. Let's take a look at it and lay the foundation for our investment plan. First of all, the personnel issue. In addition to you personally leading the team, translators. We have to find people for this ourselves. Although they will provide them when the time comes, we still need to find what we should find. We cannot just rely on one or two translators." "I see." Matcha quickly wrote down a note. This was a normal situation. He only used the translator provided by the other party. What if he was cheated? In addition, find some drunkards, and they must be able to drink. They like to talk about things at the drinking table. If you can't drink, what if you sign a contract for me in a days? Find some drunkards who can drink, and let them drinking company. The new Earl was indeed different. His way of thinking about problems was different from the normal business model. Matthias did not dare to question, and continued to record quickly. In addition, regarding the location of the new factory, don't use the place provided by the other party. I want you to pick it yourself. As for transportation, as long as you can pass the truck, don't worry about the other things. As for the location, try to pick it in a poor place. We don't go where the other party has already developed. Matcha stopped writing and stared at the new Earl, who had just woken up with wide eyes. He said with some disbelief, "Your Excellency, this is not in line with the investment philosophy. If the other party has inconvenient transportation, the infrastructure construction will be difficult. If we can't keep up, this will bring great inconvenience to our settlement and affect our profits." As he spoke, Matcha couldn't speak anymore. He noticed that Alan slowly raised his head and looked at him expressionlessly. "I asked you to record it for you to execute, not for you to question me." It was a very light sentence, but combined with Alan's expression, it put considerable pressure on Matthias, making him almost break out in a cold sweat. Yes, looking at these laymen, Alan felt a little tired and rubbed his brows. This can't be entirely blamed on Matthias. He considered the problem from the perspective of an investor and definitely wanted the other party to provide convenience in all aspects so that things would go smoothly. To enjoy what is already available, it is best if the factory is built and the equipment is put in place, then profits can be generated. But Alan does not see it that way. You have to earn money, but you also have to develop relationships. This is a gap in ideological perspectives. His radio factory is just for exploring. Let me ask you, if I give £10,000 to support a person's business, should I give the £10,000 to a millionaire? Or should I give it to a poor bankrupt? To the millionaire, these £10,000 may generate profits and be earned back slowly. The risk is not great. However, for the millionaire, this money is just the icing on the cake. On the contrary, it gives the poor and bankrupt person it's different for someone else. This is a timely help, giving him £10,000 to start a business. Although the risk he has to bear has increased, as long as he succeeds, my gain will be the greatest. As long as our factory teaches them how to produce, the goods produced will definitely generate profits. In this case, if we choose a poorer place to invest, the other party will value us as much as those in richer places. It's incomparable. Matcha nodded subconsciously. Your Excellency, the Count, is not only investing in factories, but also investing in people, sir. What about the traffic problem? Don't worry, the radio is not a valuable thing. Trucks can transport it out. When the local area makes money, what do you think they will do in order to make more money? Building roads. Matcha followed Alan's train of thought and instantly thought of this possibility point. If you want to be rich, build roads first. This is a truth that most people understand. Yes, our factory not only helps them make money, but also helps them develop. We can even donate another amount of money when they are building roads to give back or help them. What I want is for you to integrate into them instead of being aloof and just thinking about making money. Once the relationship is established, there will be many opportunities to make money in the future. Alan still knows a lot about this aspect, not to mention that when it comes to foreign businessmen, wherever in China, it is hard currency. As long as the attitude is in place, people will welcome him wherever he goes. It would be even better if this foreign businessman is more up to date and can actively integrate into the local area. At some point, a foreign invested factory like this is not just a factory, it can be said to be a political achievement point. But in those very affluent cities along the coast, if you want to grow bigger, you have to invest more, and the competition is fierce. Alan doesn't want to join in the fun there. He would rather be a chicken head than a phoenix tail. If you pick a poor place and develop it, the environment will be much better than competing with other foreign companies in big cities. Yes, I understand, Your Excellency. Matcha's expression was a little serious. Although this gentleman's idea is very weird, when he explained it in detail, he seemed quite ambitious. This is much more exciting than simply investing. It's not about the size of the investment, it's about the nature of the matter. Ah, you the person in charge of the radio director. It's Your Excellency. I am the person in charge of the radio station whose name was called by Alan. Looked a little trembling. Seeing his performance, Alan looked down on him a little and said, pack up a batch of those old model radios in stock and give them to Matthias. This time, you will go for inspection, and you will also go with them. These radios in stock, I'll give them the radio as a gift. Alan glanced at the old guy who was the radio director, and then looked at Matthias again. This guy seemed to be more capable. When delivering these radios, you have to pick them up and give them to their schools and some official units. When delivering them, you have to call reporters from local newspapers and let them report them. The delivery must be effective. Yes, okay. Let me emphasize it one last time. Don't rush with the address. Choose a few more, give gifts to clear the way, and have a kind attitude. We invested in the past to make money, and they helped us make money. There is no conflict between the two parties, only common interests. Whoever messed up this matter, Alan snorted coldly, and the atmosphere in the conference room instantly became cold. His sinister voice continued, whoever messes up, I will deal with it. Everyone present felt a chill. This person said that the solution was not as simple as unemployment. This is a real physical solution. After listening to Alan's explanation, everyone present, whether they were old or young, and even Butler Hooten, who had been silent until now, stood up and answered yes in unison. Okay, let's go do the work. If you do it well, you will be rewarded. Alan stood up first. If he didn't leave, these people would not dare to move. When passing by Hooten, Alan said softly, ask the physical therapist to come to my room to help me with my neck. I didn't sleep well at noon, so my neck feels uncomfortable. Okay, young master, you can rest first, and I will inform you later. In a small city near Los Angeles, in a large abandoned factory. Dozens of strong men, black and white, were lying on the ground. One of them, a middle-aged white man who seemed to have a high-class appearance in both clothing and temperament, was dragged by a strong man like a dead dog to the gate of the factory, until he was dragged to the entrance of the factory, in front of a black Cadillac. Sir, that's him. Well, wake him up. The Rear door of the Cadillac was half open, and old Cole was sitting in the car, crossing his legs, and squinting at the strong man lying on the ground who had been knocked unconscious. After hearing old Carol's request, the strong man who dragged him here stepped hard on the calf of the man lying on the ground. Who are you? What are you going to do? My name is Carl. Have you heard of me? Hearing Carol's name, the strong man on the ground raised his upper body, took a breath, and looked a little scared. What a small gang like him is most afraid of is this kind of person who has money, status, power, and ruthless methods. Mr. Carol, if you need to use me, just send someone to notify me. Why use this method? The middle-aged man was a little indignant, but he didn't dare to express it too fiercely. How could anyone knock on the door indiscriminately just to say something? Haha. I'm afraid you're dishonest. Here, take this. Carol threw out a piece of printing paper with several pieces of information such as addresses recorded on it. The middle-aged man picked up the paper on the ground with some confusion and looked at Carol again. These are the addresses of several printing plants. If you take people to destroy them, if the job is done well, you will be fine. If the job is not done well, you will be in trouble. Carol left this explanation and waved his hand. The strong man standing next to him bent down slightly to help him close the rear door and watched the Cadillac slowly start and drive away. Chapter 103 The Royal Ballet of Great Britain performs in the countryside. I seem to have only updated 3 times today, but the number of words has reached 12,000. Is this considered hard work? Who dares to say that I'm short? Although the young master's instruction is to first send a lawyer's letter to ask the other party to apologize. If the other party does not comply, other methods will be used. But old Carl's temper was a bit irritable. His lawyer's letter has been sent to him personally. After waiting for half an hour, the other party has not responded yet and has not even printed a new newspaper. How can this be tolerated? Old Carl couldn't bear it, but his status was different now. The young master said that he couldn't do things as rough as before. Old Carol thought of a more tactful way. Just like now, just find a small local gang with decent strength, teach them a lesson, and then gently suggest them to smash a few printing plants that the other party will use. If you are a newspaper company, how can you print newspapers without a printing plant? I'll cut off your financial resources when I come up. It depends on whether you are in a hurry or not. Cut off their business directly and see if they can get on the right track. If they don't get on the right track, they will have the next step to go further. The rear window opened a small gap and the cigarette in his hand floated out through the window. Those little gangsters who smashed up the printing house were not ordered by Carol. They were all doing it voluntarily. Old Carol thought over his plan. Well, it was perfect. It was neither humble nor arrogant. It met the requirements of the young master to be civilized and polite. He felt that he had been very civilized just now and didn't even get out of the car on Children's Day, June 1st. Alan got up relatively early. Of course, this was not for the holiday. He was 19 years old this year and would not be able to celebrate Children's Day in the future. Maybe Father's Day. As usual, Hooter would appear in front of him as soon as he opened his eyes. What's wrong? Hooter was holding a few pieces of printing paper in his hand, and his expression was a little weird. Well, master, they apologized in the newspaper and also invited a few film critics to publish in-depth reviews of your movie. Oh, hearing this, Alan was a little happy. It seemed that Americans still knew art, and not all of them were country bumpkins. Read those comments to me. Glancing at the maid who was about to wash him, Alan waved his hand to stop her and said, I want to take a bath in a while. Go and get ready. Yes, master. In terms of what this film wants to express on a deeper level, it sends out the strongest cry for the liberation of women's shackles. From a photography perspective, both lighting and composition are of high artistic level. Medelia's acting skills are a little lagging behind, but she is still a little younger. If she were 10 years older, I believe she could express the character's heart better. Huff held the fax printing paper and read in a rhythm, like a newscaster on TV. Okay, let's get the next one. Listening to this film review, Alan felt that something was wrong. He was very confident about his own strength. This was a bit too much. Oh, well, Ted changed a piece of paper, glanced at it twice and continued reading. In terms of what this film wants to express on a deeper level, it sends out the strongest cry for the liberation of women's shackles. From a photography point of view, whether it is lighting or composition, it has a very high artistic level. Wait a minute. Did you get it wrong? Why does it seem to be the same content as before? Master, you got it right. This is the only content, but it has been published by several newspapers. This kind of film review can only be published by one company, but why are the same ones published by several companies? Well, Carroll said that he couldn't find any film reviews in a short period of time, so he asked a newspaper editor to write a review. Alan frowned slightly and said, "This idiot. How can he do this? It's all the same. Next time, let him find a few professional film critics and write a few different ones. What will it look like? Yes, by the way, I remember if there is an event you need to attend today." "Yes, Master, the Royal Ballet is coming to perform here, and the director invites you to attend." "Okay, I'll take a bath in a while and go handle some documents. Then I'll go watch a show in the afternoon. You go tell the kitchen that I want to eat lighter today." "Okay." The Royal Ballet of Great Britain, being given the title Royal, you can imagine the gold content of their company. Founded in 1931, it continued to perform during the war. After the war, in 1952, it was officially incorporated and given the royal name. This dance company is considered one of the 4 major ballet companies in the world today. There are more than a dozen resident chiefs and 5 or 6 guest chiefs. There are nearly 100 other actors of various types, as well as hundreds of their own stage writers and other support staff. It can be regarded as a complete luxury configuration group. It is also their tradition to perform in Cardiff, the capital of Wales. They have been touring around the world. Now that they have finally arrived in Wales, Ellen regards them as coming to perform in the countryside to expand the spiritual and cultural world of this group of Welsh rustics. Alan used to extremely refuse these stage plays, just like the drama. He never watched it and was not very interested in it. But this thing is not the same as drama, but they have a little bit in common. As long as you discover the beauty inside, or find an angle of appreciation, you will find that this thing is not as boring as you imagined. Think of a group of white thighs on the stage. If you add beautiful women. TSK, that would be better. Now, in the Royal Ballet of Great Britain, there is a traitor who is very famous in Europe, transferred from the Paris Opera Ballet in France, the prima donna known as the most beautiful legs in the world, Sylvie Guillon. Sylvie Guillon was born in 1965. When she was in the Paris Opera Ballet, she was promoted to principal at the age of only 19. From then on, she became famous all over the world and won the title of Notre Dame. She became famous for her extremely innocent face and slender legs, but this person's personality is said to be inversely proportional to his appearance. In order to rebel against some of the unspoken rules of the troupe leader at the time, he angrily transferred and defected to the Royal Ballet of Great Britain. Thinking about the grievances between the 2 countries, whether at the top or among the people, Sylvie Guillon's behavior can be regarded as very rebellious and very bold. But it was her rebellious behavior that raised her reputation to a higher level. For such an actor, when his fame reaches a certain level, he should be considered a proper star. Alan had seen clips of her dancing on TV before and was briefly attracted by her oval face. But Alan never thought about pursuing her, mainly because this kind of person tours the world every day, and he doesn't have the energy to chase this kind of canary. But now. Everyone has arrived at the door. My lord, the Earl of Carmarthen, would it not be too much to invite her to a casual dinner? The performance officially started at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and the general audience began to enter the venue after 1 o'clock. The scene was so hot, and Alan also entered the venue half an hour early and walked to the exclusive private room in the noble area. The viewing angle here is excellent. Looking down, you can have a panoramic view of the entire stage. The person in charge of the theater stood next to Alan with the list and said, "Sir, this is the list of guests. Who do you think you will receive them from? We don't usually meet each other, or if we meet in Parliament, just say hello or something. But in this kind of social theater, nobles, or people from the upper class of society, see the largest noble in the region coming in person, and those who should be seen come to see him, and those who should look familiar come to look familiar. These people will compile a list based on their status, or in the order of first come, first served, and then hand it over to the person in charge of the theater, who will take the list with him and go in to find the count to see who you want to choose first and who you want to see first. Allen doesn't have to see them, but they must clearly express their desire to see Mr. Allen. In this case, whoever doesn't do it will look very conspicuous. Everyone loves His Excellency the Earl so much, but you want to stay away. Do you have any problem with His Excellency the Earl? People in the Hill family generally have bad tempers, and they dare to think and act. See, you there. I'm tired. Go tell their group leader, and inform Miss Zooey, that I want to have dinner with her after the performance. Allen was so impatient that he didn't even want to look at the list. It's just some stinky fish and rotten shrimps. Raising dogs, just pick a few that are good looking, loyal, and capable of biting, and raise them. If there are too many, we will not be able to take care of them. If there are too many dogs, even the dogs themselves will have opinions, which will affect unity. After just half an hour of waiting, the lights in the audience area slowly dimmed, the lights on the stage slowly brightened, and the show was about to begin. As the curtain slowly opened, many scene props were placed on the stage. Allen raised his eyebrows. Although he knew today's program, he was still very happy to actually see this show. This one, how should I put it, is a drama for all ages. The actors wear props and play various furry animals. One of the rabbits endured for a long time, and he became very famous in the future. That is, the famous Peter Rabbit. When many people watch this kind of drama for the first time, they think it is a children's drama or a joke, but it is very magical anyway. But it is a real drama, a very serious drama with a fairy tale feel. And Allen doesn't like that rabbit. He likes the white duck with a scarf and hat that appears first at the beginning. This white duck is also very particular. Her name is Jemima. She is a kind-hearted female duck and is very enthusiastic towards people. However, she is often deceived by others. But every time she is deceived, she does not have a long memory and will also stay kind and enthusiastic without forgetting your original intention. Allen often compares himself to her, and he himself is the same, very kind and enthusiastic towards people. So Allen was very fond of this female duck named Jemima. The first short story at the beginning is about Jemima being deceived by a fox again. And Allen's eyes were just looking at the duck legs wearing yellow stockings. They were so thin and long. There was a performance on the stage, and in the dressing room backstage, the leader held a piece of paper and walked hesitantly to Sylvie Gillian. "Oh, Zooey, we are in a bit of trouble." "What's wrong, Captain?" "You see, there is a noble who wants to invite you to dinner after the performance." When he frowned and took the small piece of paper from the leader's hand, which recorded the general information of the inviter, Allen Hill, 19 years old, hereditary Earl of Carmarthen, handsome. With such a simple introduction, Sylvia Gillan shook off the note in her hand. She was a little surprised. She has performed everywhere with the troupe in the past few years. What kind of big shot has she not seen? From ordinary poor people to princes and princesses from various countries, and even people with higher status. She has been exposed to them all. In her opinion, scenes like today are just small scenes, so she can just refuse them. When many people see her appearance, they will think of her as a cute little woman, but Zooey actually has a very bad temper, especially when faced with such a purpose. She is not an innocent ruffian, but this is an invitation to her. Yes, due to emotion and reason, the group leader would give these invitations to her and let her handle them by herself. "Captain, I have to rest after the performance, so please refuse for me." As usual, Zooey simply refused. Faced with this kind of licking, she was not even interested. As for the description of appearance on the note, what about handsome appearance? 11 of the 10 nobles described themselves as handsome. When it was time to meet, that was it. "Well, Zooey, this nobleman is a little different today." "Oh, what?" the group leader said, slightly aroused Zooey Gillian's interest, and she let out a slight question. "It is said that he has a bad temper and is very rude. Although our current location is not within his territory, it is not far away. If he really wants to mess around, we will be in big trouble." "HMPH. I understand. Then when the show is over, I will personally reject him. I will let him know what it means to be inferior." Not being a noble can accomplish all the things he wants to do. Sylvie Gillen raised her neck like a proud little swan. Since she couldn't refuse him in private, she would reject him in person. She wanted to see what kind of noble he was. He was handsome, had a bad temper, and behaved rudely. Okay. Then I'll reply over there. The group leader was a little helpless, but Zoe Gillian looked young, and was actually very independent. Since she had made up her mind, let her go. When the first stage play came to an end, Alan clapped cheerfully, turned his head, looked at Ute, who was wearing glasses, and looked a little sleepy next to him, and said, Ute, do you think our family can raise one of our own? Ballet, who? Ute was instantly awakened by Alan's thoughts. He was extremely unaccustomed to performing in the audience wearing props, and he didn't like watching it, so he squinted secretly for a while. While watching with Alan. You only have money for a few days now, and your young master wants to raise a ballet company again. This is a large group of hundreds of people. Just raising so many people is a huge expense, not to mention various equipment and vehicles. Although the room at home is enough to live in, it can't be so big, right? Chapter 104 Sylvie Gillian. Master, I think if you really like it, even if you order a small private jet and follow their tour, it is better than raising a ballet troupe. If you feel bored, we can now recruit a few musicians from home. That's so boring. Alan set his sights on the stage again, and the second performance began. Sylvia Gillen appeared in a tulle short skirt and white stockings. Regarding this kind of ballet, Alan based on his own understanding, this thing was first used for the amusement of nobles, so at its root, its role is somewhat self-evident. It started in the Italian court, flourished in the French court, and reached its peak point it seems to be in Russia. But no matter what, this art form is like the special effects in some short videos in the future, where a group of long-legged beauties dance on tiptoes on the stage. Anyway, after putting on makeup, there is a slight sense of distance. Every dancer looks good. As for taking a closer look, if you look closely, wouldn't it reveal the secret? But with the appearance of Sylvie Gillen, his dancing posture is different from other ordinary actors. Thinner, longer and more agile. It would look better if it were bigger and jumped up and down. Who? Ted tilted his chin and suddenly heard Alan's comment, and the corners of his mouth twitched. He felt that, although his young master was a bit vulgar, his evaluation was quite fair. Just like the dancing chief on the stage, he had a good figure, but the only shortcoming was that he was a little small, and the sway was not large. A little bit of beauty. After forking a piece of strawberry and putting it in his mouth, Alan grinned. It was a bit sour and not delicious. He spat it back on the plate and said, go and ask someone to change it for me. The strawberry is too sour. Okay, TSK. TSK. Or let's just say that the French know how to play. Their men can only raise their hands and play conquest and surrender, but French women will not raise their hands in the air. Instead, they will use their nimble legs to dance ballet, and then use curves to save the country and physically attack the invaders. No wonder that when the German army or the US army arrived in Paris, after playing poker for a few days, the physical strength of the soldiers dropped significantly. Alan watched the performance on the stage and diverged his thinking. According to this idea, the Frenchman was quite prophetic back then, and gave the United States a Statue of Liberty early. What was this? Isn't this inviting a wolf into the house? Clearly tell the Yankees that we have a beautiful woman at home, and you should come quickly. Not only did Santoku come, but the Yankees also came as expected. By the way, it also left hundreds of thousands of mixed-race children for the French. TSK. The friendship between the United States and France has a long history. Zoe, follow me. Don't talk nonsense when you go in later. I'll go say hello first. Sylvie Gillian followed the leader. As soon as the performance was over, she followed the leader to the VIP box without even taking off her makeup. When I performed in other countries before, I never saw the group leader caring much about the nobles of other countries. Why did the group leader get a little timid when he returned to the UK? Bang, bang, bang. There were 3 gentle knocks on the door. The leader carefully stated his identity and then waited quietly for the door to open. After a long while, the door of the box was opened from the inside. A tall and strong bodyguard glanced at the captain and Zewei Gillian several times with cold eyes, then stepped aside and motioned for them to go in. He said no words were spoken. Sylvia Gillian curled her lips. She was quite arrogant. But her captain seemed to be used to it, and he bent down slightly and nodded to the bodyguard before taking Zewei Gillian in. There was a large single sofa with a glass coffee table next to it. There was also an uneaten fruit plate on the coffee table. The young man with blonde hair held his chin and squinted his eyes in boredom, as if he was dozing off. It was a bit far away, and Sylvia Gillian couldn't see clearly. I saw my group leader trotting up to the young man's sofa, kneeling on the ground, half crouching, and carefully speaking into the young man's ear. Sylvia Gillian was a little impatient with such a scene. As if she had made some mistake. What's so great about inviting people to dinner and being so arrogant? Isn't he just a count? Such a title is rare in Europe. At least there are nearly 100 people. Taking a deep breath, Sylvia Gillian was ready to speak. Your Excellency, I brought Miss Zewei. She seems to be not feeling well today. She may not be able to dine with you. Do you think? Oh, that's a pity. Alan twisted his neck and turned his head to glance at the ballet leader. His eyes passed over the group leader and then to Sylvia Gillian, who was standing far behind him. Seeing the angry look on her face, Alan thought she had something to hide and looked at her again with a little apology. She nodded and prepared to get up and go home. The show has been finished and no one was invited, Captain. It's just one person, me. Sylvia Gillian approached the group leader and spoke out, just in time to see the arrogant noble turn his head, glance at her, and smile at her. Such a smile is a little apologetic in its indifference, and a little regretful in its apology. His eyes were very bright. Although he couldn't see clearly, Zewei felt that these eyes, without any impurities, were like bright stars, and he seemed to be shining. At this moment, all her anger was gone, leaving only "My name is Sylvia Gillian. Nice to meet you. Are you Mr. Allen?" Allen stood up, straightened the hem of his shirt a little, and looked at the long-legged Frenchman with some surprise. He had an angry look on his face just now, but in the blink of an eye his expression softened, and he started to introduce himself with a smile. I'm sorry. I didn't know that Miss Zewei was feeling unwell today. I was rude." Allen gestured to Huth and prepared to withdraw. "Discomfort? I'm not feeling ill. Captain, you must have remembered it wrong. I was just afraid that Mr. Allen would wait for a long time, so I came to say hello first. I have to go back to change clothes and remove my cape. After all." Zewei Gillian explained with a normal expression and smiled slightly at the confused look in her captain's eyes. It seems that I remembered it wrong. Then, sir, can you wait while I go back to remove my cape? I'm honored to receive your invitation." Allen looked at Sylvia Gillian and then at the group leader, who had an unnatural expression, not bothering to care what they were doing. "Okay, then I'll leave someone waiting for you at the door. After you finish packing, they will take you to my manor." "That's great. I look forward to meeting you again later." "Well, I'll take my leave now." Allen nodded slightly and went out under the guidance of the bodyguard. "Zewei, I know, Captain. I haven't changed my mind. I just want to hit him hard at the dinner table later, to let him know that not everyone will accept his invitation." "All right." The leader glanced at Sylvia Gillian, who was obviously in an unusual mental state. The French woman was all soft except for her mouth. Leaving a car waiting for Sylvia Gillian in the theater parking lot, Alan took Hute back to the manor first. What the woman said, the so-called wait a while to take off the cape, then this wait a little while, at least it starts by the hour. After they took off their cape, they still had to put on cape and dress up. How could he have the free time to wait here? As soon as he walked into the hall, a broad figure seemed to move and moved next to Alan. Old York looked at Alan excitedly and said, "Master, haven't the guests arrived yet?" "I'm ready." Old York, who has been working hard recently, has secretly learned the art of French cuisine and is waiting for an opportunity to avenge his shame. He has been waiting for this opportunity for half a year. No one knows how he spent the past 6 months. He wants to take back his identity as the chief chef of the Hill family. "Oh, it's York. I heard that you bought a medieval British cookbook at a high price in that damn place in Cyprus." "Master, who leaked the news?" Old York realized that the secret purchase of recipes was still very secret. He first found someone to inquire about the information. After the information was confirmed, he quickly returned the heirloom recipes he bought in the name of going home to see his grandson. Alan took a deep breath. He really didn't know that old York went to buy recipes at first, but the servants in the manor helped him taste the new dishes and had already ordered several. Who told him about this? Looking at the clean and wide apron like a sheet on old York's belly, Alan stretched out his hand and patted his belly and said, "York, you love to study. I don't object. But if you take the things at home again, if your servant puts you down and it affects your daily work, I will send you to Gambia and be your head chef there. What do you think?" Me. "Okay, no one's here yet, so we have to wait for a while. So go ahead and get ready." Alan patted old York on the belly a few more times before turning and going upstairs. Although Alan didn't stay and wait for her personally, which seemed very rude, unlike her previous suitors who tried their best to please. But Sylvie Gillian thinks this is normal. People like Mr. Allen have succeeded to the throne at a young age. They must be very busy at ordinary times and have to deal with many things. Being able to come to see her performance is already a break in his busy schedule. She took some time out of the car and even thoughtfully left the driver waiting for her. This impression continued to the manor, and Sylvie Gillian became more and more convinced. She has also seen many old castles in Europe. But it was the first time she had seen something so rough and sloppy. But this is where Lord Allen lives. Looking at the stone walls of the manor, even the walls are full of historical atmosphere. Walking all the way to the hall, she saw Alan Hill smiling at her. "I've kept you waiting for a long time, Mr. Allen." "Oh, it's okay, Miss Zooey. Can I show you around my manor first?" "No. Well, I want to get to know you slowly. Is that okay with you?" "Oh." Alan raised his eyebrows. This girl is a bit proactive. But he doesn't like people who take too much initiative. It feels a bit boring. "Then, how do you want to know?" "Well, for example." Sylvie Gillian raised her right hand, motioning for Alan to take her hand and continued, "Let's have a meal first. It's still early, isn't it?" Caressing these slender but slightly calloused hands, Alan was a little puzzled. Why do ballet practitioners have calluses on their hands? It's better to relax. "Don't be so formal. You can call me Alan. You don't need to be as solemn as Your Excellency." The girl's words were very frivolous, but her words were still very polite. We added a little bit of impression to her in Alan's mind. A small dining table for two is placed not far from the window. The light blue satin tablecloth and purple vase placed on the dining table are very sentimental and can perfectly reflect the aesthetics of the owner of the house. But Zooey was not attracted to the dining table first, but to the chef next to her. According to the process, the chef will personally explain each dish to the diners, and the compliments from the diners are the best compliments to the chef. But today, the Earl's chef is quite a heavyweight. Just from this figure, his occupation can be seen at a glance. When the cook turned his head, revealing his wide mouth, the expression on his face was a bit, somewhat solemn. This is the servant of the Earl's family, and he indeed has an extraordinary temperament. Sylvia Gillian was led by Alan's hand to the dining table. This was the first impression. This dinner left on her. Dishes are served one after another, and the host waits for them to taste before taking them away. Alan was a little irritable. After eating. "I can't get enough of this thing." It was rude to eat too much, so he could only pick up the wine glass and look at Sylvia Gillian carefully while waiting for the food. This person's appearance, how should I put it, is a little different from the one on the stage. On the stage, due to the hairstyle, it seems that I can only give a 5 or 6 points, but after she got off the stage and put on makeup again, she looked a bit like the new French actress named Sophie Marceau. But Sylvie Gillian's appearance is slightly softer than that of Sophie, and her facial features give people a very soft feeling. Her long black hair looked very beautiful in the dim light of the evening. I really want to grab it with my hands and tug at it. "Alan, what are you looking at? What are you going to take me to do later?" Sylvia Gillian met Alan's gaze, straightened her chest slightly, took a posture that was more convenient for Alan to appreciate, and asked knowingly, "Of course I'm sending you back. Don't your group need to go back tonight?" Sylvia Gillian's eyes narrowed. After finishing the romantic dinner, the next step was, the person in front of her actually wanted to send her back. Actually, after every performance, we have a few days of rest, isn't it said that he is very unruly and rebellious. Alan looked at Sylvia Gillen. This seemed to be different from her rumored personality. We have just finished eating. Do we need to exercise? Was it a little too hasty? This made Alan feel a little embarrassed. In his opinion, it is best not to get to know each other for at least a day or two, but to chat more, and it is best to have a little bit of affection before proceeding to the next step. But now everyone has expressed this meaning. If you don't follow the Tao, wouldn't it mean that you can't draw the sword? Does Miss Ziwei like poetry? I will teach you a poem from the East. Alan stood up and extended his hand to invite Sylvia Gillian to stand up. Chapter 105. My Majestic Earl has actually become poetry. Alan's impression on Sylvia Gillian is that appearance is greater than temperament, but now temperament is greater than appearance. The two things climbed side by side, which kept deepening the impression in her mind. Under such circumstances, Your Excellency actually wants to teach her poetry, although it sounded very romantic. But it was too romantic, and she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to catch it. How can an ordinary civilian compare with a noble in literary accomplishment? After blinking, Ziwei said in a guilty voice, Alan, what kind of poetry? Oh, it's a poem about geese. You know, geese are just like you when you perform on stage. Very elegant and sometimes very domineering. Yeah, I know, but I heard that Chinese is difficult to learn. I don't know how to speak it. That doesn't matter. Alan gently placed his right hand on Ziwei Gillian's waist, and she trembled slightly, then leaned closer to Alan. This poem has 4 lines in total. You only need to learn the first line. Oh, then I'm a little stupid. You must be more patient with me. Sylvia Gillian moved her nose and smelled the fragrance on Alan's clothes. In addition to the fragrance of the detergent itself, there was also a smell that was unique to men. It was the first time she discovered such a smell. It was so intoxicating that she couldn't help but want to fall down on him. Coughing is not a big problem. You will learn how to do it after I push hard. It's very simple. What should I do if I want to show off my knowledge when my knowledge reserve is limited? Just say something that others can't understand. Anyway, a swan is also a goose, right? Then teach her a song called Xiang Xiang Shan Je. When the sun shone into the room again, Alan, who had been chanting swan all night, slowly woke up. My waist is a little sore. I briefly recalled the poem reciting scene between the two of them last night. And Alan finally understood why a ballet dancer had calluses on his hands. First of all, when she usually trains, she has to press her legs and hold onto the bar when she presses her legs. After years of practice, it is not surprising that she has calluses on her hands, but the leg press is amazing. For many people, it is a difficult one-piece horse, but when it comes to Sylvia Gillian, it is simply child's play. She knows the V-shaped horse. It is a positive V, not an inverted. Not only that, but only after getting in-depth contact with ballet dancers, Alan discovered that his knowledge was shallow. Before speaking of which I have to sigh, it has to be a French guy who knows how to play. When the legs are pressed to a certain level, they can actually press down on the back of the neck. Very scary, but very strange. It was the first time for Mr. Allen to play this kind of posture, and it was inevitable that he would be a little bit intoxicated. After smacking his lips and reminiscing and twisting his neck, Alan half leaned on the head of the bed, reached to the side with his right hand, and found nothing. Where have people gone? He quickly pulled the bell and called the servant waiting outside. Master, do you want to wash up? Where are the people? Alan pointed to the side. Miss Ziwei left early in the morning. It is said that they are on their way to the next tour destination. Didn't you say that you have 2 days off to rest after the performance? This little girl said it herself yesterday. TSK. He sighed with sympathy and then asked lazily, has she had breakfast? The maid glanced at Alan and said with a smile, Master, Miss Ziwei seemed to be feeling unwell before she left. She didn't have breakfast. After looking at the maid's expression, Alan said without blushing, okay, let's wash up later. I want to eat first. I'm hungry. Tell Master Zhang that I want to take a supplement. Okay. Does the housekeeper need to be notified? Well, let's call and see what the plans are for today. After explaining, Alan squinted his eyes again, preparing to be confused for a while longer. Since Wales has a small population, the pace of life is relatively slow. It is very common for ordinary people to get up at 8 or 9 in the morning. And Alan he is considered diligent when he is at home. If he does not need to go out. I sleep until I wake up naturally around 9:30 every morning. Wash up and have breakfast. I finish at about 11 o'clock and then look at reports and other things. I'm busy until lunch around 12 o'clock and then I take a nap after lunch, which is the so-called lunch break. It's around 2 o'clock. Usually I get up at 2:30, tidy up a little, and start working again at 3 o'clock. At 4 o'clock, afternoon tea time will start on time. Eat some snacks, drink tea, read the newspaper, and relax for a while. After afternoon tea, after a busy day like this, Alan would ask the masseur to massage his shoulders at about 6 o'clock. I will be busy for a while, and then prepare dinner. Every day is such hard work and rest. Master, there is nothing routine today. I have already pushed it for you. Oh, Carol sent a message over there. There are media over there in the United States who want to interview you. They have contacted the media here and want to organize a joint interview. Who? Te was well dressed as always, holding a notepad and standing beside Alan's bed to report today's schedule. The young master invited women home for dinner last night. Who Te made early changes to his daily routine today. What if the young master is still busy during the day? Alan stretched out his hand to block the spoon that the maid handed to his mouth and said, I don't want to drink this. It's a bit salty. I want something sweeter. Okay, master, then I'll notify the kitchen to change it for you. After yawning, Alan put his hands on his head and settled into a comfortable position, huddled in the blanket. Then he looked at Hud and said strangely, what do these Americans think? What's there to interview? Where's Syphis? Why haven't you seen him these days? Have you finished the script? It's been more than a month since then, but why hasn't the script been finished yet? In this regard, Alan is relatively lazy. He used to look down on the work efficiency of these people, but later found out that they had this attitude towards work, and no matter how noisy they were, it would just be like that. So now Alan is more Buddhist. He talks a lot, makes requests, gives a rough story frame, and the rest. The rest is up to Syphis to coordinate and manage. Once things are done, send them to him for a look. If you are satisfied, start the work. If you are not satisfied, send them back for corrections. Isn't that what my subordinates use it for? Master, if you refuse their interview, we may receive a request in a few days. I haven't paid attention to Syphis. It seems that he said that an editor resigned. It may have been delayed because of this. After hearing Hute's words, Alan pondered for a moment and said, well, just say that I have misophobia. They can interview me, but they need a health certificate, which must be recent. Let's see what they say. This Te was stunned. This move was a bit insulting. How could any reporter ask for a health certificate? But although the young master's method is insulting, if you feel insulted, why don't you come for the interview? No one forced you to come. Okay. That's my reply. Do you need me to inform Syphis to come to your study in a while? Well, okay, call him over. When Syphis knocked on the door and announced, when he walked into Alan's study, what he saw was his young master cleaning his gun. The old-fashioned single-barreled shotgun was held in the hands of his young master and carefully wiped. Seeing this scene, Syphis suddenly broke down in cold sweat on his forehead. He thought that, because of his procrastination in doing things recently, the young master was going to execute him. Young master, listen to me. Alan put down his gun. Most things had been taken care of recently. He was a little restless. He had a small gallop on the Signet last night, which made him want to go hunting. He put down the oilcloth in his hand and took it. He wiped his hands with a wet wipe before looking at Syphis, who looked nervous. Syphis, who used to like to dress very showy in the past, looked a little haggard and lost his former charm. What are you going to say? Is it because I don't look for you, so you still want to delay it? How long has it been? Syphis lowered his head. It was hard to defend, but the look in his young master's eyes was normal and there was no murderous intention. It seemed like he was being too preoccupied. Master, didn't you say that you need a female screenwriter with a delicate mind and rich emotions to better fill in the details of the script for you? Such a screenwriter is hard to find. Syphis began to complain. Where could he find a screenwriter with such harsh conditions for a while? You can't always ask about a candidate's past love life every time you meet them, right? There is no such intrusion into privacy. Oh. So you haven't found it yet? I found it. I found it. Oh, it's just that she just graduated. Although she is not a serious screenwriter, she is very capable. What? About the script? Here it is. Syphis held the script in both hands and placed it gently on the table. Alan glanced at the script and didn't rush to read it. Instead, he asked about the sales of the videotape. The movie has been released, but the box office split will still have to wait 3 or 4 months. This is already very efficient. It is not impossible for ordinary producers to split the accounts and make you wait for half a year or a year. Alan no longer expected to make any big money at the box office, and his focus was on video sales. Not to mention this kind of videotape today. A videotape of a movie can be sold for at least 10 years, and even some classic movies can be sold for decades. If the water flows slowly here, the profits will be huge. If technology such as VCD comes out in the future, costs can be further reduced. How is the sales of the videotape? Is there any response to version B? I haven't made detailed statistics on this yet. If you need it, I'll ask the factory to send you a shipping order. Alan closed his eyes and went through the plan in his mind, then opened his eyes and looked at Syphis and said, let your little magazine get started. Find a few small newspapers to criticize the Americans and say that they are shamelessly following the trend. While the video is smearing us, the United States has been very interesting recently, taking advantage of this popularity to characterize the matter first. Syphis frowned and nodded. He knew about this thing. The company and personnel who produced version B were all found in the United States, and he had made it clear to them at the beginning. As long as the money is in place, they will shut up and become the young master's most loyal employees. As for using them to smear the Americans, they have no objection. Again, once the money is in place, the boss can do whatever he wants. But now there is no news criticizing version B yet. Why should we start to criticize it first? A rake. Syphis somewhat understood what his young master meant. Okay, young master, I will make arrangements when I get back. Also, where is the actor? Have you found him yet? Where is Patrice? Well, he went to the United States. He is an actor. The actor Patrice recommended one of his students. I think the image is not bad. The young actor also has an eye for it. He is in contact with the other person's guardian. However, the actress is a bit tricky. She is still there. Alan took a breath. This efficiency is really bad. He glanced at the shrunken Syphis and didn't bother to bother him. It was not his problem alone. Okay, find the manpower as soon as possible and send it over for me to take a look at. If there are any problems, I can prepare it as soon as possible. Okay, I understand. Then I'll go down first, young master. Alan nodded and said nothing. The project is progressing slowly. In this case, it is even more necessary to go hunting to relieve fatigue. The day after tomorrow, directly west of the estate is the Welsh National Park. There are many wild deer, wild sheep, wolves and wild boars living there. Anyway, the Hill family has protected them for so long, so it's time for them to make some contribution. As a protector, Mr. Allen goes to hunt a few wild animals and collect some protection fees. Isn't that excessive? Early morning 2 days later. Master. Following the gentle call, Alan opened his eyes drowsily. Then he woke up with a start. Under normal circumstances, Hooter would not come into the bedroom and take the initiative to wake him up before he woke up. Like now, something must have happened. What happened? Alan sat up and thought about it carefully. He hadn't made any mistakes recently. Your Highness is here. Who? Your Highness. William. Alan grabbed the blanket and threw it aside, sat on the bedside and asked, who is here? William. Then the princess and his highness are here too? Why is it so early? What time is it? It shouldn't be. You arrived so early in the morning. You have to leave London at 6 or 7, right? I looked at the time and saw that it was only around 9 in the morning. Young master, don't worry. Your Highness came by yourself. Your Highness and Princess are not here. William came here by himself. What is he here for? Hearing that it was William himself, Alan stopped moving and lay half back on the bed. A little kid came and almost scared himself to death. He thought it was Charles who was planning a surprise attack again on a whim. Your Highness said he came to play with you. Alan scratched his hair. He was startled by this little kid early in the morning, but he came to play with him. Isn't he going to class? Doesn't the princess care about him? His Royal Highness said that he has no class today. The princess is busy with the charity banquet. She also has to take Prince Harry with her, so His Highness William Huth spread his hands towards Alan. My noble earl has actually become a nanny. P.S. Why do you always swallow my paragraphs? When I look back, I realize that there are 100 or 200 words missing. Chapter 106 Royal Brother. The fire in Alan's stomach also aroused. This distant cousin, at his age, is the time when people despise dogs, so he pushed him to him. It stands to reason that the guards will help the monarch take care of the child, and this child will still be his future monarch. It's quite reasonable when you think about it. But William has just passed the weaning age. How many years has it been? And he, Alan, has reached the age where he needs to breastfeed again. There is a generation gap. Go and ask William to wait for a while. I'll go down after washing up. Besides, Alan secretly thought that, since his cousin came all the way to play with him, he would take him to do something exciting. Go and notify the backup vehicle. We will go hunting as planned today. This who knew how Alan planned to hunt. If he was just going to play by himself, it wouldn't matter. No one would care about him anyway. But now that the young highness is here, and he is still playing like this, it's a little bit glancing at Alan, who was still confused. Swallowed his words again. Where's William? Alan, who was wearing a solid dark green hunting suit, went down to the lobby on the first floor, turned around and looked around, but did not find William. Master, His Highness is waiting in the living room. Who? Teleed Alan to the small living room. From a distance, Alan saw a middle-aged man standing next to the sofa with his hands folded in front of him, waiting. Behind the large sofa, the scene in front of him could not be clearly seen. Walking closer, Alan poked his head and his eyes opened suddenly. Little brat William hasn't noticed that he's coming, but he's sitting on the sofa playing a game console, looking at the big brick in William's hand. It had a general silver color and a red edge around it. The buttons were 2 red buttons, with the screen in the middle. Alan didn't see clearly what game it was, but he looked at it. It seems a bit more advanced than Tetris. You're already here. What gift do you want to bring to your cousin? Alan was behind William, picked up his game console, and put it into his pocket, said a polite word, and rubbed his flowing golden hair under William's confused eyes. Cousin, give me back my game console. It's a surprise, isn't it? He stretched out his hand to pull William's collar and lifted William up with his backhand. Alan walked around the sofa, squatted down, looked at William and said, "Why did you come to my place so early in the morning? Who asked you to come? Didn't you say that I can come and play with you at any time?" As soon as Alan changed the topic, William was led astray and tilted his head to look at Alan in front of him. When we had dinner at his house last time, Alan said that he could come and play with him at any time, and later promised to give him a cow. Some time ago, Alan did as he said, and asked him to hunt a cow himself. This made William feel that Alan was a real person, and this person was also his cousin. As a little boy, he prefers to play with older children. At his age, he is not interested in little girls or anything like that, but he is more interested in game consoles or other naughty things in addition. Alan's appearance is more in line with William's aesthetics, and they have a certain blood relationship, as well as the iconic blonde hair. Charles' hair was chestnut when he was young, but gradually turned darker as he got older. And William's hair, like the princess's, is blonde. The combination of these conditions made William very fond of this cousin, and the most important thing was the princess is very busy recently. Carmarthen is relatively remote, and William's safety is guaranteed when he comes here. So, as soon as he said he wanted to come here, to play with his cousin. The princess agreed, arranged for someone to accompany him, and sent him here. Okay. What time did you leave home this morning? Before William could reply, the middle-aged man who had been standing next to him said with a smile, "Sir, we came from Highgrove Manor and set off at around 8 o'clock. Alan glanced at the middle-aged man and said coldly, "I was asking William, not you." Standing up and rubbing William's hair again, William frowned and hid. "Have you eaten? Eat some more with me, okay?" William was not polite to Alan either, and would eat as he was told. There was a thick cushion on the chair, making it easier for William to sit higher. Alan sat next to him, with one leg crossed, holding bread in his left hand and a spoon in his right hand, with his bow left and right, showing no etiquette at all. William was influenced by Alan, and imitated his way of eating. The middle-aged man who was serving William didn't dare to say anything. When he saw this scene, the Earl's look just now shocked him. Although William is said to have the highest status here, he is not very sensible, so the Earl's words are the most effective. He just gave a little reminder, and received a cold look from the Earl. "So, you have to keep a low profile. The Earl won't say anything unless asked, and you can do whatever else you want. No one else can see it anyway." "How about the cow I gave you?" Alan was speechless and said, "Cow? Oh." William put down the bread and thought for a moment. "I also wanted to dye its hair green, but it was disobedient, and killed it for meat. By the way, cousin, can you give me another calf?" Alan was stunned for a moment, before he understood his logic. He probably wanted to imitate Alan's previous cow, dyeing the cow's hair, and then the cow became disobedient and finally killed it for meat. What a good boy. "You are really irritable, but this irritable person is a little too straight and needs some guidance." Alan rolled his eyes, and glanced at the middle-aged man standing beside him. After waving to Hooter, Alan whispered, "Send someone to buy cattle, master. The fastest round trip will take 3 or 4 hours." "Yeah, I know. Go buy it." "Okay." Hut nodded and arranged the manpower himself. Alan waited for Hut to walk out of the restaurant, put down his spoon, and patted the table to attract William's attention. "Cousin, my cousin appreciates your decisiveness, but your approach is not very good." William was slightly stunned. He was still a little confused about what decisiveness was, and what the approach was. "Look." Alan hooked his hand, and motioned for William to come closer, but his voice was not lowered at all. "The calf is disobedient. You don't need to accommodate it. You should let the servants do it. Don't you want to dye it? You should let the servants do it. Let him go, for example." William followed the direction pointed by Alan's finger, and glanced at the pointed follower beside him. He only heard his cousin continue to teach next to him. "If you ask the servants to do it, whether they can do it or not is their business. If you do a good job, just give him a few compliments. If you don't do a good job, you can kill him. There is only one cow, but there is more than one servant." William suddenly realized that what his cousin said was absolutely right and very reasonable. "Soren, why don't you help me dye the calf?" Looking at his entourage, William looked a little unkind. The middle-aged man named Soren broke into a cold sweat. How should he answer this kind of question? This was just a joke, but unexpectedly, the Earl would draw fire to him in just a few words. Can such cruel thoughts be told to children? What does it mean to have only one cow and more than one servant? Haha, don't blame him. Some servants are very stupid. If you don't tell them, they won't do it. Next time you encounter this kind of situation, if you can't do it well, just let them do it. Do it. If it's not good, just punish him or replace him, and someone will do a good job. Alan patted William's shoulder, as if to comfort him. My cousin is right. William felt that he had gained a lot today, and it was indeed more fun here with his cousin. "Okay, I'm going hunting today. Since you're here, come with me." "Okay." William jumped out of the chair very proudly. In the yard, several servants led the horses and drove them to the small truck along the inclined ladder. The horses that most nobles keep at home are mainly divided into 3 types. The first type is a facade horse. The only advantage of this kind of horse is that it looks good. Sometimes nobles would hold outings or polo matches, and they would ride horses like this, good looking and pretentious. It's A bit like driving a supercar in a car some time ago. When Charles came to hunt with Alan, the horse he gave to Alan had this kind of attribute, but his horse was more beautiful, and it also had racing pedigree. It was considered a supercar among supercars. Ride this kind of horse and hunt well. Only a rich man like Charles could do it. The second type is ordinary. It looks passable and has good endurance. This kind of horse can be ridden for normal hunting and polo matches. The third type is a horse for servants to ride. The appearance is not so particular. What is important is that the leather is durable and the endurance is long lasting. When hunting in the wild, the servants had to help their masters find and drive away prey. There are roughly 3 types of horses, but now that technology has developed, like in Alan's house, when chasing prey, the servants have begun to ride motorcycles. This costs less than raising a horse, mainly to save money. Although theoretically speaking, starting a few dozen kilometers west of the manor is the scope of the national park point, but there is no prey at all in this kind of peripheral place. If you want to hunt, you need to go deeper, and hunting is not about riding a horse and carrying a gun, but you have to take the horse and drive. The short distance can range from dozens of kilometers to hundreds of kilometers. It is too tiring to ride a horse alone. The vehicle used by Alan's family to transport horses is a converted ordinary truck with a shed. As for the William family's kind, it is purely a way for rich people to play. Specially customized heavy-duty trucks for transporting horses. A heavy truck like that costs hundreds of thousands of pounds. Soren looked at the 2 horse-carrying trucks, loaded up the horses, and drove on. Then a pickup truck drove out from behind, especially the machine gun mounted on the back of the pickup truck. This, pointing at the 2 pickup trucks. He looked at Alan again. Haha, has William ever played this? William was also a little confused and a little excited. When he hunted with Charles and Alan in the past, at least he used an old-fashioned shotgun, and even the gun was engraved with patterns. It was very gorgeous, and its entertainment significance was far greater than its practical significance. But this time, I didn't expect my cousin to actually move out, although he is not old, as a boy who doesn't like guns, and it's a machine gun. Let's go. Cousin will take you to do something exciting. But at 8:30 in the evening, at Highgrove Manor, Diana heard that William, who had been out for a day, had finally come back, and that Alan had brought him back in person. She jogged downstairs and saw Alan standing by the car pulling him. Lun was still a little reluctant to leave William. William was dirty, but he looked very happy, and Alan was about the same. The 2 brothers must have had a lot of fun today. This is hard to blame for the Earl of Carmarthen, who can actually get along with a child like this. It seems that Alan has a childish heart. Alan, why did you send William back in person? Haha. Auntie, my cousin finally went to see me that time. It was so late. I won't worry if I don't send him back in person. Mother. William looked very happy when he saw Diana and reached out to hug her, but after looking at how dirty he was, he smiled at Diana sheepishly. Did William go hunting? Did he bring back any gifts for his mother? Diana knelt down and touched the back of William's head. Her nose moved slightly, and the expression on her face was a little confused. Why is the smell of gunpowder so strong on William's body? Take it. Take it. My cousin took me to hunt a lot of prey, and I brought back a lot for you. Speaking of prey, William seemed very excited and pointed towards the truck behind him. Oh, William has grown up and can hunt. Let me see what you have hunted. While talking, Diana stood up, holding William's hand, ready to see what prey William was talking about. Alan doted on William too much, bringing a small truck home with the prey, a small rabbit or something like that. Isn't it enough to put the prey directly in the box? Princess, you'd better not look at these prey. Soren forced himself to turn sideways. Although he did not dare to stop the princess, he still advised her, thinking of the crazy behavior of the Earl and the prince in the national park during the day. Soren was still a little numb. The animals in the entire park were running around in a hurry under the Earl's control. Everywhere you go, everything you see clicks. There were servants of the Earl's family riding off-road motorcycles around to help drive away the prey. That scene extremely spectacular. As for the horses they brought, they didn't even get off the cart. What else are you riding? His Royal Highness William was being held by the Earl, standing in the back of the pickup truck, and shouting. The two of them were just playing. There was no such thing as marksmanship, tactics, or battles of wits and courage with the prey. Throughout the afternoon, Soren's ears were filled with the sound of machine gun bullets. The excitement is very exciting, but what about hunting? There were basically no complete ones, so they only picked out the ones that could be seen a little bit. Now the truck contained only those bits and pieces of prey parts. She was afraid that the princess would be frightened. After seeing that scene, Diana's eyes were a little confused. She looked at Soren and then at the very happy William. She thought it was because her son's shooting skills were not good and the prey he caught was not in good condition. It was very unusual for such a young child to be able to hit something. It's easy, you need encouragement. He smiled and said, don't watch it then. William has grown up and he knows how to bring prey for his mother. Come on, let's go home. It's so late and your cousin has to go back and rest. P.S. There is only one update today. This is more than 200,000 words. I want to read the previous article to see if there are any inappropriate parts. I want to make some slight modifications to clarify my thoughts and go through it from beginning to end. Chapter 107. The leading actor has finally been chosen. The road conditions on the road from Highgrove Manor to Carmarthen were not very good, but fortunately there were few people, so it didn't matter if you drove slower. Alan looked at the dark scene outside the car window and thought of William, who had just been sent back. This kid. William is still in the rebellious stage. If many things go against him, it will definitely not work. But as long as he follows his temper, the two of them can have a lot of fun. Alan just gave him a little guidance today. Not a child who is too well behaved. William already has a bad temper. As long as he gives more guidance in the future, Alan believes that this naughty boy will become even more bad tempered. It's better to be grumpy. Alan doesn't want William to become sweet, cute and harmless. Being close to the people is just to show off occasionally. If it really develops in this direction, wouldn't it be funny? As for being harsh on your servants, this is not a big problem. Charles is very harsh on his servants, but does this affect his role as crown prince? No impact at all. As far as Alan knew, many of Charles's little quirks were actually very weird. For example, when taking a bath, he has very strict requirements on the water temperature. The water temperature should be accurate to one digit after the decimal point. Hotter or colder will not work, and it can't be like that. If it gets hot, add a little cold water to neutralize it, and for him whenever the water temperature is even slightly inappropriate, the entire tank of water must be drained. What he wants is to take shape once and reach the standard once. Such quirks are just a small inconspicuous requirement among his demanding requirements. There are many other requirements compared with them. Alan is simply a good boy. I thought that today I finally gave Charles a prey, although the prey was a bit fragmented. When he returned to the manor after 10 o'clock, Alan took a bath, lay half beside the bed, and looked at the half-year financial statement Ute gave him. This is the Hill family financial statement for the first half of 1987. Bits and pieces can reflect Alan's current total net worth. Turning to the last page first, Alan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the property was finally no longer a negative number, debt-free and light-hearted. As of today, he can finally breathe a sigh of relief. First, I looked through the previous records on factory efficiency and gave the bank a batch of bad factories with poor profits. Currently, there are only a few factories that belong to Alan that are relatively streamlined and can still create good assets with a little profit. But the monthly benefits generated by these factories can barely cover all the expenses in the manor. If you want to expect them to make Alan a fortune, don't even think about it. In addition to industrial upgrading, any other method will not work. Ignore the daily expenses in the manor and the wages of the domestic servants. Turning to the next page, Alan raised his eyebrows, and an expression of interest finally appeared on his face. This is the salary statement sent to Charles by the Royal House Management Department. This was received by the old Earl before, and Alan didn't know much about it. Now that he has inherited the title, this salary directly from the royal family naturally goes to Alan. The daily salary of £330 per day is the salary level of the Earl of Carmarthen as the Crown Prince's bodyguard, coupled with various monthly subsidies. Overall, He can get a monthly salary of about £15,000, and this is the first salary. Alan now serves as Charles' personal assistant, and there is a second salary issued in Charles' name. The salary level of this personal assistant is slightly lower than that of a bodyguard, £231 per day. How come there are zeros and holes? After turning another page, Alan looked at the note on the report. That should have been written by who? There was a line of small words recording such a piece of information. House of Lords members attendance allowance is £230 per day. Damn it, Charles also has a very strong character. The daily salary of his personal assistant is £1 higher than the subsidy for members of the House of Lords. The money doesn't seem to be much, but when the two sums are added up, it comes to Alan every month, which is about £30,000 before tax. This salary level, it is already extremely high in Great Britain. These two jobs are regarded as his own job as Alan. And he is also an internal staff member of a serious unit. After his eyes lingered on these two wages for a long time, Alan reluctantly prepared to turn to the next page. Ring, ring, ring. The phone on the bedside table suddenly rang, and Alan was a little confused. After traveling through time for so many years, he only called very rarely. If something really happened, I would send someone to deliver the letter personally. Most of the time, calls to the manor would go directly to Huth. After Huth determined what happened, he would report it to Alan. Now that the call has been transferred to him, it is most likely an acquaintance, and he is also looking for him. But now, it's 11 o'clock. Who could it be? After adjusting his lying position, Alan picked up the phone, pulled the phone cord, then put the phone to his ear and whispered, "Hello, who are you, Alan? Do you remember me? Sylvie, I'm Sylvie Gillian, Z." His voice was slightly distorted, but it still made Alan feel very familiar. After all, they had only had in-depth communication for a few days. Oh, Humph, the one who left without saying goodbye. Where are you? Hey. Zoe thought that Alan was blaming her for leaving without saying goodbye that morning, so she didn't explain much, but asked a small question. I heard that you were very rude before. I didn't know where you were rude before, but then I realized no. Ha ha ha. Don't you know whether I'm rude or not? What are you doing? Alan, deliberately brought the microphone close to the report, shook it, and the paper clattered a few times before continuing, still processing the report. It's so hard, and you are too diligent. Alan, you are still young, and you should pay attention to your rest. Sylvia. Gillian heard the voice on the phone and instantly imagined that Alan was wearing a pair of flat glasses, with tea on the table, and was processing documents seriously, and her phone call interrupted his work. Thinking about what a man looks like when he is working hard, and then thinking about the count who became very rude that night. Zoe's voice was a little embarrassed as she said, "Did I disturb your work? I just finished the performance and just returned to the hotel, so I wanted to make a phone call with you." Alan picked up the phone slightly and curled his lips. Could this chick want to get involved with him? Although her entanglement technique is quite good, she can't do it seriously. If it's just a matter of fun. From now on, I have to call him often at night and talk on the phone. Is that okay? Thinking about this, Alan said comfortingly, "How can it affect my work when a beautiful lady calls me?" Haha. Zoe Lion wrapped her index finger around the phone cord, twirling it around and around. Listening to the unreal, but extremely gentlemanly voice on the phone, she felt sweet. Mr. Alan is a true nobleman and a true gentleman. Even if he is disturbed at work, he will maintain his grace, and after work, he will show another side that no one knows. It is simply perfect. Okay, Alan, I just want to call you to tell you that the group has to leave in a hurry that day, and I don't want to cook something too special. Besides, the French food your chef makes is not very authentic. I can make an appointment with you another day. Really? I will prepare an authentic French meal for you with my own hands. Alan almost laughed out loud, thinking about the British cook with 10 knives in Old York. How authentic can the French food he cooks be? Okay, then when you have time, I would like to taste Miss Zoe's craftsmanship. Yeah, well, then. Alan, please continue working. Remember to take a rest early. I'll call you when I have time. Sylvia. Gillian's voice was a bit reluctant, but she still knew how to measure things. The premise was not to affect the other person's work, but not to take up too much time. Now that the phone call had been made, the reason for the next date had been found, so that was fine. But Alan's voice was a little perfunctory, as if he was trying his best to answer the phone while working. Huh? Why don't you hang up the phone, Sylvie? Gillian listened to the other end of the phone. After Alan agreed, she did not hang up the phone. Instead, accompanied by the sound of flipping through papers from time to time, she asked curiously, "Aha, when you're on the phone with a lady, it's very ungentlemanly to hang up first. Zooey, hang up first. Good night." Haha, good night to you, Alan. After hearing that the other end of the phone finally hung up, Alan put down the phone, then picked it up again, pressed on the landline, and called Hooter. "Hello, Master? What are your orders? Did you answer the call just now? Is it from Miss Zooey?" "Yes, she said she was looking for you, so I transferred it to you." Who? Te thought Alan was talking about something point in aristocratic families. Things like phone numbers are very confidential, and even if an outsider accidentally dials the wrong number, it doesn't matter. Hooter's habit is that, after picking up the phone, he will not announce his name first, but wait for the other party. Talk first and see who the other party is looking for. If you say something wrong, it means you made the wrong call, or it will be treated as a harassing call point. Only after he can correctly say the owner's name and announce his home address will he decide the next step, depending on the situation, whether to continue talking or transfer the call. Well, if there are calls like this from me in the future, especially at night, you should try your best to cancel them. Just say I'm busy and don't transfer them to me. "Okay, Master, I understand." Who? Te frowned secretly. He had never noticed that the young master didn't like to answer such calls. Didn't they get together a few days ago? I don't understand something point. After hanging up Hooter's phone, Alan sighed. This kind of thing can be played for fun, but if it turns into an ambiguous relationship or a long-term fixed relationship, or even goes further, he will be a little resistant. Alan likes to take the initiative and go to whoever he likes, rather than being led by a woman. If he receives too many ambiguous phone calls at night like this, apart from affecting his ability to read reports, what else does it do? If there is an outsider at home one day, wouldn't this affect his good fortune? I slept beautifully until I woke up naturally. After washing up and going downstairs to have breakfast, I saw Patrice in the lobby, who hadn't been seen for a long time. "Oh, Patrice, have you chosen the actor, Master?" "I just came back last night. The cast is almost ready. The 2 leading actors and the children have been selected. This is their information. Do you want to see it now?" "Okay." After looking at the document bag in Patrice's hand, Alan waved his hand and said, "You go and rest for a while, and then send it to my study. I'll have breakfast first." "Okay, Master." After picking up 3 pieces of information, Alan first ignored the male lead, but picked up the information of the female lead. When he first saw the photo, Alan frowned. This person looks a little familiar, although she looks very young now. Her face shape is very recognizable, especially the shape of her eyebrows and nose. After taking a look at the information, it turned out to be her Monica Bellucci. This goddess from Italy has a lot of titles, such as Bullflower, Flower of Italy, etc. There are countless. What impressed Ellen the most was that this lady took out a cigarette and held it in her mouth, and a circle of men around her handed her a cigarette. A shot of a lighter lighting a cigarette. Monica Bellucci, who is only 23 years old now, is an unsigned intern model in a modeling company. She has a very good figure and long straight black hair, which looks very elegant. In the photo, the girl holds a smoking, looking very rebellious, but due to his age, I can't tell from the photos whether he is licentious or not, but he is a bit wild. "Where did you find this?" Alan was a little curious. Old guy Patrice could even find this kind of wildflower that was not yet famous. These days, it is so difficult to find someone by just using a name in the vast sea of people. Haha. "Are you satisfied with this actor, Master? I selected her according to your requirements. She has long hair, is big, has a good figure, and has strong plasticity. She is only 23 years old and meets the standards. Not bad, not bad." Alan nodded with satisfaction and picked up the following information about the young actor who played the 2 children. Oops. Today this is Patrice gave him a big surprise point. It wasn't Patrice who found him some big star, but this little actor, one of the few little actors who impressed Alan, the so-called child actor. When she was a teenager, she acted in a movie called The Killer. That wasn't a cool point. The little heroine in that movie was very interesting, but later on, she seemed to have become disabled. Anyway, when she grew up, Alan rarely paid attention to her, but right now, this girl is still young and has already made her debut as a child star. Patrice was able to pick her because she was in the right age group. The most important thing is that this person's current appearance is very similar to Monica Bellucci. This is very rigorous. To play mother and daughter, it is great to choose a pair of actors who look so similar. Very true. Recalling what Sifas said about Patrice going to the United States some time ago, just to be busy with the young actor, Alan was a little curious and asked, "Did you go to the United States some time ago just for her?" "Yes, young master. After all, if a young actor wants to film, she must obtain the consent of her guardian, and her guardian will accompany her when the time comes. I will go there in person." "You don't know, I got her consent from the Screen Actors Guild." According to the information, at first glance, I felt that she and Monica were perfect for playing mother and daughter. Well, good job. Alan was very satisfied with the selection of these two actors. Next up was the male lead. It is said that he was one of Patrice's former students. P.S. I'm helpless. It was fine last night, but the internet is disconnected today. When I came back at noon, I found out that I tried various methods, restarted the router, and set up settings, but nothing worked. It just couldn't connect to the internet. The maintenance technician hasn't come yet. I typed this chapter using my mobile phone. I'm not very good at typing on my mobile phone. I've been stuck all afternoon. Chapter 108 taken advantage of. Looking at the picture of the actor, Alan felt a little familiar, but he couldn't remember his name for the moment. Continuing to look down at the information, Hugh Grant. With his pair of extremely melancholy eyes, he earned the title of the male god of literary and artistic films according to information. A film he released this year called Morris is expected to help him win the Best Actor at the Venice Film Festival. Alan hasn't seen this movie called Morris yet. Pointing to the information, he asked Patrice, "What's the plot of this movie?" When Patrice saw Alan asking about this, his expression was a little strange. He hesitated for a long time and then whispered, "Master, this film is a literary film, mainly about the feelings between aristocratic young masters." The relationship between aristocratic young masters. Alan was stunned. Damn, it appeared my great British treasure level traditional film and television themes. As soon as he heard about this kind of subject matter, Alan was disgusted. He was either against it or simply didn't like it. After listening to Patrice's introduction and then looking at Hugh Grant, Alan always felt that this guy's eyes were not melancholy, but like he was in trouble. Can he act out that feeling? Alan is now a little doubtful as to whether someone who shoots a film like that can perform a normal emotional scene. Don't worry, young master. He has taken my lessons before and has been in the industry for a few years. He has no problem with his acting skills. No. Like this. When Alan makes films, he pays more attention to the feeling or the artistic conception, just like Meryl's temperament of being upright on the outside but coquettish on the inside. He doesn't want to make the husband feel like an incompetent person. When the husband becomes incompetent, it becomes inevitable for the wife to cheat, which makes the excitement less exciting. After pondering for a while, Alan said, "Let's arrange for people to take these two leading actors to Gambia. Let them observe more about life. By the way, let the male and female leads get familiar with each other first, and we pretend to be a couple, and when we go over this time, we invite them to travel in the name of the crew, and all the expenses will be counted as the crew's expense." Alan thought of a way to feel good about himself, letting actors experience life. The male protagonist goes to observe the black ducks, and the female protagonist goes to observe the rich women who buy sex. It just so happens that these two groups are present in his economic development zone in the Gambia. During this process, the male and female protagonists can also get familiar with each other, which is perfect. Okay, now that Alan has spoken, Patrice doesn't refuse. This young master of his own is more casual when filming, and his playfulness is more meaningful. It seems that the actor selected this time is not so satisfactory to him. Thinking of it, here, Patrice rolled his eyes. He is already over 50 years old, and is no longer young. With the count, his status is far inferior to that of Butler Hut. Even compared with Syphis, he is not qualified. But in this situation, you can't just do your job well, right? How many years and months will it take to get a title under the young master? We can't just talk about work. Patrice decided to start from other aspects to show his value. Thinking of this, he glanced at Alan, who was still staring at the information, and Patrice said softly, "Master, I went to the United States this time and encountered something interesting in Hollywood. I wonder if you are interested." "Oh, from Hollywood? Tell me." Alan thought it was about some celebrity's scandal, and he was instantly interested. To say it was a scandal, it had to be an American thing. "When I went to Hollywood this time, I happened to hear from a friend that a Chinese from the islands went to Hollywood to inquire about information. It was said that they wanted to acquire a film and television company and enter the film and television industry." Haha, the people from this islands were like headless flies, hitting walls everywhere. There's nowhere to spend the money. Seeing that Patrice had aroused Alan's interest, he began to whisper about the interesting things he encountered during his trip to Hollywood Point. But this matter is not some insider scandal as Alan imagined, but about the enemy of an archipelago country Point. It turns out that this time Patrice went to the United States to choose actors, and met an old friend in Paris. When the two were chatting, the other party talked about the people from this archipelago, who had recently appeared in Hollywood. They are a group of people who are very popular, but have no connections. And the inquiring about information was very unprofessional. Many Hollywood producers or film and television companies regarded them as liars. So, the people from this archipelago are still being treated as clowns. When he heard that he was from the island country, Alan's interest disappeared for the most part. From the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the game console that was forcibly taken from William on the desk. Point. In recent times, people in island countries are very excited picking up the game console that he got by accident. Alan frowned and asked, "Do you know which island country company wants to acquire a film and television company?" "Sony. It's the one that makes Walkmans." "It's actually Sony." Alan glanced at Patrice. This old guy told him this kind of thing for no reason. It was definitely not as simple as saying it for fun. Think of this, several clues were connected in an instant, including the one who took advantage of him, was rich, didn't understand much, wanted to buy a film and television company, and was an islander. "You mean we can also get involved?" Thinking of these key pieces of information, Alan was a little impressed. Sony was a well-known scapegoat. The people from these islands seemed to really want to acquire the film and television company. They were not liars as Americans imagined. "Yes. Haha, master, do you think so too?" Patrick watched as Alan finally remembered, and a surprised smile appeared on his face at the right moment. Point. As a film teacher and an actor, when he was young, Patrice thinks that his acting skills are still on line. Point. Since the people from the islands want to acquire film and television companies, but the people in Hollywood still don't pay attention to them, then why not ask this young master of yours to take action? Compared to Hollywood film and television companies, is a film and television company with account behind it more attractive to islanders? The people from this archipelago are richer than the people from Zhangjiang. Patrice knew that his earl had been in some financial difficulties recently. Point. Anyway, the actual situation is not important to Patrice, but it is a way to make money. He found out the news and then passed the news to the earl. This is a credit. As for whether Alan should do it or not, then let's see what Mr. Alan means. Looking at Patrice, Alan tapped his fingers on the table in thought. He remembered that Charles seemed to have visited the island country last year, and the heat had not subsided yet. As for the islanders, even though they admire their American godfather, they are also full of affection and yearning for Great Britain. How else could they pull off a so-called plan to leave Asia and join Europe? They just lack access now since there is an enemy of an island country who wants to acquire a film and television company. Who should he accept? Rather than going to their godfather's Hollywood for acquisitions, is it a better choice for their godfather? Dang, can you contact them? Alan is a little interested in this group of islanders, but he can't be very enthusiastic yet. He wants the people from the islands to come to his door, but a new problem arises. He is not in Hollywood. This requires a middleman, or a lobbyist, to perform in front of the people from the islands play. It's okay, master. Last time I went over, I met the leader of their acquisition team and had a few words with him. Alan took a deep look at Patrice. This old guy is very capable and knows how to stay behind. Well, you go over this time and fix the schedule of the young actor. By the way, test them out and see if they have any idea of investing in my new movie. Let's get to know each other first. Oh, master, who are you? Patrice looked at Alan, and the current opportunity was a good one. His Excellency the Earl was going to make a movie again, so it would not be impossible to involve the Islanders as the first collaborative project between the two parties. Master, if you want them, how should we cooperate? Let's talk about it after we get in touch. Don't be so enthusiastic. Just treat it like a casual leak of information during a chat. We'll see about the rest when we get in touch. Alan had never asked Patrice to do such a thing, and he couldn't explain it to him too carefully, so he decided to take action himself this time. Okay, young master. Then I'll go back and make arrangements first. Go ahead. Patrice stood up and exited Alan's study. As soon as he opened the study door, he saw Huth, who was about to knock on the door. Good afternoon, Butler Hooter. Are you coming to see the young master too? I just finished talking to the young master. Well, thank you for your hard work, Who. Tess smiled politely, waited for Patrice to make room for him, and came in first, then watched Patrice carefully close the door and go out. What happened again? Alan was still studying the game console in his hand. Speaking of the island country, the current manufacturer of game consoles seems not to have developed particularly well, right? Is there any chance to steal some of their wool? Someone needs to be arranged to investigate. Hearing Hooter's voice, Alan raised his head and glanced at Hooter. Master, it's a little urgent. Butler Capel just called. He said he would come to visit you tomorrow and pass on some of His Highness's words. Oh, what time? Alan didn't take it seriously that Charles sent a butler so quickly. He thought it was Charles who came back and saw the prey he sent and was so happy that he was ready to give him a gift in return. Tomorrow, Sir Capel said that he will depart from London at about 10 o'clock and arrive at our side at 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The details will depend on the traffic conditions. He will call me in advance when he is about to arrive. Alan was fiddling with the game console in his hand. Alan, who didn't care much at first, suddenly moved his hands and asked with some uncertainty, departing from London? Your Highness is not at Highgrove Manor, then? I don't know. Sir Capel's call came from London. After Hooter reported the situation, he saw that Alan was deep in thought, so he did not continue to disturb Alan here, but quietly turned around and left the study. Yesterday, Alan personally sent William home. William and the princess lived in Highgrove Manor, but now Butler Capel called, but it was from London. This thinking of this, Alan inevitably had a headache. He was afraid of getting involved in Charles' family affairs, and he didn't want to take any side. Forget it. Let's wait until Capel comes tomorrow. The next day, after taking care of things in the morning and having nothing to do early in the morning, Alan went back to take a short lunch break, but until 2 o'clock in the afternoon, he still had no news of Capel's arrival. Just as he was about to ask Hooter if he was delayed on the road, he saw Hooter hurried into the bedroom. He looked at Alan, who had just woken up, and said, Master, Butler Capel will be here in 20 minutes. Okay. Are everything ready? Everything is ready. With the servants waiting on him, Alan changed into neat riding clothes and walked slowly to the stables. He was going to wash the horse, and he was going to wash the horse that Charles had given him personally. Now that Charles's butler is here, he still needs to do some superficial work. Look, His Excellency the Earl loves the horses donated by His Highness very much. He regards them as treasures and bathes them himself. The old black Rolls Royce slowly drove through the gate of the manor with a dignified but elegant aura. After getting off the car, Capel looked at Huth, who had been waiting for a long time, stretched out his hand to shake Huth, and said, Sir Huth, Please wait here. Where is Mr. Allen? The young master is washing the horses. Look, would you like to wait in the living room for a while? Oh. Then let's go over together to see you first. Capel didn't mind it either. He followed Hut and the two of them walked and chatted until they reached the stables. From a distance, they saw Alan holding a shower head and seriously bathing the white horse given to him by His Highness. Seeing this posture, Capel smiled. Others may not know it, but he knows very well that Lord Alan has never been very fond of riding horses. He even has a history of riding bulls. Even His Highness William was tempted by him. He learned to ride a bull. How could he take the initiative to bathe the horse when he had nothing to do? Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted the arrival of Huth and Capel. Alan pretended to notice them suddenly and said with a smile, "Sir Capel, when did you come? Ha ha ha, we meet again." Seeing Alan talking while giving the horse a bath, the white horse was dodging and not cooperating with the hot water coming out of Alan's nozzle, but it didn't dare to move. The expression on the horse's face looked very aggrieved. Seeing this scene, Capel said cheerfully, "I just arrived, Mr. Allen. I'm very happy to see you. I didn't disturb your enjoyment, right?" No, let's go." Alan had been bathing the horse here for about 10 minutes. He was already a little impatient and handed the nozzle to the servant. Haha. Capel smiled and looked around again, walked to Alan and said, "Your Excellency, it's okay to take a walk outside. I'm here mainly to convey His Highness's message." "Oh, that's okay." Alan didn't care. He thought it was some kind of whisper that was not suitable for outsiders to hear, so he simply took Capel for a walk along the horse path. "Your Excellency Alan, His Highness wants you to accompany him on his trip to Spain in a few days, and he has prepared a good thing for you. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109 Beauty Trap. Visit Spain. Alan was stunned. Why would he be brought with him for such a thing? Although he was very happy when he received the salary, which was a serious salary of tens of thousands of pounds per month, when he was asked to work, he didn't want to do it. He is nominally His Highness's bodyguard, but usually, he is not really required to protect Charles. This is a traditional position, and has a relatively high symbolic meaning. Alan remembered that his father had never accompanied Charles too often before. He seemed to have accompanied him to the United States a few times. He couldn't remember clearly. As for the good thing, Capel said later, Alan really couldn't figure out what good things could be waiting for him in Spain. Haha. Your Excellency, we really need you to take action this time. Capel was half a step behind Alan, turned his head slightly, and looked around to make sure that no one was following him, and then whispered, "His Royal Highness Philippe, and us, Your Highness." "Yes. So this time, His Highness needs you to go with him and suppress him." Alan watched Capel gesticulating again and again with unclear words. After doing it for a long time, he didn't quite understand what Capel meant. "You mean Philippe and His Highness have a conflict?" Anyway, he didn't understand what it meant, so Alan started to make wild guesses. Anyway, what kind of trouble could there be between these royal families? Yeah, a little bit, eh? Although Capel is a knight, he can't directly speak out about a crown prince, not even a foreign one. Therefore, he can't say it directly, but Alan guessed that he can follow Alan's words and give him a negative or affirmative answer. Seeing Capel still looking like this, Alan felt a little sick. Traditional housekeepers like them, whether it was Capel or his Houter, were all such people. In terms of knowledge, they definitely had a certain level. They all graduated from a professional butler academy and have dabbled in many aspects of knowledge, but when it comes to speaking, they are very traditional and follow the rules. Even in private, they dare not say a word that they are not supposed to say. Nonsense. The other party is the Crown Prince of Spain, so Capel can't say it directly, but if he doesn't explain it clearly, Alan doesn't understand what it means. This feeling is very uncomfortable. Thinking of the gesture Capel just made, Alan asked tentatively, "Philippe is very tall, Capel?" Then smiled and said, "People from the Bourbon family are generally taller, a little taller than you." Hold. Understood. When Capel said this, Alan remembered that Charles was not taller than Alan, but now the Spanish crown prince is actually taller than Charles. This time Charles visited again, and the other party seemed to be on good terms with him. It's not easy to deal with. Everyone is the crown prince. Point is this, just to show off the signs. What about his bodyguard? Are you following Charles? To put up a front for him, Alan's doubtful eyes met Capel's, and Capel looked at Alan and smiled. What do you mean by a good thing? Haha. Your Excellency, His Highness said that you have reached adulthood and have to consider lifelong events. Princess Christina is about the same age as you. You can get to know each other. The relationship between Charles and most of the nobles in the country is very unfriendly. Alan even thinks this is better. Charles is very controlling, but he still takes good care of his own people. In this way, Alan's affairs, he will inevitably make arrangements in view of the bad relationship between him and the domestic aristocrats. Alan thought he could avoid a lot of trouble. After all, the tradition of the English aristocrats was to marry within the family. Charles had a bad relationship with most of the aristocrats, so it would save him a lot of trouble. Unexpectedly, it had to be Charles. He actually found himself a blind date with a foreign princess. This is the princess of the Spanish royal family, not some cat or dog, etc. Charles and Felipe were having some trouble getting along, and the so-called princess was about the same age as him. So, if you don't deal with others, you have to let your guards get to know other people's sisters. Damn it. Capel, may I ask, who is this Princess Christina? Oh, Your Excellency is concerned about this. She is the sister of Crown Prince Felipe. She is dignified in appearance and has a good reputation. Your Highness has already inquired about it. She is a perfect match for you. Isn't this a beauty trap? Alan didn't want to go anymore. Not only did he have to follow Charles and pretend to be cool, but he also had to seduce a girl. He had no interest in that princess at all. Among the nobles, any good-looking woman will have a reputation early on. Just like Alan, who among the nobles in London, doesn't know that he is good-looking, but Alan has never heard of Princess Christina's name. Combined with Capel's introduction just now, she looks dignified and has many virtuous names. There are no words related to good looking and beautiful. What benefit is this? Do you want me, Alan, to eat soft food? Still have to sacrifice the kind of color? Hahaha. If you think so, it's not impossible. Capel looked at Alan and even mentioned the beauty trap. Thinking about it carefully, His Highness did mean this as a well-established Earl of Great Britain. His Excellency Alan is quite a match for a Spanish princess, not to mention the addition of His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, as the introducer. If you add in the face of Mr. Alan, to put it bluntly, according to His Highness, Princess Christina took advantage. Sir, what do you think? Capel looked at Alan, who was frowning and thinking, and smiled slightly. This gentleman is more playful. Capel also knew this. Therefore, it was normal for him to resist when he heard that he would be arranged to go on a blind date. But it is His Highness who is making the decision now, and it is not up to His Excellency to make the decision. What do you think? Is it okay if I don't go? I'm still a kid. How old is he? He is only 19 years old this year. Alan doesn't want to find a wife and start a family early. So what's the point of life? Is there any difference between a single nobleman and a married nobleman who is having an affair? The difference is huge. Haha. Your Excellency, before I came here this time, Your Highness specifically told me that if you don't want to go, that's fine. But then I won't go. I have to make a movie for a while, and I have business to do. Alan listened to Capel's words, ignored what he wanted to say next, and decisively refused. That's fine. Then as His Highness said, we will arrange for you to enroll in school next month. Do you have any favorite schools? Alan paused and stared at Capel with a frown. If he doesn't go, he threatens to go to school. If he goes on a business trip for a few days, it's not that difficult to accept compared to going to university. I suddenly feel that running to school when His Highness needs me is not a good choice. When is the visit scheduled? The situation is stronger than people. As soon as Alan heard that he was going to be sent to school, he was instantly frightened. Haha, it's only been a few days. Your Excellency, please be prepared. After I return, I will report to His Highness. The specific travel time will be notified separately. I will call Huten in advance to communicate. Capel is very satisfied with the choice of the lord in front of him. Now that the matter is done, he can go in to have a rest and drink tea. It is almost time for afternoon tea. Okay, Sir Capel, then go back and tell His Highness that it's getting late, so I won't ask you to go in and rest. Go back and report the situation to His Highness as soon as possible. Alan gestured to Huten, who had been watching from a distance, and asked him to see off the guests. After that, he ignored Capel and turned around and walked towards the hall. This Capel was instantly blocked by Alan and couldn't say a word. Looking at Alan's back walking away with his hands behind his back, he shook his head in confusion. The plane destined for Madrid will land in 20 minutes. Alan sat in his seat, squinting his eyes in boredom. Light blue plaid suit, retro hairstyle with a layer of hair gel, combed back very smoothly. On the fake chest pocket, there is a solid gold crown brooch with the British royal family logo and a metal from the Hill family brooch point. Although he worked as a bodyguard, Charles did not really let Alan be a bodyguard. Instead, he arranged work for him as a personal assistant. Thinking about all this, suddenly something was stuffed in his hand. Alan opened his eyes and looked at the strong man in front of him with some confusion and the small box he handed to his hand. Sir, this is your weapon. I have it too. As soon as he mentioned weapons, Alan knew what was in the small box. Yes, it's okay to hold it for self-defense. Their place is prepared just in case. The strong man spoke of Spain with disdain. Alan looked at the box in his hand, nodded and said, "Don't leave in a hurry. My calf is numb. Ask someone to come over and massage it for me." Yes, Your Excellency. Please wait a moment. At the Madrid Barajas International Airport, beside a separate runway, the honor guard was already ready to greet the passengers. Under the huge awning, two women dressed as ladies were sitting. Although it is a June day and the outdoor temperature has reached 20 degrees, the older woman on the left is wearing a grey women's suit with a mid-length skirt underneath, and a man sitting next to her, a woman in her 20s, was wearing a bright red dress with 3/4 sleeves. Sister, the Earl you are talking about is said to be the most handsome nobleman in the whole of Britain. Well, as long as he's not bald. Princess Elena did not comment on what the British said about being so handsome and shocking the British aristocrat Earl. We welcome Charles to visit today. The king will definitely not come due to his status and seniority. And the old enemy that Charles expected, Philip VI, didn't come either. Hosting the reception were Philip's elder sister, Princess Elena, and her younger sister, Princess Christina. At this time, Princess Christina was extremely nervous. The idea of waiting for a blind date at the airport made her feel very novel and shy at the same time. Your Highnesses, His Royal Highness Charles's special plane is about to land. The person in charge of the airport ran over sweating profusely and bent over to report the latest situation to Princess Elena. Okay, inform the band and get ready. When Charles' special plane parked, a red carpet was laid out at the end of the boarding stairs. The two Spanish princesses who were responsible for welcoming Charles stood at the end of the red carpet and watched helplessly as a tall man in a blue suit walked out of the cabin. First youth. As soon as the young man got out of the cabin, he waved in the direction of the band below, but it seemed that this method was not right. Then the tall young man adjusted his suit a little before slowly walking down the boarding stairs. The young man went down to the last step and stood at the bottom of the boarding ladder with his hands in front of him, looking very wary of his surroundings. Princess Elena looked at the tall young man from a distance, a little surprised that the British guy didn't lie this time. She even regretted getting married too early for a moment. Glancing at Princess Christiana next to her, she was already staring shyly at the ground, gently drawing circles on the ground with her toes. As soon as Alan walked out of the cabin, he suddenly thought of a slogan such as "Hello, comrades." He just raised his hand and looked at the faces of the foreigners below. He instantly lost interest again. He walked down the boarding ladder with some resentment and stood on the side of the boarding ladder. At the entrance, he pretended to be alert and waited for Charles and his wife to get off the plane. Charles held Diana's hand and the two walked out of the cabin behind Alan. Charles in front and Diana behind, slowly walked down the stairs. Alan, why don't you go up and say hello first? Looking at Alan, who was standing there dressed as a bodyguard, and then at the two princesses at the end of the red carpet about 10 meters apart. Charles was furious. How disgraceful and ungentlemanly. Your Highness, I'm your guard. If you don't come down, I won't go anywhere. I want to ensure your safety. I need your protection. Follow me, Charles, scolded Alan in a low voice, and when he raised his head, he put on a smile. Then he remembered that the wrong person seemed to be here. Why wasn't that idiot Felite there? His Royal Highness Charles, Princess Diana Spain welcomes you, Princess. Elena had a very strong aura. She took the initiative to stretch out her right hand, shook Charles's hand lightly, and gave Diana a gentle hug. She pointed to the sister next to her and introduced her after the greetings between the two parties were completed. Princess Elena took Charles to review the guard of honor. Only Diana and Princess Christina were left at the scene, and behind Diana, Ellen, this is Princess Christina, and this is Ellen, Ellen Hill. Diana was not afraid of trouble at all. As soon as Charles walked away, she began to introduce to Alan the target of this beauty trap, Princess Christina. Hello, Your Highness Princess, I'm Alan Hill. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too, Mr. Alan, Princess. Christina glanced at Alan quietly. As soon as her eyes met Alan's, she quickly lowered her head shyly. Diana watched this scene happily, lowered the brim of her hat slightly, turned sideways to block her expression, and said, "Don't be shy. The welcoming ceremony will be over in a while. Alan, you accompany Princess Christina for a walk. This is my first time in Madrid, and I'm not familiar with it." Chapter 110 My face has been completely embarrassed by you. Alan now finally saw the true face of Princess Christina. How to say there is something noble about his temperament. But it's really not very pretty. Alan is just a layman who judges people by their appearance and is not interested in this kind of princess. This guy does have a good figure, but he's on the strong side, with such a figure. Quite like a maid at home. Although he had just gotten off the plane, Mr. Alan already wanted to go home. It's okay, Mr. Alan, I can take you to Madrid for a walk. Alan looked at Princess Christina, who lowered her head next to her, but did not affect her speech at all. Shyness is a shame, but people can actually be shy and talk at the same time. Okay, I'd like to trouble you, Your Highness, Princess. Under Diana's teasing gaze, Alan coughed dryly and stretched out his hand to straighten his tie slightly and looked at Charles in the distance, who was inspecting the guard of honor accompanied by the eldest princess. It's still fun to watch this. Man, who wouldn't want to take a walk like this? Although the Spanish honor guard looks weird in what they wear, it is much more exciting than watching the princess watching Charles slowly inspecting the guard of honor. A strange picture always appeared in Alan's mind. It would be interesting if Charles, while walking, suddenly waved his right hand and said hello, comrades, to the guard of honor next to him. While Charles was inspecting the guard of honor, the remaining staff on the special plane quietly disembarked one after another. After these people got off with their belongings, Diana whispered and signaled Alan to wait here. She and Christy Princess now had to meet Charles in front, and then she had to take a group photo. For this group photo, Alan had nothing to do with it. After Diana left, Alan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced around and saw a middle-aged man dressed as a secretary carrying a small bag next to him. "You come here, give me the bag, I'll get it." Shaking his hands at the logistics worker whose name he couldn't name, Alan snatched his small bag and carried it in his hand. There are so many people present, but now he is empty-handed, like a second-rate man, which looks a bit irritating. Now I finally got a package, something like that. For visits between royal families like Charles, unlike other dignitaries who have to go to the conference room after getting off the plane, they just go to the hotel where they are staying. This is quite humane. Even though Alan wanted to hide, he was eventually picked up and accompanied Charles in a car to the hotel. Diana traveled with the two princesses, and Alan accompanied Charles. The main car of the Spanish royal family is a Rolls-Royce, but the passenger car used to receive foreign guests is a Jaguar. As for Mercedes-Benz, various royal families throughout Europe rarely use Mercedes-Benz. There are historical reasons and other reasons. How do you feel? Talk to Christina more in these 2 days, Charles. crossed his legs, and rested against the back pillow with his eyes closed. Alan looked at the scenery outside the window and replied absently, "Not very good, Your Highness. This is not my type." After saying this, the car was extremely quiet, with only the slight muffled sound of the engine remaining. Alan quietly turned his head, only to find that Charles had opened his eyes and was staring at him expressionlessly. This look made Alan extremely uncomfortable. He swallowed, twisted his body, and leaned a little closer to the car window. "Alan, someone came to me to complain about something within the Principality of Wales 2 days ago. Do you know what happened?" While looking at Charles's eyes, Alan felt that this matter might have something to do with him, but he has so many things on his mind. How can he know which one they are? "I don't know, Your Highness. Some time ago, were you issued a subsidy for the first 2 quarters of national park protection work?" "Well, it seems there is, right?" Alan thought about it, and it seemed that Sylvie Gillian called him that night. He seemed to have seen such an income on the report. The national park is right next to his estate, and he must be the first protector. Every year, the official will give him a quarterly subsidy as an auxiliary protection fee. The state pays you to protect the national parks. Even if you hunt, you can just secretly kill a few. What did you do? Is there anyone who goes hunting with a machine gun like you? Huh. People come to me to complain. Said that a small-scale conflict was suspected to have occurred in the national park. Large areas of forest land were destroyed. You are stealing." Seeing that Alan finally remembered, Charles shouted loudly, as if he hated Iron. Alan shrank his neck and whispered, "William was beaten too." "William? What does William know at such a young age? If you don't take him to play, how can he play with a machine gun? I heard that the ground is full of bullet casings and a large area of woodland has been destroyed. Should I find you a bomber and fly it for hunting?" "Interesting. That's not necessary." Charles was breathing heavily. Diana was on the plane, so he was embarrassed to get angry. Now, apart from the driver and secretary, only he and Alan were left in the car, so he couldn't help but scold him. "It's so embarrassing. As soon as the subsidy was released, I rushed into the national park. It is said that the person in charge of the national orchard was frightened. A prince or an earl went in with a machine gun. Dozens of bodyguards rode off-road motorcycles to assist them in committing the crime. The machine gun fired everywhere, and wild animals ran wild. Hutu, a large area of forest land was destroyed. That scene. Alan's behavior is beyond description. If Charles hadn't stopped him, this year's House of Lords issues would have been fun again. After taking another breath, Charles closed his eyes again and said, "You don't have to go to the banquet tonight. Just go shopping with the princess." Alan was a little anxious when he heard it. He came all the way here. Couldn't he even attend a Spanish palace banquet? "I heard that the paella eaten at the Spanish palace is made from king squid. The royal palace of Zarzula is so fun, but he hasn't been there yet. He hasn't had a meal at the Spanish royal palace yet, so this sentence excludes him. Your Highness, I also admire His Majesty Carlos. I haven't met him yet. You admire me so much. Do you want to imitate him in cultivating your love?" Charles almost blurted out a sentence, but he stopped urgently, remembering that he was in Spain now and could not slander the king casually, so he had to hold back. "Do what you have to do and don't cause me any more trouble." Seeing that Charles was in a bad mood at the moment, Alan curled his lips and said, "I won't go if I don't go." "Are you missing that meal?" "I'm not even curious about it." The hotel where he stayed at night was empty. Most of the entourage had accompanied Charles to the royal palace of Zarzula to meet King Carlos of Spain. Alan stayed in the hotel and chatted with his blind date, Princess Christina. In the restaurant, Princess Christina changed into a light blue short skirt, leaned her chin on the table, and watched Alan eat. I saw Alan holding the fork in his left hand, swiping and turning in a small circle on the sliced ham platter. He forked a whole plate of thinly sliced ham together and pressed it into the soup bowl. A good bowl of chickpea stew, stuffed with a pile of ham slices. Alan picked up the spoon and tasted the saltiness again. He felt that it was not too salty, so he picked up the spoon again, and under the surprised gaze of Princess Christina, he filled a spoonful of stew into a small pot that seemed to be called Madrid stew. "Pour into a bowl. This time the taste was more to his liking. "Oh, your highness, don't you want to eat?" Seeing the princess in front of him just not eating, Alan felt a little uncomfortable again. It was a little uncomfortable to be stared at by others while eating. "Sir Alan, your way of eating is very special. Is Spanish food still to your taste?" Christina looked at Alan's way of eating. Not only did she not think he was rude, but she felt that he was sincere and very down to earth. She rarely sees nobles who are so open-minded in front of her. "It's okay. It's okay. This lamb chop is grilled well. You can try it." Alan has never been to Spain before, but he didn't expect this gringo with thick eyebrows and big eyes in Spain to actually like to eat fried dough sticks. Damn it, if I had known he would have found a Spanish cook point. Although their fried dough sticks have a sweet taste and are called gina sticks, Alan thinks these are fried dough sticks. It's just this dipping sauce. Dipping it in chocolate sauce is too dark for cooking. It's better to dip it in broth. "Sir Alan, okay." "Christina, don't be so polite, just call me Alan." He is drinking soup with his right hand and eating fried dough sticks with his left hand dipping in sauce. Alan is now a bit broken. He is not interested in the princess in front of him and does not want to play any emotional pull with her. After all, the identity of the other party is here and Alan is ready to make do with it. After chatting for a few days and then returning home, this mission is considered completed. Haha, okay, Alan. You shouldn't be short of friends of the opposite sex, right? Although she is a high-end blind date introduced by her family, Christina is not stupid. With Alan's appearance, she is the first one not to believe that he can't find a marriage partner. Well, there is no shortage. When I was a student, I would receive many love letters from classmates of the opposite sex. Alan felt much more relaxed after letting go of his psychological baggage. If Charles told the other party about his information, then the other party would most likely know about these small details, and there would be nothing to hide. Seeing Alan admit it openly, Christina was even more satisfied. She felt that the count in front of her was very real, honest and not pretentious. "Ellen, where do you want to go tomorrow? How about we go to Parma? I have contacted my father's private jet. The scenery there is very good and the snacks are famous. When we come back in the evening, we can go to the Royal Opera House to watch the ballet." Christina rattled off her plans for tomorrow and asked Alan for his opinion. Alan seemed to have some impression of where Parma was. He remembered that there seemed to be a football club in Italy called Parma Point, but the Parma that Christina is talking about is definitely not the one in Italy. It is most likely the Parma in their Balearic province. This place but it's a holy place for honeymooners. This is not a casual visit. The implication is too obvious. Plus I have to come back to watch the ballet in the evening. Tsk. This is the same process as going to shopping malls and parks during the day and going to the movies in the evening. It's just a little bit more high end than this one. He had to find a way to reject her without making the princess feel ugly. Alan couldn't help but have a headache. The beauty trick didn't work well. Ballet? Which company will perform? Alan could only change the topic. He was familiar with ballet and had just played it some time ago. "Oh, Ellen, do you also like ballet? Tomorrow is your Royal Ballet's tour, didn't you know? I heard that we can also see Principal Sylvia Gillen this time." Damn it. Alan suddenly felt that ballet was not good either. It just so happened that his current blind date wanted to take him to see Sylvia Gillian. If that little girl Sylvie Gillian saw me, would she come up and say hello? Think about that scene. Wouldn't it be a little embarrassing? Seeing Alan's unnatural expression, Christina clapped her hands and called the person in charge of the hotel and the person in charge of the restaurant. These two people have been waiting at the door of the restaurant since Christina and Alan ate here. It is not good for the two distinguished guests inside to neglect anyone. "It's okay. It's okay. I suddenly feel a little uncomfortable. I want to take a rest tomorrow." Alan waved his hand and told Christina not to embarrass the two people in charge, who looked innocent. Then, "Shall I take you back to your room?" Alan, No, your highness, I can't take you back. It's already very rude. How can I bother you to take me back to my room?" Alan slightly feigned discomfort. Then, "Wait until you feel better and call me tomorrow." "But Short 3-day trip to Spain ended somewhat anticlimactically. On the special plane back, Alan sat obediently in the private room belonging to Charles next to her. Diana waited for the plane to stabilize, then unbuckled her seatbelt, took out a magazine, and while reading, she pricked up her ears and turned her attention to Alan. She is ready to eat melon on the spot. Very good. Very good. Have a private meeting with your little lover in the hotel arranged by others. Alan, you are very good. As soon as Charles stretched out his hand, the servant next to him offered a cigarette with both hands, handed it between his 2 fingers, and lit it for him. Whenever Charles smokes, it means he is in a bad mood and is angry. Your Highness, please listen to my explanation. I wasn't feeling well that day, so she came to visit me. I was wronged. Well, the visit was great. We visited all night. Charles blew a puff of cigarette smoke into Alan's face. There wasn't a night when she left early in the morning. I've been completely embarrassed by you. Christina is still pleading for you, but she doesn't blame you. You, Charles, was so angry that this kind of thing could happen during a good blind date. Although the final outcome was not a big problem, Alan was very angry because he was like a dead pig who was not afraid of being scalded by boiling water. Your Highness, I really have no feelings for her. Please don't embarrass me. We are good friends now. Yes, good friends. Hahaha. Diana couldn't help looking at the magazine. It was the first time she had seen the ending of such a blind date, and becoming good friends, either it's not suitable, or we just try to get along with each other. What are good friends? He also had a private meeting with his young lover in a hotel arranged by others. Chapter 111. If you don't talk nicely, I'll kill you. It seems that there is no such term as green tea, but yet how can I describe Alan's style of play? Some gentleman, but immoral. He didn't have the nerve to directly tell Princess Christina that the 2 of them were inappropriate, but the inappropriateness was also expressed between the lines. Finally, Alan told Princess Christina that she was a good person, and that the 2 could be friends first, and talk later, when they have time. And Princess Christina actually believed it. Even the person in charge of the hotel reported to her that Mr. Allen had a private meeting with friends at night. Princess Christina didn't care. Instead, she felt that with Alan's charm, he had several admirers. Isn't it reasonable? What about Sylvie Gillen? Isn't she just a ballerina? There are hundreds of admirers of her father. Princess Christina has seen many. Charles was not only angry by Alan's behavior, but also by Christina's thoughts he had no resources in the domestic aristocratic circle. But he finally found a woman of the same age as Alan in the aristocratic circle abroad, and it ended up like this. He had a private meeting with another woman in the hotel in front of you, and Christina wasn't angry. Seeing Alan sincerely realizing his mistake, Charles thought about it and couldn't bear to continue to rebuke him. He doesn't have a father anymore, and he wasn't raised as an heir when he was a child. In addition, he is not very old now, so he can be more casual and playful. Well, don't always think about having fun. Do something serious. I understand, Your Highness. Alan put his hands on his knees honestly, sitting in a standard posture. She didn't even want to respond to the funny look that Diana secretly cast next to her. Okay, get out. Yes, the boss spoke, and Alan finally breathed a sigh of relief. This time he got through again. He suddenly unbuckled his seatbelt, bent down and saluted Charles and Diana, then turned around and carefully opened the small hatch of the private room. As soon as he got out of the private room and came to the middle of the cabin, Alan's waist straightened up again. He was now very angry. Damn it, he thought someone in the hotel was actually snitching on him, and he remembered what Charles said a few days ago, that someone actually came to him to complain, and he really didn't show up for a while. Someone down there is so brave that they dare to snitch on him. He glanced around to see who else on the plane didn't like him and wanted to bully him to vent his anger. Wherever he looked, no one dared to look at him. Old master, thank you for your hard work. Welcome back. Every time Alan came back from a long trip, Hooter personally picked him up, and this time was no exception. As soon as he got off the plane, Alan received a notice from Charles that he didn't need to follow the large army and could get out by himself. As soon as he saw Hooter, Alan finally felt like he was home. Let's go back quickly. After sitting in the back seat and waiting for the car to come out of the airport. Alan patted the co-pilot and explained to Hut first, then casually said, "Let's find out who came to complain to His Highness a few days ago, saying that I went hunting in the national park. It seems to be their person in charge. Find a few people and get rid of him. Damn him." Who? Test straightened up. This was the first time he heard about this. In Wales, someone actually dared to report the young master. Did you even go to His Highness to make a report? This kind of cancer that eats things inside and out and affects regional unity must be eliminated from the team. Okay, young master, I understand. I will do it as soon as I get back. Well, is Patris back? How is his arrangement? Well, I think I saw him yesterday, but I didn't have time to ask. But, Alan arranged the first thing and began to rest with his eyes closed. We'll talk about the rest when we get home. After returning home and taking a good bath, Alan returned to the study and picked up the letter. This is his work report. He went on a business trip with the Crown Prince. Others had to submit work reports when they came back, but when they got to him, Alan wasn't going to write it anymore. Anyway, Charles' original words were to tell him to get out. I even got out, and I still handed in a crappy work report, but Princess Christina had to have a beginning and an end, and maintain her character. Originally, she just made a phone call to say that she was safe when she got home. But as long as this kind of call goes through, Alan is afraid that the princess will call him frequently in the future. So, after thinking for a long time, Alan came up with his special skill and wrote a letter. He went back and forth for several days, which seemed very classic and formal. While lying on the table writing a letter, there was a knock on the study door. Alan agreed, and then Patris poked his head in. "Master, the people of the islands are very interested in our project, and they want to pay you a visit." Patris sat across from the desk and said softly, "So fast? What did you say?" Alan put down his pen and looked at Patris in surprise. This old guy could surprise him every time. He is truly my Huangzhang. Although Patris is old, his ability to do things is not old. Haha, master, I went this time and gave them a videotape to let them watch the movie you made. I also revealed a little bit about your plans to delve into movies in the future, and they took the bait. Alan's videotapes are exported to all regions of the Commonwealth. Although it is another matter whether the sales are good, but he sells them in a wide range of places. Compared with the United States as a whole, the advantage seems even greater, and it looks very bluffing. And his identity is here. He is a serious hereditary heir. There are also nobles in the island country. This model made the people of the islands feel extremely friendly, and they became interested in it instantly. There are not many opportunities to contact nobles, let alone areas that overlap with their plans. The leader of the team has followed Patris to Wales this time, and is waiting for Patris to help them ask for an audience with the heir, and then come to meet Alan in person. Oh. People are already here. Yes, young master, I have arranged for them to stay in Cardiff first. What do you think should be done next? Let me think. Picking up the pen on the table, Alan tapped the table repeatedly. Now that people have taken the bait, there is no need to worry. Walking the dog. He is very proficient in this move, but he still needs to put on some airs. I just came back from Spain. I'm busy with state affairs and don't have time to see them. I'll give them a break first. Patris almost couldn't sit still. Hearing the word busy with state affairs from the young master's mouth, he was a little doubtful about life. What are you looking at? Alan looked at Patris's eyes, tapped the letter paper in front of him with a pen and said, "Did you see that? As soon as I came back, I had to write a letter to the Spanish princess. For all my hard work, you guys, can you understand? His Highness has high hopes for me, and I can't live up to His Highness's expectations of me." Yes. Master, you have worked hard. The Empire cannot survive without you. Patris quickly bit the bullet and echoed the compliment. Okay, let's leave them alone for a few days. I'll send someone to take them here to play in the past few days. For the rest, quickly follow up with the crew and make arrangements quickly. Yes. Then I'll go down first. After a good sleep, Alan woke up naturally. He was lying on the dining table with his legs crossed in his pajamas, and eating York's newly developed breakfast that sweeted his taste. After Alan put down the fork in his hand, Hooter gently sat on the chair next to him and handed Alan a plan. "What's this, master?" "The mole has been found. The advantage of having fewer people is that there are fewer people. The entire Welsh region has a total population of less than 3 million. The overall size is not as big as a third or fourth tier small city. Under such circumstances, if you want to find a mole, it is an emergency," that the Earl personally explained. In just one night, how many people stayed up and worked overtime to get it done? Early the next morning, such information can be presented before the eyes of His Excellency the Earl. "Oh, haha, the efficiency is not bad." Alan complimented him but did not accept the information. He was not interested in who made the report. What he was interested in was his final fate. "What's the plan, master?" "We have rules. For such a person, we must first provide him with comprehensive evidence of bribery. We can complete the chain of evidence from top to bottom. According to the process, his children will also be punished on campus. Bullying. Senator Chris also arranged for professionals to seduce his wife, ensuring that his family will be destroyed and there will be no peace." Alan raised his eyebrows and glanced at Hooter, who looked serious from top to bottom. "The cooperation is so close, and it looks very skillful. It seems that Dad has done this kind of thing before. This left him with no room for fault. Taking bribes. Career is ruined. School bullying. Children have psychological shadow. My wife was seduced. Cuckolded. All round attack. Very good and professional. Then make arrangements." Alan was not soft-hearted at all towards such a traitor. When he was snitching, did he think of today? If you have the guts to file a complaint, you have to think about the consequences. It was not until the end of July that Alan, who had rested at home for a week, officially met with the Sony Pictures project acquisition team from the island country in the living room on the first floor of the manor. On the main front wall of the living room, there is a high-definition enlarged oil painting of Alan riding a horse, carrying a gun, and hunting behind Charles. The heroic figures of the Crown Prince and Earl are clearly visible, and there are figures of the Princess and Prince in the distance. The scenery of the national park behind is also beautifully depicted. Alan was sitting on the sofa in the main seat, looking at a short fat middle-aged man who was only about 1.6 meters tall, with 4 middle-aged people about the same height as him, bending down and bowing to him. The middle-aged man at the front looks a bit like Colonel. Alan had an impression of him. Patrice had introduced him, and his name seemed to be Tanaka or something. He held up a long wooden box in both hands. Huth took the gift and placed it on the coffee table next to Alan. Opening the box, there was a samurai sword inside that looked a little old and plain. Like an antique. "Master, this is one of their famous swords. I can't translate the name." "Haha, thank you Mr. Tanaka for the gift. I like it very much." Alan didn't care about this. He grabbed the katana, pressed the handle with his right hand, fixed the scabbard with his left hand, and pulled out the entire blade with a clang. Looking up and down, I saw that the samurai sword was not very eye-catching in appearance. The blade was shining with cold light and was well maintained. Move your wrist and wave it twice. It feels a little light. Tanaka Kubo carefully straightened up and looked at Alan, who looked very happy. After receiving the gift, he took 2 steps forward and said with a smile, "As long as your lordship likes it. I heard that your family is very brave. I think you will like such a gift." Alan frowned, listening to the accent of the person in front of him. Although this guy speaks English, he can only understand a few words intermittently, and the rest it's like his mother is eating something in his mouth, and he can't understand anything. Snap! The tip of the knife was instantly placed on Tanaka Kubo's neck. Alan's sudden move made his hair stand on end. He didn't understand what the lord meant, and the cold air on the blade made goosebumps rise on his neck. "Your Excellency, Your Excellency." Tanaka Kubo's voice was trembling. "Speak nicely. I heard that the new owner of your knife has received it for the first time. Does he want to sharpen it? Preferably with a living person? I see that your head is itchy. If you don't speak nicely, I will chop you." Tanaka Kubo swallowed, slightly shifted to the side, stuck out his butt and bowed again. Alan couldn't hear clearly what he said, but he could hear what Alan said clearly. It turns out that this gentleman dislikes his accent. For such a trivial matter, he was almost killed. The nobles of Great Britain, the Earl in front of me, is indeed brave. Not only was Tanaka Kubo not resentful, but he was in awe. This was more like a nobleman than the nobleman he imagined. Sit, Alan. Looked at the frightened little dwarf in front of him, nodded with satisfaction, moved his right wrist, held it in a sword flower, inserted the katana into the scabbard again, threw it into the gift box, and then pointing to the sofa next to him. He told Tanaka to sit down. As for the entourage of Tanaka Kubo, Alan didn't bother to look at them. They were not qualified to sit here. Ute commanded the servant with a smile to put tea on the coffee table between Alan and Tanaka's sofa, then put his hands in front of him and stood quietly at the door. Patrice moved a small chair and sat behind Alan's sofa, acting as a temporary translator. He had been in contact with many foreigners and could understand the messy accents of these various places. Master, Mr. Tanaka sincerely apologizes to you for being rude just now. He said that when he gets back, he will prepare another heavy gift to apologize to you again to show his sincerity. Well, don't talk nonsense and let him talk about the business. Alan crossed his legs and was very satisfied with the performance of Mr. Tanaka of this acquisition team. Look at the people from the island country. Most of them are on the road. After being frightened, he actually apologized and gave gifts. This fat sheep, so professional. Tanaka Kubo quietly looked at Alan again. Sony wanted to acquire the film and television company, firstly for publicity, but also to make it easier for their products to enter the European and American markets. But compared with the American market, the entire Commonwealth market looks larger and more high-end. And this Earl, when I saw him today, he was indeed majestic, heroic, and impressive, which was impressive. P.S. Why are there so few comments recently? Am I not worthy of your love because of my old age? Woohoo. Chapter 112 British Traditional Banquet. Looking at Patrice again, Tanaka Kubo hesitated and said with some anxiety, Mr. Patrice, can you ask His Excellency the Earl if we can provide you with some support in film and television? Funds, equipment, personnel. It will be alright. Patrice's old face wrinkled. Tanaka Kubo was so good at it, which made it difficult for him to perform well. However, since people have said that you can't lie in front of the young master, right? After thinking for a while, Patrice frowned, then whispered into Alan's ear and repeated Tanaka Kubo's proposal. Oh, with a slight question. Alan looked at Tanaka Kubo, who looked uneasy. This group of people, he thought how these island people should get to the point, but they expressed the utmost sincerity when they came up. What do you mean by funds, equipment, and personnel? Doesn't this tell him clearly that they don't understand anything? Looking at Tanaka Kubo's somewhat greasy old face, Alan became more and more pleased with him. He picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea, looking at Tanaka Kubo with a smile. Now it's time to do Mr. Alan's favorite part, asking in person. Alan found that, as long as he behaved in an approachable manner, the other party would be happy to tell him some details. If he inquired about the other party's situation face to face like this, I don't know if these people are really real, or if no one is on guard, or if they don't need to be guarded against him. In short, this process of asking in person is what Alan likes to do the most. Don't worry about supporting anything. I heard from Patrice that you are interested in acquiring a film and television company in the United States. As an equipment manufacturer, what are you doing to acquire a film and television company? This is what Alan is most concerned about. He is a little unsure of the purpose of the other parties doing this. If he simply wants to promote it, even if he acquires a football club or a basketball club, it will be better than acquiring a film and television company for publicity. The effect is good. Film and television companies are just producers of movies and have nothing to do with publicity. Movies produced by film and television companies can only be promoted, but the movie also depends on its subject matter. These are two different things. Even if you invest in a movie, it may not be successful. How many bad movies will it take to make a good one? This is not just about throwing money at it. Now Sony's operation is quite confusing to Alan. After hearing Alan's doubts, Tanaka Kubo continued to communicate with Patris in a low voice. After talking for a long time, Patris finally understood a little and turned to translate for Alan. "Master, I heard what he said. They have plenty of cash now, and they also have a record business." Tanaka said that their company hopes to integrate these entertainment industries into a system which will be convenient. Their artists have gone a step further and taken the opportunity to land in Europe and the United States. With just this sentence, Alan felt confident. He suddenly thought of long lost word, film, television, singing, and singing star. Alan can no longer remember where this term first became popular, but he knows that it seems that Hong Kong and Taiwan used to like to play this model, and all star artists must develop in an all-round way. Sing first, and then go to shoot a movie or something after you sing the song. Anyway, it's a complete process. When I heard what Tanaka Kubo meant today, it turned out that the root of this popularity started from them. Even if it didn't start from them, they are still the first company to have this concept. Very good, very promising. Damn it, if you can sing well, you can enter the European and American markets through movies. What kind of naive idea is this? In Europe, as far as Alan knows, the emphasis is on specialization. Those who make movies should make movies well, and those who sing should sing well. Don't be a 3-star star or anything like that. In the end, it was nothing, but this may be due to a different way of thinking. If the other party can think like this now, that's good. It's easy to get into trouble if you have ideas. I understand what you mean. It's a very forward-looking idea. I have had such an idea before, but I was busy with business a while ago, and it was delayed. My current film and television company has an area of influence. Alan stretched out his hand and pointed eastward. To the east is the United States. To the west is parts of Europe, parts of Asia, in the south, parts of Africa, and Australia. Anyway, even if Alan's influence covers the places where his videotapes are sold, he doesn't know how big the specific area is. Anyway, he can exaggerate. His boss doesn't even know about this kind of thing, especially these island people. Won't know anymore. After hearing the area mentioned by Alan, Tanaka Kubo was secretly shocked. It was indeed the property of the nobles. They didn't know much about this aspect. Now that they heard it, didn't it cover most of the world? This is much more powerful than the film and television company they were interested in the United States, which only has influence in the United States. If you are interested, you can talk to my personal assistant Mr. Patris in the future. As for support, I happen to have a movie that is about to start shooting. You can also talk to Patris about this. For this small business, I just don't ask. Let's go. Alan pretended not to care about this kind of business, stood up with a little enthusiasm, and invited Tanaka Kubo to the banquet. Everyone comes to visit us, so we have to take care of the meal, right? For today's meal, Alan heard that these islanders were coming, so he could personally explain it, and let old York use his special skills to cook a table of traditional British dishes. Really traditional British food. Legend has it that the British cookbook is the thinnest book in the world. This is totally slander. It can only be said that modern British cuisine has the thinnest menu. There is still something about traditional British cuisine, although not much. That's what it tastes like. You can say it doesn't taste good, but it's great for showing off. If French cuisine is more about exquisiteness, the processing of ingredients should try to maintain the original taste of the ingredients, but it is different when it comes to traditional British cuisine. Traditional British cuisine is a bit like Chinese food, focusing on color and aroma. As for the taste, it doesn't matter if you don't mention it, as long as it has color and fragrance, that's enough. Tanaka Kubo looked at the dark purple and green glow liquid that seemed to be wine in the cup in front of him, and was slightly scared. He glanced at Patris next to him and wanted to ask, but he was afraid that Patris would laugh at him. He suppressed his uneasiness and was ready to follow the good example. He would watch how the heir ate for a while, and then he would imitate it. Watching an extremely huge chef direct someone to bring a plate. Regarding the dish of pig head and chicken body, Tanaka Kubo secretly swallowed his saliva again. It was not because he was greedy, but because this dish looked a bit scary. A huge pig head with what looked like the back half of a turkey sewn on the pig's neck. It looks strange, inconsistent, and even a little scary. The whole ingredient is coated with a thick layer of orange spices, and it smells like that. It looks golden and attractive, but just by looking at the appearance of the ingredients on the plate, you feel like you are eating a monster. In particular, the pig's mouth is wide open, and there is an apple in its mouth that looks like it is roasted and also covered with spices. The next few dishes were served by the servants one after another. At first glance, each dish looked very attractive, but upon closer inspection, they all seemed strange and full of abstraction. Alan waited for the dishes to be served, suppressed his nausea, and picked up the glass of mixed fruit wine in front of him. This thing seems to be a mixture of wine, rum, whiskey, and juice squeezed from various fruits. Anyway, it has a sense of history. Apart from not tasting good, there are no other shortcomings. Welcome, Mr. Tanaka, to my manor as a guest. I will treat you with this traditional British meal today. I hope you like it. After Alan finished speaking, he raised his glass and took a shallow sip of the wine. Put down the wine glass and pick up the sliced bread on the dinner plate. Tanaka Kubo swallowed a sip of wine and felt that his throat no longer belonged to him, as if he had taken a sip of electrified anesthetic, which crackled along his esophagus and entered his stomach. Seeing His Excellency the Earl pick up the bread, he thought he was going to eat the bread first. So he quickly followed Alan's example and picked up the bread and took a bite. It had no taste, neither sweet nor salty. Just after biting the bread, Tanaka Kubo saw from the corner of his eye that Mr. Allen picked up 2 slices of bread, wiped them with a fork and knife, and then threw the used slices of bread aside. On a dinner plate, Alan watched Kubo Tanaka pick up the bread and eat it, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. This group of bumpkins due to historical reasons. There was a period in the past when British aristocrats did not eat staple food during banquets. Bread like this is used to clean knives and forks, and only meat and fruits are eaten. This represents the wealth and strength of the family. The current scene is quite similar to the one in the past when Alan traveled to China and went to the south to eat, and the water he was brought to wash dishes was drank as tea by people who did not understand the customs. Picking up the fork, he picked up the most dazzling famous dish, the baked apple in the pig's mouth, and put it on the dinner plate. He picked up the knife and cut the baked apple into 2 parts. Alan pointed at the dinner plate. He signaled the servant to give the apple split in half to Tanaka Kubo and Patris. This dish can be understood as fish in Chinese food. It is one of the most popular dishes. It has a lot of meaning and represents harvest and strength. According to the British, the apple in the pig's mouth is the essence of the dish. Eating it brings good luck. Every time there is a traditional banquet like this, the host will share the baked apple with his closest confidants or friends. The most distinguished guest present. Before Christmas last year, Alan went to a party at Charles's manor and had the exclusive opportunity to enjoy the apple that Charles forked for him personally. At that time, Alan held his nose and ate with tears. Today he was finally able to experience this feeling. Very pretentious and fun, being able to watch others endure pain while pretending to be delicious, and the feeling of eating this weird flavored baked apple is so refreshing. Tanaka Kubo looked at the apple brought by the servant expressionlessly. This time he was more cautious and did not dare to take action without permission. Instead, he first looked at the movements of Patris, the old guy next to him. Patris looked surprised when he saw the apples being brought to him by the servant. He stood up and saluted Alan and said, "Thank you, master, for the apples." Tanaka Kubo didn't understand, but the old guy Patris still knew this kind of traditional rule. Although he hadn't encountered it once in many years, and now he suddenly encountered such a scene, was he recognized by the young master. The baked apples have lost part of their moisture. When pressed lightly with a fork, the yellow puddle is very mushy, and the outer shell is also covered with a layer of orange spice burnt shell. Tanaka Kubo looked at Patris's look and imitated Patris's behavior. He stood up and saluted Alan to thank him. He looked at the half-baked apple on the plate, and then he became cruel and took big mouthfuls of it with a spoon to eat. Ha ha ha. After A very retro and traditional British banquet ended. Alan couldn't help laughing until he reached the corner of the stairs on the third floor. He finally understood why Charles always made this kind of dish when he hosted a banquet. It didn't matter if it tasted good or not. It was interesting and disgusting to watch the people below eat. Thinking of this, Alan was suddenly startled. Charles had a bad relationship with many domestic nobles. Could it be because of this? Thinking about the people from the islands just at the dinner table, they pinched their noses and ate while praising Britain for indeed having a long history and profound cultural heritage. It was their honor to have a traditional British banquet today. As a servant opened the door to the study, Hooter was placing small plates on Alan's desk, one by one. Alan had eaten nothing except a small sip of wine just now. When he returned to the study, these were the things he ate. "Master, you can have your meal. We have guests to meet in the afternoon." Alan picked up his chopsticks, picked up a shrimp dumpling, and stuffed it into his mouth. He raised his head and asked with some doubts, "Aren't we the only people from the islands here today? Who else is coming?" "The Duke of Angus is coming to visit you. Have you forgotten?" Oh, okay, I understand. You go and do your work. Pay attention to Patrice. He wants to discuss cooperation with the people from the island nation. If you need anything, tell me as soon as possible." "Okay, master." Alan was eating alone in the study. While eating, he was thinking about Hooter's mention of the afternoon visit to Duke Angus. This is a name that is unfamiliar to most people. At first glance, I heard that he was a duke, which was obviously very cool and high-end. But this is an out-and-out disgrace to the British aristocracy. Popularity. I can't say it's because of popularity. I can only say that my connections are extremely poor. This guy's almost 50 years old this year, and he is so miserable that even Alan can't compare to him. He only succeeded to the throne the year before last, in 1985. Like Alan, he only received the title after his father died. But their family seems to be a duke, but their ancestors have had prodigal sons for several generations, and the ancestral property left by their ancestors has been completely ruined by their ancestors. Basically everything that can be sold has been sold out, leaving only a little bit of land and some shabby manners that no one wants. But this guy has a good temper and puts on a smile when he meets everyone. He doesn't dare and doesn't know how to act like a duke. Therefore, in the past 2 years, since he took the throne, he gradually seems to have a sense of revitalizing the family tradition. But the good times didn't last long. Some time ago, something happened to this guy in the United States, and it was Alan who heard from old Carol. Chapter 113, The Shame of the British Nobility. Alan can't remember exactly what it was, but it was embarrassing anyway. It is said that the American judge said that he obviously did not have enough intelligence and did not look like he would commit a crime, and then acquitted him. It ended in such a shameful way. When Alan heard what old Carol said, he was dumbfounded. A British duke would actually be arrested for committing crimes in the United States. It's embarrassing enough just to think about it. If it were Mr. Allen, who among the policemen in America would dare to touch him, and this is a duke. In some small European countries, he is almost as king, or even more noble than a king. Now he has made him look like this. If his father hadn't loaned him money before, Alan wouldn't have bothered to help him. The conductor Carol Leo made some connections and showed off his name. After releasing this guy, today should be the day Angus returns to the UK and settles down. He will come to visit Alan as soon as possible. A duke took it upon himself to visit an earl. It's a visit, not a meeting. This Duke of Angus is living in such a humble state now. At around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, almost 4 o'clock, a very saucy white stretched Lincoln with gold trim slowly drove into the Hill family manor. The Duke of Angus, 49 years old, is very muscular, with a big beer belly. He is wearing a weird tight suit with glittering decorative sequins on it. He looks gaudy and his hair is soaked with hairspray. Reflected. This one was more of a movie star than a duke. As soon as Angus got out of the car, he saw Hut and laughed loudly. "Hut, we meet again. Ha 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 ha. I heard that you have been promoted to knighthood. Congratulations. Where is brother Alan?" "Who?" Tell looked at the fat duke in front of him. Although he was fat, but he was walking vigorously. He walked up to him in 3 or 2 steps, stretched out his thick little chubby hand, took the initiative to grab his own hand and shook it repeatedly. Looks familiar, especially the name he calls Brother Alan. When this man was called Old Dale before, he seemed to be called Brother Cano. Right, this is like the Count and his son, both of whom are brothers. Well, Your Excellency, Duke of Angus, I'm glad to see you. The young master is working in the study. You didn't tell me the specific time before you came, so you couldn't come down to greet you in person. It's really the Duke of Great Britain. Those with royal blood are addressed as His Highness. Those without the title can also be addressed as Your Excellency, and those with a little more licks can also use the title elegance, respect, greatness, whatever you like. Point before Hooter finished his polite words, Duke Angus waved his hand and said nonchalantly, "What kind of greeting do you want to welcome? I have heard about it in the United States. Brother Alan followed His Royal Highness to visit Spain some time ago, right? Question mark. His photos have been circulated now, and it is said that he has fascinated the Spanish princess so much. Isn't that right?" Seeing Angus shaking his head and gossiping, Hooter was a little helpless to complain. You don't regard yourself as an outsider. How can you ask the housekeeper to directly inquire about the owner's privacy? Besides, it's still such tidbits. Is the young master so famous now? Has it all reached the United States? Well, Your Excellency, you can ask the young master yourself. I don't know these things, Your Excellency. Okay, where is Brother Alan? I'll go find him. When Duke Angus saw that he couldn't find out any gossip, he turned around and walked back to the manor hall, as if he were back at home. He has been here several times before and is very familiar with it. Your Excellency, please wait for me. I will take you there. The young master is in the study. Huff trotted behind the Duke, who seemed to be bouncing as he walked. Ha ha ha, Brother Alan. We meet again. Alan was shocked by the name Lay. He stood up and looked at Angus in a daze as he stomped on the floor and ran over, hugging him and strangling him hard. Who? Please go out first. Brother Alan and I have a secret conversation, but you can't listen. Angus put his left hand around Alan's shoulder and waved towards Huff. Hooter looked at Angus and then at Alan. When he saw Alan nodding slightly, he bent down to salute, turned around and closed the door without saying a word, and went out. When Hooter left the study, Angus's style changed and he said, "Hey, brother, thank you for saving me this time, brother Duke." Angus took a breath, sat down on the chair opposite Alan's desk, glanced around the desk, picked up Alan's teacup with his butt raised, and drank the tea in the cup for a long time. He breathed a sigh of relief, put down the teacup with a pop sound, and then looked at Alan with a affectionate expression. Alan hasn't said a word since he walked in, but he finally knows what's going on with this person, who is rumored to have a very good temper. This is nowhere to be seen. I already have enough etiquette, but this guy has no etiquette at all. Well, Angus, needless to say any more polite words. When I see you in trouble in the United States, I think no matter who it is, they will take action, as long as they know about it, not to mention you and me. Alan wanted to say that you and my father have a good relationship, but the title was already confusing, and he didn't know how to say it. Alan, who had always been relatively calm in front of others, felt like he was being teased for the first time. Ha ha ha. There is an old saying in the East, a friend in need is a friend indeed. I finally know it. Whoever said it will take action after knowing it? Do you know how many calls I made? No one cares about me. It's you. It's the butler you arranged came to help me. It's you, Alan. Angus' chubby finger pointed at Alan and emphasized what happened this time. In order to repay you, I decided to give you my good project. Are you interested? 1 second I was expressing my gratitude, and the next second I was talking about the project. When Alan heard this guy talking about the project, he instantly felt a rush of cold air rising from his tailbone and straight to his scalp. Angus's investment vision and philosophy are very similar to his father, known as the two good men in the British aristocracy. The wealth is spread widely, and no leaf is left behind. When the Duke of Angus first succeeded to the throne, his family was still somewhat wealthy. Now, after several years of financial operations, it is almost bankrupt point. As for Alan, he had just helped his father pay off his debt, and now, this guy jumped out and said he wanted to take him to invest. Invest in you. You can still hear a sound when you throw money into water, but if you follow this investor, you won't even hear a sound. In the past 2 years, Alan has never heard that, even if Duke Angus made a profitable investment. It was all a loss, but this guy's not evil-minded. He really wants to make money, but he just has a bad vision, and he is always cheated. Moreover, he never has a long memory every time he is deceived, very much like the kind duck in the drama. Despite repeated defeats, never get discouraged. Well, Angus, you can take control of your investment projects yourself. I appreciate your kindness. Oh, brother Alan, does he have any good projects? Is it a stock? Have you inherited Cano's talent? Take me with you. Seeing Alan's refusal, Angus was not angry, and instead thought of the late old Earl, his good brother Cano. Sure enough, God is jealous of Yankee. Cano was in a car accident. If Cano had not been in the car accident, just the two brothers would have become billionaires by now, right? Looking at Alan in front of him, if Alan inherited the talent of the Cano brothers and could do something in the stock market, he wouldn't mind following Alan for a while. Mentioning the old Earl's talent in the stock market made Alan's head spin. Can losing money be considered a talent? If losing money every time you buy a stock can be considered a gift, then the old Count can barely be considered a gift. But Alan has no interest in the stock market at all. He has a psychological shadow on the stock market. The source of this psychological shadow is none other than the old Count. If he hadn't insisted on investing a large amount of money in the stock market, Alan wouldn't have to work 3 or 4 hours a day and think of ways to make money so hard. Sitting back on the chair, Alan thought to himself, he didn't want to have anything to do with Angus's business. There will always be money if you earn it slowly. There is no need to give it away. By the way, Angus, do you have anything to do with that football club there? Alan forcibly changed the topic, not wanting to talk about investment. Looking at Duke Angus, he suddenly thought of their hometown, Manchester. The title of this duke is Duke of Manchester. Angus, football team? What's so fun about that? You bitch. Ellen, are you also interested in sports? Why is it that this person always seems to be very knowledgeable about everything we talk about? I'm more interested in Manchester United. TSK. Angus tilted his head and took a closer look at Alan. He had seen Alan before, when he was a child. Now that he took a closer look, he was much better looking than that guy from Cano. His appearance might be more similar to that of Cano's wife and Cano's older guy. My son looks just like him. Alan, you can't touch them. That's a workers' football team. Even if you are really interested, you have to watch the Manchester City team, right? Fuck, I knew it. Speaking of this, Alan has a headache. Buying a football team is his established plan. In the UK, what do you do if you don't play football? Play gambling. But since you want to play football, you must buy Manchester United these days. If you buy this thing, you will make a lot of money in the future. But success is also noble, and failure is also noble. Manchester United has a not so good background. It was founded by a certain railway worker and their color is red. This puts some restrictions on Alan. It's okay to say that in other places. In Britain, this is a class conflict, and he doesn't dare to mess around. I happened to see Angus today and only remembered it. I didn't expect that this British nobleman was so shameful and careless in other aspects, but still remained very sensitive on class issues. The red color of Manchester United and the red cloak of the aristocratic dress are the same color, but the meanings are different. The red cloak behind the nobleman means bravery, blood, etc. But Manchester United's red, although it also means something like this, but this is revolution. It's a group of working class people who want to dye their blood red, and guess whose blood they want to use? Isn't it the blood of the noble lord? This stuff is taboo for many people. However, it's not a new era anymore. Alan wondered if he could do it quietly, but he didn't expect that even an unreliable person like Angus would think it was impossible. If I buy the Manchester City team, they won't be happy either. I just saw that Manchester United has not performed well recently, so I bought it for fun. As for the other ones, they are of different ages. If you are really interested in them, I can help you ask. Another day, I will ask their person in charge to see you, and you can ask in person. Angus seemed a little impatient and looked down on Manchester United, so he waved his hand and settled the matter. Seeing Alan's thoughtful face, Angus smiled and said, "Brother Alan, I suggest you come to the United States to invest in an ice hockey team. This is much more exciting than playing football. You know, I graduated from the Marine Corps. We gathered several veterans and formed an ice hockey team. The scene was bloody every time. Ha ha ha, those Americans were scared to death." "What the hell? Do you have to see blood every time? Do Americans have such exciting fun?" Alan has never been exposed to ice hockey. His only impression of ice hockey seems to be that a group of people are fully armed and playing with a discus. His eyesight is so bad that he can't even see where the discus flies. What's so fun about this? You don't know this, do you? Ice hockey. If you don't accept it, you can just take action. Don't be afraid. If your skills are not good, you just need to beat the opponent to submission. Why else would I recruit people from the Marine Corps? Angus looked with disdain at Alan, who stayed in daying and didn't go out all day, as if he had never seen much of the world. A fight on the court, more interesting than football, right? Alan raised his eyebrows. When Angus said this, he was indeed a little tempted. In football, if you make a slightly dangerous move, you will get a red card and be dismissed. You won't see a few fights in a season. Between fans there were a lot of beatings, but even Alan couldn't see that kind of thing point. But if hockey is so exciting, Alan is also prepared to follow Angus's model. Collect some wool from the Navy, bring in a few who can play, buy an empty shell of the team, and go work for the Yankees. Think about it, it's very interesting. Angus, I underestimated you. I'm very interested in this ice hockey. You can introduce it to me some other time. I'm also going to invest in an ice hockey team. Ha ha ha. That's right. It's not fun to play football. It's fun to fuck Americans. No, no, no. You have to help me with football matters. Okay. Angus watched Alan emphasize again, twisted his butt, making the chair creak, and reluctantly agreed. The Duke of Angus did not regard himself as an outsider at all. He ate and drank freely at Alan's place for 2 days before he got on his beloved Lincoln and left with a look of reluctance. Looking at this slut's car, Alan frowned. Isn't he almost bankrupt? Where did he get so much money? Master, have you forgotten? Mr. Angus, he has mortgaged all his family's ancestral property. Damn it, this is a ruthless person. He can get drunk now if he has wine, but he will fall down after spending time. It is a strange thing that a family can have prodigal sons in a row. It can be regarded as a strange thing that a family can be defeated for hundreds of years and still not be completely wiped out. I finally sent this one away and got ready. I can finally go filming. As soon as he finished speaking, the white extended Lincoln shifted into reverse and slowly moved back. The glass window slowly lowered, revealing Angus' fat face again. Chapter 114. I've been working hard for half a year. Why can't I just have some fun? Alan, I forgot to ask you, that Spanish princess, what are you doing? Angus looked at Alan with a wink, his hands facing each other, his 2 thumbs bent and hooked, making a gesture. Is this what you should be asking? Did you go out of your way to ask for something like this? No. Leave quickly. I'm just curious. When I was in the United States, I read in the newspaper that you and the princess stayed in the hotel for 3 days and didn't come out. TSK. Come here. Prepare the car. Where's the machine gun? Pull it out for me. Master. Who? Tech quickly grabbed Alan, who was a little angry. Ha ha ha. Then I won't ask anymore and just drive. Hearing that Alan was a little annoyed, Angus urged the driver to drive quickly. The white extended Lincoln started slowly again. Angus stretched his left hand out of the window and gave Alan a thumbs up. Watching Angus go away again, suddenly a light rain fell sparsely, as if to send Angus off for finally getting out of the hill manor. In an instant, the rain became heavier. Alan just stood at the door of the hall, looking at the lawn and the yard. Due to the heavy rain, it slapped on the lawn and a thin layer of mist appeared. Master, who? to let go of Alan's hand and looked at the road that could no longer be seen clearly in the rain, with some emotion in his tone. "What's wrong, young master? His Excellency the Duke of Angus, he and his family may be broken in the future." A dispute of less than £40,000 was actually so humiliated by those Americans when Hute thought of this, he felt uncomfortable. This was the Duke, and he was actually involved in a fraud case. The amount involved was less than £40,000. Such a small amount ended up giving Duke Angus a criminal record, which is just plain disgusting. Not all nobles are good people, and it's not that no nobles have committed crimes, but as long as they do it secretly, who knows? Now that he is openly publicized by the Americans and has a criminal record, his nature is different. The Duke of Manchester was at his peak, but even Cromwell had to bow respectfully to the big man when he saw him. Although this is not a glorious experience, but it can also prove that the power of the Duke of Manchester at the time is now in such a decline. Alan didn't know if Huth wanted to persuade him to stay away from Angus, but seeing such a ducal family, which has been passed down for hundreds of years, and seeing his generation in such a state of desolation, it felt a bit sad to see the rabbit die and the fox die. Fortunately, there are differences between my family and Angus's. Angus is the kind of person whose ancestors have shadowed him, and it is enough to protect his descendants for hundreds of years. His father was also a prodigal son. When he was young, he even sold the family's large manor and took young Angus displaced to live into Owen, Kenya instead of living in the UK. For the current royal family, the Duke of Angus is a foreign minister, and it doesn't matter if he is there or not. Whether he is dead or alive has nothing to do with the royal family. As for Alan, he was a chamberlain or a retainer and was naturally close to the royal family. Charles also regarded Alan as one of his own, or a descendant. Alan has a strong backer. Maybe the nobles in London may look down on nobles from remote places like him, but they will never take this contempt openly. Most of the nobles in the country looked down upon the Duke of Angus unscrupulously. As for Duke Angus, even if he smiled at everyone he met, there would be no good results. Perhaps he couldn't stand this kind of life, so he turned to the United States for development. But there are no benefits. After going to the United States, I became famous and noble, but my strength was not good. I was fucked once, and my true colors were revealed. In the end, I came back in disgrace. Thinking of these things, Alan also felt nervous. He didn't want to become the second Angus in the future and be manipulated. Alan himself has a sense of urgency. The path he takes is to slowly gain fame and influence first, but not to show off like a clown, like a star. Instead, as a noble lord, for example, through his personal hobbies, make some outrageous or shocking movies, first gain some fame, and later have his own football team, or even start other businesses, and then follow the situation depending on the situation. Charles made several appearances during his visits, taking the path of an aristocratic, celebrity, and entrepreneur. But now, Alan suddenly had other ideas, but he couldn't figure out how to operate it for a while. Simply being famous doesn't seem to be very safe sometimes. In certain circumstances you must add another layer of insurance to yourself, such as secretly finding a bigger backer than Charles. Or was it inspired by Angus? Alan wondered if he could recruit more people from the Navy and put them in his own industry under other names to support himself with troops in disguise. Let's not talk about whether you need it or not. If something happens to you, at least you should have someone who can help you. I closed my eyes and thought about it for a while. I still had no idea at the moment, so let's take it slow and go step by step. Our family will get better and better, and there will be no chaos. In the current situation, I have been busy for half a year, so I have to relax, write, make a movie for fun, so that the actors can act according to their own stories, and you can also have fun playing a large-scale script and kill a high-end version. You can make a movie and sell it for money. When running the movie, you can also give yourself a lot of money. Wash your money and make money easily. I can win several times this time, which is really a win. Thinking that after more than half a year, he could finally play again, Alan couldn't help but feel a little excited. By the way, Alan was very curious about what happened to the two actors he sent to Gambia to experience life. The first time Alan met Monica Biloxi was at the filming location, an American-style community built temporarily. On the outskirts of Carmarthen town, specifically for the filming of the movie. The buildings in Carmarthen town become more historical as you move towards the outer edges. Many houses are built of stone, which is very different from the traditional American architectural appearance. And this movie is set in the United States, and Alan did not want to go to the United States to shoot, so the buildings could only be temporarily constructed locally. Looking at Monica, who had become temporarily familiar after half a month, holding Hugh Grant's arm, the two stood on the set, talking and laughing with their heads lowered. Very much like a young couple. This feels right. Alan raised his chin and motioned to Syphis, asking him to call the two actors over. This, Your Excellency, is a main investor of our film and the real owner of Carmarthenshire, His Excellency the Earl of Allen. Syphis took the two actors with him and extended his hand to introduce to Alan. Hugh Grant is fine. He was born in London and has seen a lot of the world over the years. He just happened to play a role in a movie about an aristocratic young man some time ago, so he knows the rules and regulations here very well. As soon as Syphis finished the introduction, Hugh Granger quickly leaned over and saluted, but Monica Bellucci next to him was a little flustered. When she first saw Alan, Monica Bellucci was surprised by his face, not to mention the introduction she heard from Syphis immediately afterwards. Noble? For Italians, the nobility is a class that is both familiar and unfamiliar. Italy actually has a royal family, but after World War II, it was overthrown by elections and the royal family members were driven out of Italy. The last Italian king was forced to settle abroad, usually living in Geneva. The last king of Italy, Umberto II, died in 1983. The current throne of Italy is in the hands of his son, Vittorio Emanuele di Savoy, who is now the Savoy family. But the Italian royal family is miserable. They are worse off than Alan's big brother Duke Angus. Angus has been wronged abroad, but at least he can return to Britain. But although the Italian royal family is very famous, they cannot return home, and Italy does not recognize them as a royal family. If all domestic policies change, that's it. But there are still noble parliaments and noble laws in Italy, which is very annoying. As the largest aristocracy in Italy, the royal family has not been recognized for not being able to return. However, other Italian aristocrats have not been greatly affected. There are no tigers in the mountains, and a group of monkeys have become kings in Italy. The behavior of the Italian aristocrats is also very low-key. Some, like the British aristocrats, rarely appear in public. Instead, each family has an agent in charge of business. Many Italian aristocrats have gone to the United States to develop, and domestic industries can be maintained. As for Monica Bellucci, who was born as a commoner, when she heard that Alan was a nobleman or an earl, she seemed scared and curious. Moreover, this was not the seemingly shameful nobles in their country. In the UK, this is a serious aristocratic gentleman who can show his face and has a noble status. Following the example of Hugh Grant next to her, Monica Bellucci also saluted Alan. Haha, you two are familiar with each other now. It seems like that. Have you read the script? When Alan mentioned the script, Monica's face instantly turned red. This movie has a certain scale, especially thinking about the large-scale scenes in the movie. Monica blushed even more. This is her first time acting in a movie, and she has to play the role of a slut. Although I went to Gambia for half a month to observe and study on the spot. But those rich women in the UK don't look so slutty. They are consumers. They look more like men who want to enjoy themselves. Fortunately, Syphis helped Monica solve this confusion in time. Syphis may not be professional in making movies, but he is very knowledgeable about women, especially sluts. The editor-in-chief and person in charge of Sailor's Happy Days is definitely very professional. This is Syphis's old profession. Syphis invited several senior models from the magazine to give their own experience, and gave Monica Bellucci a few days of one-on-one training. She asked her to take some notes and professional points, and take them back for her own experience. Sir, I have no problem. Mr. Syphis has helped me a lot. I can play this role well. Monica smiled and flipped her hair, somewhat hesitantly applying the skills she had learned just a few days ago into practical actions. Alan looked at her semi-slutty look, and felt a little funny. He turned to look at Hugh Grant again. This guy still gave people a slight feeling, as if his study results in the Gambia were not ideal. Well, sir, don't worry, I'm professional, I can do it. Who? Grant met Alan's gaze and defended slightly nervously. "Where's the old donkey? Why didn't you give him some training and explain his mentality?" Syphis had a headache when he heard the person Alan mentioned. He hesitated and said, "Master, Mr. Donkey and Sir Spencer have been in trouble recently." They are not in Gambia. This can be achieved by Alan's two generals. One is responsible for training new ducks, and the other is responsible for corrupting local officials. Neither of them can do it. Some time ago, it was a little hot in Gambia. Sir Spencer went to travel to Northern Europe, and he took Mr. Donkey with him, but he hasn't come back yet. Hold point. I work so hard at home every day, but these two fools actually went to travel to Northern Europe. Fine. Without them, the problem wouldn't be too big. Point. Looking between Monica and Hugh Grant, Alan raised his eyebrows and had a new idea. Isn't it just to help actors improve their acting skills? This is simple. Point. Alan likes to play experience. To be on the safe side, he was going to go out in person and help Hugh Grant in his own way. "I will ask someone to invite you over for dinner in the evening. It will be the first meal since we met." Alan glanced at Grant with a smile. When his eyes fell on Monica, Alan's eyes suddenly became extremely aggressive, and he looked at Monica's chest several times. Monica looked a little flustered by this look and quickly lowered her head. Point. In just a few days of contact, Alan didn't even use any small tricks. He just smiled at Monica occasionally and said a few words of concern. Monica was a little bit hooked, and it seemed that she couldn't be teased by Alan. Sir, I don't quite understand this paragraph. Can you explain it to me?" Monica held the script in one hand and smacked it slightly with the other hand, gesturing to Alan. Point. Seeing her like this, Alan couldn't help but laugh again. Point. These Italians are so interesting. Alan has never come into contact with Italians before. Now, for the first time, he found that all Italians seem to have ADHD. When they talk, they like to use their hands to make gestures. Their gestures it's just a blind gesture, but it has inheritance and concrete meaning. Point. Isn't it a joke that in Italy, when taking a taxi, it is strictly forbidden to communicate with the Italian driver while the driver is driving, because Italian drivers take their hands off the steering wheel when talking. They need both hands to make gestures when speaking. Without gestures, Italians can't even speak. In this case, taking your hands off the steering wheel is extremely easy to cause a car accident. Nowadays, a beautiful woman like Monica is not exempt from the custom. She also gestures while talking. Point. Looking at Monica Biloxi, Alan suddenly thought, if he played poker with this woman on the bed at night and held her hands down, would she not even bark? Or does she have to gesture while shouting? Thinking about this kind of scene, Mr. Allen, who had never experienced it before, couldn't help but look forward to it. Chapter 115. Don't let down your hard work for you. The crew started filming quietly, without any publicity. Alan secretly increased the film's budget to an insane budget of nearly £20 million. Once this amount is exposed, it is estimated that Alan will become famous in the world, let alone the UK. The amount is really huge, and this doesn't even count the amount of investment that people from the island country will make. Alan estimates that the people at Sony in this island country don't understand movies. How can that old guy Patrice help him make money? How about £1 or £2 million? What is the concept of more than £20 million in total? Calculated according to this year's depressed exchange rate, it would be almost $30 million US. If you take this price to Hollywood and play it seriously, you can make almost a dozen small and medium budget movies. If a movie like this is made with such a budget and is publicized by the outside world, it will be scolded by people who don't know the truth. Holding his beloved cool sterling silver gilt trumpet, Alan was dressed in sportswear and wearing a sun-visible peaked cap. There was a servant dressed in low-key clothes next to him, holding a parasol for him. Not far behind him was a security team of 5 servants, ready to give him various cold drinks at any time. Today's scenes were not shot according to the story flow, but the most difficult ones were shot first. This can be regarded as the only chase scene in this film. After the male protagonist kills someone, he is seen by the old man who is following him. The male protagonist wants to kill and silence him. The old man drives away, and the male protagonist chases behind him on a bicycle. Theoretically, you can't catch up with a car on a bicycle, but isn't this a movie? You have to arrange for some accidents. The old man thought about calling the police. While driving. In the original drama, the old man was using an Apple mobile phone. It was very small. He didn't hold the phone firmly and picked it up. He held the steering wheel with one hand and fumbled for the phone with the other hand. He accidentally turned to the steering wheel and the car drove into the road. In the woods on the side, a car accident occurred and crashed into the river not far from the roadside. But now I don't have such a small smartphone, but I still have to show this kind of plot. What should I do? I can only go to Big Brother regardless of whether there is a signal in the wild or whether it is a bug. This plot is arranged this way anyway. Instead, Alan thought it would be more reasonable to call mobile phone. With such a big phone in your hand, it's normal for it to fall if you can't hold it firmly. Today's stunt scene about a car accident required offside support. The stuntman driving the car was recruited by Alan's little secretary Lee Zhin Zhang Jiang. Nicknamed Zhao Hei. He is currently the most senior expert in car stunts in the Hong Kong and Taiwan film industry. Let a stuntman of this level cooperate in shooting a stunt shot of a small car rushing down the roadside, holding a handle. Hey, Your Excellency, when do you think we should start? Zhao Hei's voice is very similar to Alan's. Both are extremely hoarse, but Zhao Hei has a bit of a big tongue, and when he speaks English, his accent is thicker. But Alan was not as rude to him as he was to the islanders with accents. He patted Zhao Hei on the shoulder and said, "Are the safety measures ready? Check the car again. Don't be anxious. Safety is the most important thing. Hey, it's okay, Your Excellency." Zhao Hei quietly glanced at the ambulance standing by at any time, as well as the person in charge of Carmarthen Public Hospital and a large number of doctors. He felt that this formation was a bit staggering and too grand. Just park an ambulance, Your Excellency. This posture. I just wanted to bring the entire hospital staff to the scene. However, His Excellency the Earl's move is quite heartwarming. It is rare to see a British guy who cares so much about the safety of his men nowadays. Although he was taken in by Miss Lee, Zhao Hei was a little unhappy when he first heard that he was going to work for the British. He was not from Zhangjiang, so he didn't need to look too hard at the British. Now, when I got in touch with him, I found that this British aristocratic gentleman still looked like that. He really had an aristocratic demeanor. He looked grand, and he was a good boss. Okay, everyone, get ready to start. Now that the stuntmen were ready, Alan picked up his cool little speaker and pretended to shout. There was already a camera crew with experience in one movie, so there was no need for him to keep an eye on it all the time. Let them shoot. Anyway, we couldn't see how the shooting was going to be on set, and Alan was too lazy to shoot like the previous movie. When you are so tired, just play it. In the first filming session, we first filmed the scene where the old man drives a car and is chased by the male lead on a bicycle. The same silver grey Ford sedan was pulled by an old-fashioned flatbed truck with the rear fender removed. The elderly actor was a special actor hired from the Screen Actors Guild and was not well known. This scene is very simple. He only needs to make movements with the mobile phone and move the steering wheel with his hands a little. The camera mounted on the truck only needs to capture a clip of him showing his face. Alan held the telescope and stood far away. This was Hoot's special instructions. The young master makes movies and likes to have fun, so forget it. Whenever dangerous scenes are involved, you must stay away and maintain a safe distance. When the servants saw this kind of scene being filmed, they were very nervous and pulled Alan far away. Alan could only watch the crew filming with a telescope. It can be said that safety work has been achieved to the extreme. Master, are you thirsty? Do you need something to drink? Don't drink, don't disturb me while I'm working. Alan waved his hand and looked at the set attentively with his binoculars. The servant next to him looked at the studio a few hundred meters away and then at the surrounding camp with a small pergola, like a small outdoor kitchen, and was speechless. But the silver grey Ford car swerved, smashed two saplings on the roadside, and then disappeared into the jungle. But after watching the shot, Alan put down the telescope, turned around and walked towards the car. Drive quickly. I want to go over and take a look. Master, let's wait a little longer. If the vehicle is damaged, it will be too dangerous for you to go there now. What nonsense are you talking about? Hurry up and drive. The driver was a little unmoved, and after waiting for a long time, he stepped on the accelerator and drove more than 200 meters, pulling Alan to the shooting scene point. A large group of staff rushed into the woods. There is no river here, and the creek is on the other side of the road. When the time comes, they will waste another car and just fake a car accident scene point. The scene was a bit messy. Several layers of thick mats were placed on the concave ground on the roadside. This was to ensure the safety of the stuntman. Coupled with his driving skills, the entire vehicle was not damaged. By the time Alan arrived at the scene, Zioheli had already been dragged out of the car. Several doctors were holding instruments up and down to check Zioheli's body to see if he was injured. Alan was far away and heard Zioheli yelling in non-standard English, I'm really fine. The airbags haven't been deployed. It's very simple. Don't draw blood. He waved for the photographer. How about it, sir? Don't worry. We are fully prepared. We can do this once. It's wonderful. This gentleman's driving skills are very good. Hahaha. That's enough. Let's call it a day and let everyone clean up. Alan rubbed his hands excitedly. After filming this scene, he would set up the scene in the afternoon and shoot a new scene in the evening. This is Alan's first time shooting a night scene, and he personally designed the shooting method. Thinking about it, I'm really looking forward to it. What's wrong? You don't seem to have any appetite. Alan stretched out his hand to help Monica push the hair behind her ears. When his fingertips passed across Monica's ears, he gently scratched her earlobe with his nails. Just like that, Monica's whole neck turned red. She couldn't stand Alan's cheesing. In the past few days, Mr. Allen would occasionally ask her to have dinner with him, acting a little ambiguous. A young, noble, rich man, whose appearance was very in line with her aesthetics, cared about her tenderly, invited her to dinner, and occasionally made small movements with his hands. These little gestures are either disgusting tricks that take advantage of others, or they are very serious concerns. How should I put it? It makes Monica feel like a little sister who is doted on by her brother, which is very sultry. But the key is that Alan doesn't do anything excessive, and he doesn't even take advantage of words. He seems to be a very gentleman. But this kind of behavior was even more provocative, and Monica couldn't help herself. She had been teased by Alan these past few days, and she even felt like she hoped that Alan would bully her severely. Even once, this feeling of neither going up nor down, ending abruptly every time when she was flustered, was really uncomfortable. Now it's like this again. She was just a little shy and didn't have much appetite, so Alan cared for her very thoughtfully and gently helped him fix her hair so as not to let her hair get contaminated. On the food point, but this kind of action was more provocative than the little actions of the past few days, and Monica felt a little panicked again. She knew some of the unspoken rules in the crew when making a movie. Although she had never experienced it, Monica, who was a model in the past, was quite knowledgeable about such things. Now she really wants to be unspoken by the aristocratic director in front of her, but he can only tease her. It's okay, Mr. Allen, I had a late lunch, and I'm not too hungry yet. Monica, who was making gestures as she spoke, had her hands shaking a little and her gestures were a little deformed. Don't you like me? Alan chuckled, grabbed Monica's right hand in a playful manner, put it on his hand, and kneaded it carefully. Monica, whose hand was grabbed by Alan, trembled again. A feeling of being sealed came over her face. The Italian had no hands, and it was even more awkward to speak. She was not used to making gestures with her left hand. No. Seeing Monica's shy expression, Alan held Monica's right hand with his left hand and gently scraped her fingers with his thumb. European and American women have heavy body hair. If you look closely, you can see that there is still a bit of fluff on Monica's fingers, which makes her very inferior to Oriental women. But these little hands were still very tender, and even after touching Alan twice, he didn't let go. He sat slightly next to Monica, leaned into her ear and whispered softly, "In the evening, I will take you to do something fun, okay?" What's fun? Monica stumbled and asked instinctively, then turned her head to meet Alan's eyes. These eyes were very bright and pure. When they looked at her, there was nothing mixed with them, except emotion. Monica's breathing was a little short of breath when Alan looked at her with such affectionate eyes. An old man touched a lady's hand, and was so close to her, and asked her what fun things to do at night. What else could it be? Should the two of them learn Italian together? Of course I have to take a biology class. Alan didn't know whether Monica was really innocent or just pretending. Anyway, he felt that the heat was almost over after a few days of teasing. Pointy Mr. Allen can make him personally fall in love with a woman who has been flirting with her for a few days. Alan has never failed so far. You'll know later. The hot breath from Alan's nose, because the distance was too close, hit Monica's earlobe. The hot and itchy feeling made Monica's face redder. Grant, are you into the drama now? Do you think of Monica as your wife? Syphis put his right hand on Hugh Grant's shoulder and talked as he walked. Sir, don't worry, I really regard her as my wife. I even feel like it's time to cook dinner for my children now. Well, that's good. But that's not enough. Your Excellency is very particular about the details of the movie. The scene tonight is very simple. You also know that this is just a scene where you grieve alone after learning that your wife has cheated. But this kind of one-man show is very difficult to perform. It all depends on the macro expressions on the actor's face, plus a little bit of soundtrack in the later stage. Syphis told Hugh Grant the drama in a serious manner. Grant did not dare to neglect, listened to Syphis's words seriously, and nodded in agreement. There's nothing I can do about it. He's the Earl's servant. It is not comparable to a civilian like him. This kind of person is still the assistant director of the crew, and whatever he says is what he says. Even if he, Hugh Grant, is about to be crowned Best Actor at the Venice Film Festival, he still has to listen, because this is England, Wales, Carmarthen. Mr. Syphis, what should I do in today's scene? Seeing Grant's sincere face, Syphis couldn't bear it. This child has been familiar with the heroine for more than half a month. Coupled with the preparations in the past few days, he needs to give him something real now. Make him feel deeper. Well, Mr. Allen is still very knowledgeable in this area. Wait a moment. After you are in place, don't be surprised if you hear any strange noises. Mr. Allen will be staying on the set tonight. We are filming here, so be quiet. Please speak up, and don't disturb your rest. Your Excellency, Allen, is going to spend the night on the set. Who? Grant blinked, a little confused, not understanding what this was. Yes, and it's your couple's bedroom in the movie. Syphis looked at Grant with a sincere face, and added smoothly, Your Excellency is doing this for your own good, and he is also trying to help you better interpret that emotion. Don't let your Excellency live up to your painstaking efforts. After listening to Syphis's words, Hugh Grant became even more confused. Why is Mr. Allen doing this for his own good? For his own good? Then why did Mr. Allen spend the night on the set tonight? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116. This feeling comes up after just scratching it, and it was in the bedroom next door to his filming location. Turning around to look at the surprisingly few crew members tonight, Hugh Grant felt even more weird. What on earth do these people want to do? When Allen brought Monica to the shooting scene, there were relatively few people. Only Syphis and an employee were waiting for Allen. Young master, everything is ready. I just did a test shoot, and it seems that the performance is okay. What? Do you mean it's okay? In the field of art, it's okay but not okay. No one can stop Mr. Allen from pursuing art. Let's continue later. Leave me alone, and help me keep an eye on it. Holding Monica's hand, with Monica's somewhat confused eyes, Allen led her quietly around the filming crew, put his index finger in front of his mouth, signaling them not to stand up and salute, and to just make the movie honestly. Come on. When she finally followed Allen to the bedroom, Monica seemed to have come back to her senses. She was a little shy and a little nervous and said, "What's so fun here?" After closing the door, the light outside the window was still on, which did not affect the visibility inside the house. Although it was a little dark, it was still possible to see clearly. Allen gently hugged Monica and said, "Isn't it fun just the two of us? You are just pretending. Do you really think that he, Alan, has always been a gentleman? When fishing and waiting, you have to be patient, take your time, and be neither impatient nor impatient. But when you pull the fish to the hook, you have to be as fast as thunder, and take your time, and the fish will run away. Without giving Monica time to think, Alan's right hand moved from hugging his waist to sliding down. Grant was squatting in the corner of the study, holding a notebook in his hand. What was recorded in this notebook was his diary, which could also be said to be his modus operandi. His wife likes to cheat, but he loves his wife very much, and can't bear to let the family break up like this. But he loves and hates the person his wife cheated on. It's because every time he discovers or spies on his wife cheating on her, he feels very excited. After many years of marriage, the couple have lost their original passion, and their relationship has become very dull. But his wife's cheating seemed to have injected new vitality into his life. But every time he finished peeping, he felt guilty and a little bit humiliated. The combination of these two emotions will make him unable to help but secretly kill the person his wife is cheating on. But everything he did was secretly and quietly. Every time her wife thought that the cheating partner had gone out of town, and then she would find a new cheating partner. This seems to be a small tacit understanding between the couple. Grant thought about the script of this movie and felt that it was so perverted that his views were shattered. But the background of the story was set in a place like the United States. Thinking about it, I think it makes sense. They live a stressful life there, and it doesn't seem strange to do anything they do. In addition, Hugh Grant is indeed what Alan thought. Because of the last movie he participated in, he has not even come out of his psychology, that is, not straightened out yet, a little bent. Therefore, the emotions caused by being gifted a cuckold production line by my wife, the feeling of humiliation, excitement, and violation of morality, are not strong enough. Although he had just taken a photo, Hugh Grant felt almost uncomfortable. Although the photographer kept comforting him, the more anxious he was, the less he felt. Thinking about the plot of the script, Hugh Grant was once again preparing to brew his emotions, but suddenly there seemed to be some strange noises coming from the bedroom across the wall. The filming location, where Grant is located, is newly built, so we only focus on the appearance and some internal decoration styles. We have done a lot of work on the surface, but what about the interior? That's all. Small details such as the sound insulation of the house were not considered at all. Anyway, this kind of house will be demolished after the shooting, so we can save whatever we can. There is only one wall between the study and the bedroom. There is only a layer of wallpaper on the wall paved with gypsum board. It looks very thick, but the actual thickness of the wall is only a few centimeters. In addition, the position where he was squatting happened to be next to the bedside of the bedroom next to him, so the sound came intermittently very clearly. Several other crew members could even hear it faintly, but Hugh Grant heard it most clearly, because he was the closest point from the bedroom next door. There was a slight sound of banging against the wall, and the faint moans of a female voice could be heard intermittently. Listening to this voice, Hugh Grant frowned slightly. It seemed like he had heard this voice somewhere before. Hugh Grant, who was not particularly sure, moved his position slightly, leaning his back against the wall, and listened. This time the voice was clearer. I don't know if it was because the woman's voice had become higher, or because he had moved his position. Glancing at the several crew members present, they acted as if they had not heard any of these movements. Hugh Grant suddenly remembered Syphillis's words. Lord Alan would rest in the bedroom next to him tonight. But Alan is not a man. Without giving Hugh Grant any more time to think, the female voice next door became louder, and he clearly heard the voice. Ellen, please be gentle. Isn't this voice Monica, my wife in this movie? His thinking of this, Hugh Grant instinctively felt a surge of anger in his heart. He and Monica have been together for more than half a month. Although he didn't do anything extraordinary under his assumed identity, there was still a little bit of emotion. Now his wife is next door, and Monica can make that kind of noise. You know what she's doing. When I remembered that Mr. Allen was next door, he was lying on top of Monica. The two were taking biology class, but he was squatting in the study, with the camera opposite him still facing him. Hugh Grant's breathing slowed down subconsciously. He couldn't afford to offend Lord Allen, which reminded Hugh Grant of the story of the right of first night that the ancient English lords liked to play. This kind of thing is so similar to the current scene, The husband is outside, listening to his wife's voice in the house, which seems to be painful and comfortable. This feeling. Who Grant is instantly into the scene. He finally knew what Mr. Syphis meant by Mr. Allen's painstaking efforts for him. This feeling can be experienced by a person. It was too painful. Not only was it painful, but when I thought about how I couldn't offend the other person, I could only listen, and the feeling of humiliation came right after. And Hugh Grant's professionalism as an actor exploded at this moment. He diverged his thoughts and secretly comforted himself. Not everyone could hear Mr. Allen doing such a thing at such a close distance. Think about it. It's so exciting. The mentality that fits the character in the plot all appeared in Hugh Grant in an instant. Syphis frowned and looked at Hugh Grant squatting by the wall. He suddenly had a strange expression. He looked angry for a while, cautious for a while, and finally the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, looking like he was happy. He also heard the sound next door, but it doesn't matter. It's none of his business. The young master can play as he likes. This is Carmarthen, and he doesn't break the law. Both of them are single young people. Isn't it just playing poker on the set? Who dares to stand up and talk too much? Turn on the camera and get ready to shoot. Thinking of this, Syphis did not forget to gently remind the photographer to start working. This is the painstaking work of his young master. The hard work cannot be wasted. Grant, are you ready? Do you feel it? Syphis stretched out his hand, shook it towards Hugh Grant, who was squatting by the wall, and asked in a low voice. Grant wanted to say that he wanted to listen for a while longer, but looking at Mr. Syphis' expectant and serious look on his face, and not daring to say such stupid words, he could only nod his head to indicate that he was ready. Okay. Start shooting, baby. Please speak louder. I can't hear you clearly. Alan pinched Monica's mouth with his right hand and motioned for her to speak louder. Monica doesn't even dare to look at Alan now. This is completely different from the Earl Alan she imagined. Frowning and enduring the pain, Monica suppressed a sentence. I'm a little scared. They will hear it. TSK, what are you listening to? The soundproofing here is very good. They can't hear it. I can hear the noise next door. Monica gasped and rebutted Alan intermittently. He lowered his head and took a deep breath. Seeing that Monica was still a little shy, Alan felt more and more excited. Now she can't help it. Don't you want to be loud? Wouldn't it be enough to just apply force a few times? Suddenly, he just wanted Monica to cooperate, but it was obvious that this girl had never experienced such an exciting thing before, so she couldn't let go. This night scene was filmed 3 more times after Mr. Allen appeared and gave his explanation. It's not that Hugh Grant is not in good condition, but that he is getting better and better, and the more he shoots, the better he feels. Syphis couldn't bear to interrupt him, so every time he took a shot, he gave him a few minutes to rest, and then continued to take another shot. Just shoot. Hugh Grant's facial macro expressions and that feeling of humiliation, pain, and a little bit of cruelty. Grant, come here. Seeing that the voices from the other side could be heard intermittently in the room, Syphis quietly stopped the filming and waved to Hugh Grant. Mr. Syphis, can't you do that now? Grant's face was a little red and his breathing was a little heavy. After listening to the wall for so long, he found that he was completely straight and no longer bent. No, this time it's very good. Let's finish the filming here today. Your Majesty has specifically told me that after today's filming, the crew will have 2 days off. You can go back to London to rest and find a girlfriend. Syphis whispered to Hugh Grant. Listening to Syphis' words, Grant suddenly felt a little strange. Mr. Allen was very considerate, although his method of helping him get into the role was a bit unspeakable. After filming, he was very considerate and knew what he needed most now. Before Grant could continue speaking, Syphis pointed out the window and added, the cars are ready and a driver will take you back to London overnight. If you don't have anything to pack, you can leave now. Thank you, Mr. Syphis. Thank you for your hard work, you guys. After listening to what Syphis said, Hugh Grant suppressed even the last bit of complaint. Although Sir Alan insulted his wife in front of his face today, he sent the driver to give him a day off. He went back to London to find his girlfriend. I wanted to be polite to Syphis again, but Syphis waved his hand and said, "You don't have to worry about us. I have to wait here until you call me at any time. You can go back quickly, okay?" "Then, Mr. Syphis, I'm leaving first." "Who?" Grant listened to Monica's increasingly louder voice still vaguely echoing in the room, lowered his head, opened the study door softly and left. "Master?" When Syphis saw Alan again, he subconsciously raised his wrist to look at his watch. It was now 3:15 in the morning. Several hours had passed since the master entered last night. Alan half-armed Monica and appeared in front of him with a calm expression, looking at Monica, who seemed to be about to fall asleep. Syphis pointed at Monica in Alan's arms and gestured towards Alan. "Send Miss Monica back to the hotel. I'll go back to the manor and send someone to take care of Miss Monica. Miss Monica has also worked hard tonight, understand?" Although it was a little strange why the young master didn't take Monica back this time, it was not easy for Syphis to ask about such things, so he simply followed the young master's arrangements. There were still more than 20 people left on the set, both inside and outside, waiting for the young master to come out and serve him. Now that the young master had spoken, Syphis turned around and started arranging people, arranging maids to serve Monica, and arranging drivers to send people off on the way back to the manor. He opened the rear window to let in the cool night breeze. Alan lit a cigarette and looked calm. He feels a bit like a wise man now. It seems that nothing is worth remembering, and he just wants to restore the glory of the United Kingdom and the glory of the Hill family. Shaking his head, Alan suddenly felt that he had nothing to pursue in his life. It's a waste of time playing with these messy things. What can you do with all the time if he can just be a waste? With his current net worth, although it is not much, he can still live a carefree life for more than 10 years. Why do you have to work so hard? A sudden feeling of guilt came over me. It was a little late, and he was too lazy to wash up. As soon as he returned to the manor, Alan went straight to the bedroom. Lying on his large bed, he swept his right hand to put his hands behind his head, but then he touched the paper under the pillow with his right hand and took it out to take a look. It was a letter written to him by Princess Christina that had arrived a few days ago. Alan hadn't had time to check yet. Looking at the letter with the Spanish royal symbol, Alan curled his lips. When he wrote to Christina, he really sent it to the address, but the reply from Christina, a rich woman, to him, although it was also a letter, he had someone take him to the manor by plane. It highlights a sense of heroism just now on the road, the fighting spirit that had disappeared because of the sage's time, and because of this unread letter, instantly recovered a little. Moving up and half leaning on the bed, Alan crossed his legs and opened the princess's reply letter. Alan was too lazy to reply to the last letter, but he didn't expect that this person actually sent him another one. After tearing open the envelope, Christina looked at the letter and invited him to go on a sea vacation in North Africa with her on her family's private yacht next week in a polite and intimate tone. Chapter 117. It's just a bit expensive for Koreans. Vacationing in North Africa. Alan didn't have time to go on vacation with her. This Princess Christina wrote a letter some time ago and wanted to send a team of Spanish chefs to Alan, but Alan decisively refused. He hates this kind of rich woman behavior. A team of chefs are provided at every turn, and there are private jets and yachts in and out. Is this how people live? Is he bullying him because Alan has no money? I remembered that some time ago, due to an operation in Zhangjiang, I made tens of millions of pounds. Not only did I pay inheritance tax, I even paid back my father's loan. Debt-free and light-hearted, I experienced a very brief period of self-satisfaction. But all complacency and complacency was shattered by Christina's letter. Man, he is still rich, although Alan still has more than £10 million in funds, compared with an established aristocrat like Christina. Alan, is almost a pauper. Want to make money, don't be complacent. Alan put down the letter and pulled the cord of the rattle on the bedside. Bring me the letter paper. No. I'd better go to the study to write. Tell the kitchen to cook me something to eat. I want to eat stewed beef brisket. Also, give it to me. Have a cup of coffee. No sugar. Alan sat up, put on his pajamas, and put on his slippers. Under the confused gaze of the maid, he hurriedly confessed, got up and walked to the study. He wanted to make money, but there were many industries that Alan couldn't do. How to do this? Of course, look for the boss. Putting aside the facts, doesn't Charles have some responsibility for the reason why Alan is so poor now? Now that I have encountered a problem, of course I have to write to Charles, taking out the special letter paper. Alan thought for a long time, picked up the pen, and wrote the beginning. Dear Your Highness, it's been more than a month since I last saw you. I miss you very much. How are you living in London? Looking at the rather disgusting beginning of this sentence, Alan nodded with satisfaction. Although this is not a memorial, it is just a personal letter, but there is a high probability that the royal family will keep this kind of letter, and it may be exposed in the next few years. Every time Alan writes a letter to Charles, he must express his feelings at the beginning. Although he was in Carmarthen, Wales, far away from Charles, his loyalty would not change. Recalling the love letters that little girls had written to him in the past, Alan pondered for a while, and picked up the pen to continue writing. It's now 4:30 in the morning. Your Highness, I have just finished shooting the night scene. It was very hard, but on the way back, I thought of Your Highness again, and couldn't sleep at night, so I wrote this letter. I remembered that I had been busy for several hours just now to help Grant get into the role, and now it was still a bit boring. Isn't this considered hard work? He also wrote it to let Charles know that he was doing serious business and was working very hard. He also knew how to write to him in the middle of the night so that his feelings would appear sincere. Alan rambled on for a whole page about his movie making, and then he also wrote about the Duke Angus coming to visit him. The letter expressed in detail his dissatisfaction with a group of British nobles who refused to save him, especially those nobles who Angus personally called and contacted who refused to save him and only cared about laughing. Alan pretended to complain, and everyone wrote in the letter in this way. It can not only show that Alan is humane, he knows that his father's old friend is in trouble and helps him while complaining about the nobles in the country and giving them eye drops. Charles has a bad relationship with the nobles in the country. Alan's content, write it down, and you will be able to transition to the same position as Charles. Looking at the 3 pages of letter paper, Alan smacked his lips. This time, he had almost laid the groundwork and started to get down to business. Although most of the previous content is trivial, this is how a personal letter should be written. If it is too formal, wouldn't it fail to show friendship? Your Highness, since you don't let me hunt, I can only eat a little bit of meat every 3 days. Even the poor people in my family can't eat meat. When Christina heard about this, she insisted on sending me some relief from Spain. I decisively refused. Your Highness, I really have no choice. The factories at home can no longer operate. I have no money to pay the workers. The production lines have been moved to China. Your Highness, can you let someone from the Royal Assets Investment Administration come to visit me? For a while, I want to use His Highness's background to start a small business. After writing this, Alan finally got down to business. He wanted to use the shell of the British royal family to do business under the brand name Point, but after asking around recently, it turns out that the person in charge of the Royal Assets Investment Management Authority seems to be managed by a butler from the Queen's side. Charles can't really make the decision, so he can only enjoy the dividends. But Alan still wrote these things out with some hope. What if Charles really let him use the name of the royal family? After reading the letter, Alan hesitated for a moment, and then added at the end of the letter that he wanted to buy a football team. The target was Manchester United. However, Duke Angus said that the football team had a bad background. Alan didn't dare to act without authorization, so he first wrote a letter to His Highness asking for guidance. Never mind what he said before, that he could no longer afford meat, and where he got the money to buy the team. The question is about exaggeration. Can't it be a little exaggerated in literary matters? Putting down the pen, Alan read through the entire letter. There were 4 full pieces of paper. The first 3.5 were filled with nonsense, and the most important things were written at the end. Anyway, he made 2 requests. With Charles's strong character, he has to agree to one of them. Right, my subordinates sent me a letter asking for help, but they rejected 2 small requests. How shameless is that? Alan also thoughtfully left some reckless thoughts in the letter, which was intended to make Charles angry. When he saw the letter, he would get a little angry, and then he would scold Alan a few words. When he replied, doesn't this show that His Highness is knowledgeable and knowledgeable? Doesn't Alan still need to stay close to His Highness and listen to more teachings? In this way, the more letters are written, the stronger the relationship between the two will become. After blowing the letter paper with satisfaction, the door of the study room was gently pushed open. Alan thought it was a servant who had brought the meal. When I looked up, I saw Hooter himself pushing the dining cart in. Master, you have worked hard all night. Why are you still writing here? On the way back, I suddenly thought of His Highness. We haven't seen him for so long. I really couldn't sleep and wanted to write a letter to His Highness. After hearing what Alan said, Hooter could hardly hide the smile on his face. Although the young master is a bit playful when it comes to getting along with the royal family and the prince, he is far ahead of the master in the past. The master would only go to see the young master after being called by His Highness. But when he arrived at the young master's place, the young master would take the initiative to write letters to His Highness after a while. And His Highness even took the young master on visits. This is progress. The relationship between the Hill family and the prince will be closer in the future. He carefully brought several side dishes to Alan's desk. After Alan's consent, Hooter personally helped Alan put the letter away, picked up the special envelope and sealed it. Master, as soon as daybreak, I will send you to London myself. Well, you should go back and rest for a while. I have to write a letter later. The letter to Charles had been written, but Ellen was still preparing to write another to Christina. You can't always not respond to people's enthusiasm. Every few letters, reply to them. 6 sprinkler trucks surrounded the set, and we had to shoot a rain scene today. Grant's wife cheated on her again, and this time his wife actually brought the cheating partner home. What's even more outrageous is that there is still a party at his house today. This made Grant very embarrassed. Although many neighbors knew that Grant's wife was cheating on her, they didn't say it openly. Now, in such a crowded place, his wife just openly brought back the cheating partner. She even flirted in front of him. A rage filled Grant's heart. As for this scene, the next step is to film a furious Grant drowning the cuckold boy in the swimming pool with his own hands. The sprinkler truck is already in place, and a row of sprinklers on a high platform set up by wooden frames serve as rainfall generators. The current equipment is still a bit rudimentary. When shooting night scenes, if the lighting is too poor, the final picture will appear dark. The props team put a lot of thought into the swimming pool and installed several pool bottom spotlights. When the white spotlights are turned on, the turquoise water in the swimming pool looks very clear, which makes the shots beautiful. Alan was sitting on the recliner, crossing his legs, and feeling bored. Now he leaves the photography completely to the photographer and doesn't need to take care of him. On the set these days, Alan finds that he has slowly changed from a director to a role similar to a supervisor. There is nothing that requires him to do it in person. Occasionally, he just picks up his special cool trumpet and shouts egg shen cat. The camera lens is covered with a thin transparent plastic high definition shell, which is used to waterproof it. The first shooting didn't seem to go well. When the photographer came to Alan, he leaned down and whispered softly, "Director, the actor's expressions are not particularly good. There is still a difference between a live shooting and the fish tank shooting." Grant is a little worried. Listening to the photographer's explanation, Alan understood that Grant was afraid of accidentally drowning Adulterino N, so he didn't dare to use too much force. But for the supporting role of Adulterino N, his acting skills were average. Without the influence of external forces, he couldn't play the feeling of dying and struggling before being drowned. Although there is no close-up of the face, just let the actor splash in the water for a few times, which is interesting. But the previous shot was pretty good, so there's no need to settle for just this one shot. But we can't really let Grant do this kind of scene, right? Do you really attack with enough force to drown the opponent, and then wait for a while to finish filming before letting the doctor rescue him. If Alan really dared to order this, it would not be good for his reputation. If word spread point touching his chin. Alan was really stumped for a moment. Point can't act realistically. Point can't get into the play. Point there is no one to imitate. Point don't dare to make a fatal move. Point thinking of these key pieces of information. Alan was suddenly stunned. In this case, why not just find someone who can kill him and perform it on the spot so that adulterer can learn from it. Point. After waving at Syphis and waiting for Syphis to come up to him, Alan said, "Call Rex. Aren't there any Koreans locked up in the police station? Ask him if he has finished using it. If you don't use it up, bring one here. If you use it up, go grab one for me. Hurry up." Syphis was a little confused. A movie was being filmed on this set. Point. What Koreans are you arresting? Master, this isn't it true that the acting can't be realistic? Grab a Korean, kill him, and try drowning him. Let the actor watch from the side, and then let Grant try it himself. After a while, he will be fine. Master the power. Anyway, they are all in jail, so why not die? Sacrifice for filming. It must not be a loss to the Koreans, at least it will give them a happy life. Syphis swallowed. He didn't expect that the young master would think of this method. In this way, it was indeed very helpful for the filming, but it was a bit troublesome for the Koreans. But this is Carmathan, and the sheriff is Rex. Whatever Alan asks him to do, Rex will do it, and no one will tell anyone about this kind of thing. It can be regarded as an extremely simple and crude practice. Okay, I'm going to call Rex right now. Syphis went to call Rex for help, and Alan directed the crew to shoot the next scene first. Point. This scene is also very simple. Grant's wife found that her little adulterer was missing. She accidentally looked at the swimming pool in the yard and found a body floating in the swimming pool. That was her adulterer looking at Monica wearing a white shirt in the heavy rain, kneeling by the swimming pool, looking at Grant with a look of resentment. "It's you. I know it was you who killed him, Grant." Look, Carmen wanted to reach out and hug Monica to comfort her, but Monica pushed Grant away, clutching the body that was fished out of the swimming pool and crying bitterly. Point. It was originally a very scary scene. Point. But Alan watched the heavy rainfall and Monica was soaked. The white shirt clung to her body tightly, outlining the traces of the curves inside. Point. It's hard to tell whether the rain or tears on Monica's face are there. Anyway, her current look of pear blossoms with rain makes Alan interested. Point. The guilt that had just surfaced a few days ago was gone. Point. He looked at the actor who was playing the dead body on the ground and then glanced at Monica. This scene was exciting enough, but Alan couldn't do it with an outsider. He just likes stimulation, not really perverted. There is still a difference. Or let Monica use her current look tonight to recreate the live version. Thinking about this, Alan happily watched the crew filming this thrilling scene. "Master, I've brought it here. Do you think it's okay?" "Oh, Rex is here. Haha, are there enough people?" It was a rare moment of conscience for Alan to find out, and he knew enough to ask Rex if the Koreans were enough. "That's enough, young master. I don't dare to go too far recently, for now." After looking around, no one paid attention here. Rex, dressed in casual clothes, squatted next to Alan and whispered softly, "Master, I have been investigating an old case from a few years ago. The evidence is almost ready. I have been working on it for more than 3 months. If we handle cases at this frequency, we will not look too conspicuous. My brothers can also get the credit, and the Koreans will not consume it so quickly and slowly. Use it slowly, and it will last for several more years. P.S. I'm going on a blind date these 2 days. I'm very busy. My schedule is messed up, and my update time is also unstable. I'd like to kowtow to all readers and apologize first." Boom. Chapter 118. The Islanders are really rich. Did you see him? Alan stretched out his hand and pointed Rex to Hugh Grant standing by the pool. "You will bring someone with you later. Let him try it out for himself, and let Syphis arrange it for you. For this kind of thing, Alan is too lazy to explain. Real people have done it. If they can't perform well under such circumstances, then they are too useless." Syphis was a little confused, so he ran to explain to the medical team first. Although Alan didn't care, SYNOPSIS still didn't want to be so cruel, so he should be as sparing as possible. He waved to Grant and said, "Grant, you can take the photo seriously in a moment. Don't be afraid. Our first aid facilities are very complete. The person who will accompany you in the rehearsal this time is a professional stand-in. Don't worry." "Who?" Grant glanced suspiciously at the fat man with dull eyes. The man's skin color was a little strange. He might be Asian, but he looked like he hadn't seen the sun for a long time. A sickly white glow. This must be a professional stuntman. Anyway, he has been in the industry for so long, and he has never seen such a professional rehearsal stuntman before. He is a little confused. "Okay, Mr. SYNOPSIS, don't worry." Grant secretly tightened his right hand. "Isn't it just for real? Since he is a professional stand-in and has complete first aid facilities, let's do it. All for the art of cinema." Alan folded his arms and stood beside the swimming pool, watching the camera crew making final arrangements. The adult actor put on his diving goggles and prepared to go into the water to observe and learn. While waiting for Grant's rehearsal, the Korean was asked by Rex to cooperate in the filming. And if he performed well, he could even be released. So he just soaked in the swimming pool and stared blankly at the cameras and the crew watching around him. Staff member, he still doesn't know what kind of scene will greet him next. With a gentle sound of hitting the board, Grant did not hesitate. He grabbed the Korean's neck from behind, used his right hand hard and his left hand assisted, and pushed the Korean down into the swimming pool. Alan couldn't see clearly what was going on under the water. Anyway, the water splashing by the Koreans was quite big, and it looked lively, as if the water in the pool was boiling. No one shouted to stop. The two people in the swimming pool were conducting a ruthless experiment, while the other was struggling to survive. The sound of water rushing was particularly harsh at the scene, but with the photographer's excited shout, this rehearsal was perfect. Several staff members who had been prepared jumped out of the swimming pool, some to pull Grant and others to pull the Korean. Alan took a few steps back and did not disturb the rescue work at the scene. After waiting for a long time, SYNOPSIS carefully approached Alan and whispered, "Master, I don't seem to be able to see people anymore." "Oh, so dedicated. Take him away and pretend to be a rescuer. Just say it's no big deal. Don't put any psychological burden on the actor." Alan doesn't care at all about the loss of one Korean. There are still so many in London, and they are inexhaustible. This method of filming is indeed very effective and can be vigorously developed in the future. Several strong men in white coats were carrying stretchers and loading instruments. They pretended to be presentable and carried away the Korean who looked like he had fainted. After waving his hand, Alan motioned to the crew to change people while the iron was hot and continue filming. Huth sent away Alan's letter to Charles a few days ago and waited for a full week. Charles's reply had not yet arrived, but Patrice arrived. Taking advantage of the rest of the crew, Patrice took the small mazzer from the servant, sat next to Alan's lounge chair, stretched out his index and middle fingers with a proud look, and made a victory sign towards Alan. "Have the funds been settled?" Looking at the old guy's proud look, it seems that the islanders have secured the funds to invest in the film. "Master, you guessed this number accurately." Patrice shook two fingers emphatically. "TSK. 2 million. It's only £2 million, which is a lot of money, but a lot less. It's not 2 million, master. It's this." Patrice continued to wag his two fingers, and under Alan's somewhat surprised gaze, he whispered, "It's £20 million. These islanders are so rich, and they say it's too little for fear of humiliating you, young master." Identity of £20 million. Damn it. Alan was a little shocked. He used various tricks to increase the budget of the film to £20 million. He had to do this quietly and not announce it to the public. Alan felt that he had exaggerated enough. But today, unexpectedly, the islanders taught him another solid lesson. The price is £20 million. "What did you say?" Alan really couldn't understand. How did Patrice get so much money? "Well, I didn't say much. I just told them about my resume and slightly exaggerated your influence, young master. They really don't understand this aspect of movies. I said we are professionals here. The team doesn't need them to interfere, just give them money. It's that simple. It's that simple. The two of them asked and answered each other, and Patrice even felt a little aggrieved by Alan's question. Isn't it wrong to ask for more? If you don't kill the fat sheep when you encounter them, what are you waiting for? Alan reached for the cigarette case from the coffee table next to the lounge chair and took out a cigarette. Patrice quickly stood up and lit Alan's fire point. He took a deep drag on his cigarette point for the first time. Alan felt that making money was so easy. Point, I knew they were rich, but I didn't expect them to be so rich. This is 20 million pounds, and you took it out without even blinking? Alan is now eager to finish this movie and make another one. Make a science fiction movie next time, increase the budget, and ask for money. 100 million. 200 million. It depends on whether they will give it to you. After flicking the ashes from his cigarette, Alan calmed down and denied his idea. It's too obvious to do this. People don't understand, but they are not really stupid. We still need to put up the frame of the film and television company first, even if it is an empty shell, and attract the islanders to come in and invest. This is the big deal. At that time, wouldn't it be that how much money he says will be how much money he says? There are less than 3 months left until October, so we must seize the time to make arrangements. Thinking of this, Alan put out the cigarette butt, stood up and ordered, "Notice, let's call it a day. I'm going back to the manor now to tell Monica that I will send someone to pick her up in the evening." After leaving a hasty word, Alan called Patrice and turned around to leave. "Master, what are you doing?" When Hooter was called to the study by Alan, he was still a little confused. During the past few days, his young master had been working hard on the set and would not go home until night. What happened today? Back so early? It's not like the filming is finished. There is something urgent. Please take note of it and help me with my advice. When people are needed, they hate having few. Old Carl is in the United States, and it will definitely be too late to discuss matters with him now. The old man at home can help Alan check for leaks and fill in the vacancies, and there is only one Hooter housekeeper left. "Okay, master, tell me." Seeing Alan becomes so serious for the rare occasion, Hooter did not dare to neglect. He took out his single-sided glasses from his pocket and put them on, picked up his notebook, and looked at Alan seriously. "Patrice is back today and has attracted investment for a new movie from people on the island, totaling 20 million pounds. Hiss who. Ted also took a deep breath when he heard this number. Their original purpose was to acquire a large and influential film and television company. Now, considering their financial resources, I'm ready to get involved. How about we build a film and television company ourselves and sell it to the islanders?" "Master, what are you going to do when it comes to such business practices? This is not Huth's strong point." "Well, this is what I'm thinking about. With 2 million, you can ask people to go to other countries in our Commonwealth and acquire some small film and television companies. I want quantity, not quality. I want to acquire dozens of film and television companies. Whatever. Buy some cheap bad movie rights, and then let's reorganize in the UK and create a new large-scale multinational film and television company. Do you think this method is feasible?" Alan knocked on the table. Although the islanders didn't understand, Alan was still very cautious. He was cheating money. At least he had to pretend, right? If nothing else, a large multinational film and television company has subsidiaries in dozens of countries. Doesn't this sound scary? Is it correspondingly more expensive to acquire such a large multinational film and television company? What's more, the boss is still Mr. Allen. This who? Ted didn't know what to say for a while. This kind of thing seemed unreliable at first glance, but as long as it was done covertly, it didn't seem impossible. The main reason was that the acquirer didn't understand the film and television industry before the emergence of internet companies was the most bubbled field. The valuations of many film and television companies are very false. Take movies as an example. How much is the copyright value of a film and television work? Who can tell clearly? Take Alan's last movie as an example. He insisted that the copyright of that movie was worth 100 million pounds. Who could argue with him? Whether someone actually spends 100 million pounds to buy it is one thing, but whether it is worth it is entirely up to him. If you find it expensive, you don't have to buy it. The moisture inside is very large, very maneuverable. Young Master, what you mean is that we purchase the copyrights of some bad movies from various regions and distribute them to each leather goods company by raising the price on a small scale for each subsidiary and finally adding them together. We can achieve a large scale price increase. Purpose, yes, and we need to move quickly before the end of the year. To be precise, before October. I need a lot of liquidity. This is our opportunity. Who? Tay and Alan looked at each other. It was rare for the young master to have such fighting spirit. They nodded while recording the key points of what the young master said today in their notebook. I understand, young master. I will find someone to make arrangements soon. Okay. You can call Carol later and ask him to quickly find out the information I need. Okay. With the incident of the islanders, Alan's plan was instantly disrupted. Originally, he is also planning to spend some money to buy some old production lines in the United States before the end of the year and then move these production lines to China to slowly develop. But now that he has the family sponsorship money from the islanders, Alan is going to cut some meat from the islanders first this time. In this way, if you have sufficient funds on hand, you can operate better, and you can also try to take a look at industries that you were not prepared to enter before. In the flickering candlelight, in the outer hall of Alan's bedroom, on the small dining table, Monica took a bite of food, raised her head and quietly glanced at Alan sitting opposite, saw his eyes looking at her, and quickly lowered her head to continue. Eat something. Since the last drama talk, Monica found that the usual Alan and the Alan at certain times seemed to be completely different people. It was so wild and unbearable for her, mainly because Alan's play was so exciting that she couldn't let go. But she couldn't refuse Alan directly, and she was even afraid that Alan would be angry if she refused. But the more secretive and half-assed she was, the more excited Alan was. Today was the first time that Alan took Monica home for dinner in the many days he had known her, and it was a candlelight dinner in such a very private space. As time passed, the atmosphere at the dinner table slowly changed a little bit. When Monica lowered her head to eat, she always felt Alan's eyes wandering over her body. His eyes were as if they were real, making her even feel a little itchy on the tip of her nose. Alan, let's not go to the set to play anymore. Okay, Monica begged pitifully. Oh, don't you like it? Alan stood up and changed his position from opposite Monica to next to her. With a gentle pull, he pulled Monica to lean against him. I don't really like being on set like that when talking about this. Although she said she didn't like it, she recalled in her mind the tricks Alan had played with her on the set recently, and Monica felt that her body was feeling better and a little out of control. Alan played with Monica's left earlobe with his right hand, lowered his head, and sniffed her hair, a fresh scent of shampoo. Now Monica has not yet passed her 23rd birthday. At this age, she is far from the maturity of a mature woman. Some of it is just a kind of girlish wildness. If she didn't wear the European and American style heavy makeup from a certain angle, Monica now looks a bit like a famous vase in the future Megan Fox. The main thing is that Monica now has the temperament of a good family woman. Every time Alan bullied her, he would resist and welcome her, even lowering his voice, frowning and not daring to scream, which was extremely pleasing to Alan. Although Alan would feel a little guilty every time after playing, but as soon as his stage time passed and he saw Monica again, he would become a little itchy again. Now, her seemingly pitiful act of begging for mercy not only did not win any sympathy from Alan, but instead reminded him of some more perverted ways to play. Okay, at my house tonight, you won't be afraid this time, right? Saying words of relief, holding Monica's hand, Alan slowly stood up and walked towards the back room of the bedroom. P.S. Yesterday I went to get a haircut and tidy up. This afternoon, I have to meet for a meeting soon. There is a high probability that I will be fine tomorrow and then my life will return to normal. Let me introduce you to an update today so that you can stay attentive until I finish the blind date process tonight. Chapter 119 Planning. There is a basin on the small cabinet next to the bed in the bedroom. There are also chains, collars, handcuffs and other items in the basin. Alan took out an old-fashioned manual razor under Monica's slightly horrified gaze. Her hair has grown out recently and is a bit prickly. Mr. Allen is going to personally shave her hair tonight and have a chibi battle. Allen. I. Seeing so many props. Maybe it was because it was her first time to play a prop game. Monica, who had just been relieved, felt worried again, and her voice was trembling. Huh. Don't you like it? But I do. People always have to go through a process of adaptation. It doesn't matter if you don't like it now, you will like it as you play. After a long sleep, he woke up naturally. Allen, who had just opened his eyes, yawned and rolled his neck slightly. My whole neck felt sore and sore, as if I had a stiff neck. He wanted to raise his hand to rub his neck, but when he moved his right hand, the iron chain wrapped around his arm caused the collar around Monica's neck to move slightly, and the bell on the collar dinged. This sound finally made Allen somewhat recovered. He raised his foot and kicked Monica, who was still awake. Seeing that the girl showed no signs of waking up, Allen didn't want to care about her anymore. This is the first Italian wooden dog he has raised. He kept it for one night last night. It feels pretty good, but it is a bit taxing on the neck. It was a great time to play with, and I didn't feel much when the neck was pinched. Now, when I wake up from sleep, it feels a little difficult to turn my whole neck. Shaking the chains on his hands, he prepared to call his servants to come over and clean up. As soon as he raised his hand to ring the bell, Allen was suddenly stunned. Small wooden dog raising a dog. Monica was indeed his lieutenant because of this little information. Allen seemed to suddenly have some inspiration. In the past, the family's property was not large, and with the management of Matthias and Huth, Allen could handle it. But what about the future? In the future, the family's property will be more and more, and Allen feels that his ability is insufficient. Does he have to work in endless official duties every day? So what's the point of making money? The 2 or 3 hours of working time every day are already so hard. Then as the number of things increases in the future, doesn't the Earl need to take a rest when all the time is spent working? What time is left for leisure and fun? No. Allen was about to shake his head, but the pain in his neck made him grin again. It feels so good to play with my legs, but this little girl is clamped so tightly that it really hurts now. I'm still young now, so I must not lose sight of one thing and devote myself to work. Making money is for a better life. But if you only focus on making money, how can you enjoy life? Plus the thing that just came to mind about raising a dog. Allen suddenly thought, could he raise more dogs? For example, in some other countries in the Commonwealth, those small families have no hope of rising. Once their business reaches a certain scale, there is no hope of advancement. These small families will return to their old business and start to pay attention to some old things, such as social status, family origin, blood history, etc. As long as they are careful, Allen will have a chance to raise a few more dogs, or in other words, recruit some more talents like the old guy Patrice. Even though he is old, he can always bring surprises to Allen. Allen plans to set up a new advisory group at home, and he can recruit experienced old guys in various investment fields. Allen's plans for the future have not been very systematic in terms of business. He just focuses on the present, taking things one step at a time, and at most making some arrangements in advance. As time goes by, his abilities are limited, and he cannot be foolproof. Even if he can barely maintain it, it will be very difficult. It is better to find more people and form a professional team to help him check for leaks and fill in the gaps. If one person is short, 10 people will be long. As long as he recruits enough talents and is comprehensive enough, he can even help him find out more investment information in the future, which will also save Allen more free time. You can't have Allen personally deal with everything in the future, right? Leave the hard work to them and make money and have fun yourself. The plan is perfect. Let's inform old Carol that this old guy's ability in this area is pretty good. Let old Carol help find those talents who can be recruited and are worthy of being recruited. Allen shook off the small chain from his hand and sat up suddenly. This time, not only did my neck hurt, but I also felt a stabbing pain in my back. Naked and putting on his slippers, Allen slowly moved to the small hall of the outhouse, turned his head, and looked at his back in the mirror near the two shoulder blades. Like the Chinese character 8, the two large red and swollen areas were covered with scratches, and the deep areas were scabbed. Damn. It Monica, this woman is not good, even if it hurts point. But point how could a man get so many scratches on his body? Isn't this causing trouble? Fortunately, I don't need to travel recently point now his back was itchy and painful. This feeling made Alan, who had just become a little ambitious, extremely unhappy and even a little violent. He stepped on his slippers and returned to the bedroom point. He glanced at a small prop placed at the end of the bed that was about to fall to the ground. There was a solid plastic ball in the middle, with two small leather straps extending from both sides of the ball point. Alan grabbed the oral ball, and regardless of whether Monica was asleep or not, he pulled her hair, pressed the plastic ball, and stuffed it into her mouth point. I feel so much pain. How can this little girl still sleep? What to sleep on? Get up and have fun again. In the study room, Alan, who had missed lunchtime, was watching the fax information returned by old Carol with a bored expression point. The masser next to him took a small cotton swab and gently applied medicine on Alan's back point, who tested by the desk with a somewhat troubled expression on his face point. The young master can have fun if he likes it. Even though he played late last night, he took it upon himself to give the crew a day off point. But I always play like this, and I play bigger and bigger. This is not good either. Now, the young master has actually been slightly injured, and even the heroine of the movie has been injured. This has disrupted the crew's filming plan point. The female lead was injured, so the entire crew had to take a day off and quickly adjust the shooting plan point. The last time I filmed a movie, it was fun and fun. At least Meryl could keep shooting normally every day point. This time the heroine couldn't be filmed for 3 days, and everyone in Syphis was numb point. Syphis is still stable there, but Alan point I don't even want to go now point. After the masseur applied the medicine and took the medicine box out, Hooter gently picked up the small blanket and put it on Alan and said softly, "Master, you are still young, so you should pay attention to your health." "Yeah, I know." Alan twitched his lips, feeling a little embarrassed this time. He pretended to read the information seriously, waited for a few more minutes, and finally finished reading the information faxed by old Carol point before us. There are many things that Alan doesn't understand very well. Many of his understandings of the United States can only be said to be superficial point, regardless of whether it is contempt or whatever. One thing I have to admit is that their entertainment industry is developed and the capital market is very deep and chaotic point. Now combined with the information sent back by old Carl, Alan found that the situation was more serious than he thought point. Putting down the materials at hand, he stretched out his hand to signal Hooter to sit first. Alan closed his eyes and thought for a moment before opening them again. He glanced at Hooter and said in a depressed voice, "Hooter, I suddenly had an idea today. Establish an advisory group, advisory team." "Master, who are you?" "Well." Alan pointed to the information on the desk and said, "Have you read all the information Carol sent back?" "Who?" Ted glanced at the thick fax document. Of course he had read it all. Not only had he read it, but he also knew many of the contents before point. This is all the achievements that old Carl has made in the United States in the recent period under the entrustment of the young master. This information included some movies, scripts, etc. that Alan from the film and television industry asked him to check point. The rest include the small factories that Alan asked him to investigate before that are about to go bankrupt or are not profitable and are ready to be sold point. Finally, there is some slightly more secret information that Carol got point. For example, some domestic capital forces or families in the United States may or may have a chance to compete with the industries that Alan plans to be involved in the future point. In areas like Europe and the United States where development is relatively slow, many industries seem to be developing all the time, but these industries are only progressing within the industry, and these improvements are normal industrial upgrades. Theoretically, it is still like the UK, with a carrot and a pit. Most industries have people occupying the pit, and they can enter in a small way and have fun point, but as long as you want to grow bigger, your competitors will be visible to the naked eye point. Alan's previous plan was to transfer production lines and open up new markets, but now that he saw that he could deceive the people of the island country and get more money, he had to change his plan in a timely manner. From the small fight before this advisory group thing, Alan completely recounted his morning thoughts to Huth. "Master, do you want to support some small families that are vassal to us?" "Yeah, that's what it means." "That who?" Te pondered slightly. The method of raising a dog remotely. Many aristocratic families in Great Britain are in short supply, but the young master has never learned this before. Master, I will go find some information at home in a moment. You can take a look for reference. He remembered that decades earlier, the notebooks of the previous generations of old earls had recorded information in this regard. During the war, people's minds were relatively chaotic. There were more opportunities to practice the method of raising dogs, and one book was not enough. If you want, you can look further forward. Anyway, the Hill family has a lot of books. The old earls in the past have done this kind of thing more or less, so the young master can learn it now. Oh, there is such a thing. You should go find it now, and send a message to Carol to ask him to take action first. As expected, he was worthy of being a Great Britain. Even with this kind of dog raising experience and family secrets, Alan was a little excited when he heard it. He urged Hoote to find a book quickly. He was rare and looking forward to learning such advanced knowledge. The BBC headquarters building in London. The full name of BBC is the British Broadcasting Corporation. It covers all media businesses including radio and television stations, and is by far the largest media company in the world. They are more influential than several media outlets in the United States, mainly the radio and TV programs owned by the BBC. And they cover a huge area. Early in the morning, a group of 4 vans pulled a group of staff wearing uniform name badges on their chests. The first person to get out of the car was a short fat black woman. This person wore glasses with large gold rimmed lenses, and her eyes looked very sharp. Looking around, she saw the host Seelan, who was hosting her. Dear Miss Seelan, I'm Oprah Winfrey, the producer of the Oprah show. Hello, Ms. Oprah. Seelan was wearing a dark blue dress of a professional woman and shook hands slightly with Oprah. Her expression seemed a little cold and not very enthusiastic. The Oprah Winfrey show only became popular last year. The style of the program is very alternative. The female host is the one in front of me. The direction of the program is very mixed. It mainly focuses on some current hot events, or is curious. In addition, there are also many concerns about children, women, racial discrimination, etc. It is said although the show was founded a long time ago, the producer, the host Oprah, was very ambitious. Once the show became popular, she turned around and left the TV station to work alone. It is currently the most famous interview program in the United States. The other party started to contact the BBC News channel a few months ago and wanted to jointly conduct an interview with the BBC about Earl Alan. The BBC looked down upon her, so it was shelved. But when the stubborn BBC sent a team to go it alone and contacted the housekeeper of the Earls family, they discovered that they had thought too much. Not everyone likes interviews, and the BBC was no exception. This time they were decisively rejected. As a last resort, the BBC just pretended to join forces with the Oprah show. Both parties went out together and asked someone to give them a few words. Finally, they obtained the consent of His Excellency Earl Alan, and the other party's butler replied and would leave them one afternoon for the interview. But the other party put forward a more stringent condition. Reporters and teams from the United States who want to enter the manor to interview the Earl must provide a health certificate within 48 hours. This condition is both unusual and arrogant. And the target is coincidentally a black female host. But no one cares about the differential treatment received by the American program team. Today is the second day after they arrived in the UK. As soon as they received their health certificates, the team, led by Oprah, couldn't wait to arrive at the BBC headquarters building to meet with the BBC. The program team on the side is preparing to go to Wales for interviews. The time on the health certificate is based on the time of yesterday's test, so hurry up. It's too late and maybe the other party will ask for some conditions. Seelan looked at his watch. It was just past 10 o'clock. Counting the distance, it would take more than 3 hours to reach Carmarthen. Miss Oprah, let's go to the restaurant to have something to eat first. The journey is a bit far. We'll set off later. The Earl likes to take a lunch break. He usually doesn't have time until after 2:30 in the afternoon. After hearing this, Oprah's face, which was already dark, looked even darker now. I finally came for an interview and had to apply for a health certificate. Now that everything is ready, we still have to wait for the other party to finish his lunch break. Chapter 120 Tacit Cooperation. Even if she was angry again, now that she was in Great Britain and this was not the United States, Oprah could only smile and nodded, agreeing to Seelan's arrangement. It was the first time I came to Wales. Since the motorcade left London, Oprah directed the photographers to take pictures of the scenery on the road as much as possible. Although her opera show is an interview program, its original model is to invite guests to the studio and sit down for interviews, but the person I want to interview today has a special status. Do you want to invite him over? That was unthinkable. When she first expressed her willingness to be interviewed, she was not even willing to talk to her after the convoy entered Wales. The style of the entire road felt a little different from that in England. At least there are a lot of vehicles on the road in England, and the various small towns along the road are also very lively. But within Wales it feels like paradise. There were few cars on the road, and the road conditions were average. It feels like going to the countryside. It was a somewhat bumpy ride on the Welsh countryside, and it wasn't until 1:30 in the afternoon that the convoy arrived at its destination, the gate of the Earl's Manor. Oprah, who grew up in the United States, has not seen many ancient manors, but along the way, she has seen dozens of dilapidated manor castles that have not been restored. This was her first impression of Wales. It was indeed known as the land of 1,000 forts, with fortresses everywhere. However, most of these fortresses have been in disrepair for a long time, and there is a huge gap between them and the fortress in front of them that can be normally inhabited. From this distance, Oprah truly experienced what it means to have a sense of history. The motorcade stopped at the gate of the manor. There were a few older security guards, a few strong bodyguards, and even a hound that looked like an explosion detecting dog, sniffing every car. All vehicles are carefully inspected. Seelan got off the car and stood at the door of the manor, chatting with Oprah all the time, glancing into the manor from time to time. Compared to Oprah, who looked like a country bumpkin, although Seelan had never been to this manor. She had seen many manors, exquisite, gorgeous, and beautiful, but today she was so pure. Retro manor. This was her first time seeing it. The gate of the manor is not facing the whole of the building inside. Standing at the gate and looking in, you can only see the general style and layout of the building inside from a distance, but nothing else. Madam, please go in first. Madam, you have to wait for a while. We have to call to verify your ID and this. The tall and muscular bodyguard held a lot of documents and health certificates in his hands. He handed her the Seelan certificate and indicated that she could go in first. As for Americans like Oprah, then you have to wait until they finish the phone call to verify your identity again. Oprah had her right hand on her hips and was about to raise it when the bodyguard opposite her, who looked calm just now, instantly touched her waist with her left hand and stared at her warily. Oprah, don't be impulsive. Seelan took a rare moment to stand next to Oprah and offer words of advice. This group of people have been in the United States for a long time, and their minds seem to be a little uncomfortable. They think that as a program host, they must be popular wherever they go. This is not a chaotic place like the United States. Making trouble at the gate of the manor of a hereditary earl. All I can say is that people in the United States, no matter what color they are, seem to be crazy. They really don't know how high the world is. Watch your words and actions, ma'am. The bodyguard looked at Seelan's actions, pointed at Oprah, gave a stiff warning, and turned around to verify the ID. Is anyone here? As Alan walked, he moved his right hand and adjusted the cuffs of his shirt a little. The old-fashioned traditional white satin shirt has a completely different style from the modern cotton shirt. This kind of shirt is more close-fitting and has extremely soft fabric, which can better set off the muscle lines of men. In addition, Alan's body is already strong. On both sides of the center line of the shirt on the chest, there are two pieces of lily lace decorative fabric connected to the collar. A pair of dark trousers. This is what Alan is wearing today. Theoretically, it would be perfect to wear a tuxedo cardigan jacket outside, but it's July and it's so hot to wear this at home. I simply left off my coat and only wore my shirt. Master. He has been brought to the drawing room number 6. Number 6. Alan frowned slightly. He had no impression of this room. He followed the servant down to the first floor and walked towards the right side point throughout the entire manor. In addition to the right dining room, reception room, and conference room, many places on the first floor are office areas. Patris and Siphus have their own small offices. In addition to these, there are also living rooms of different sizes and styles suitable for different scenes. The area above the second floor is the living area, with rooms for servants, who and the others also live on this floor. The entire manor building has been renovated into hundreds of rooms, large and small. Alan might not go to some rooms once in a year or two, so when he heard someone mention the drawing room number 6, he had no impression at all. Alan didn't raise his eyebrows until he walked into the living room. The decoration here was quite forward looking. This living room is probably rarely used and is convenient for shooting. The whole living room is only about 70 or 80 square meters. It has a rectangular layout. There are several sofas on one side of the room, while the other side is originally it was an extremely empty place, and at this time, cameras and other interview equipment had been arranged. Dear Earl, it is a great honor to meet you. Thank you very much for taking the time to accept my interview. I'm Seelan, the host of the BBC Distinguished channel. The first time Seelan saw Alan, he didn't even have time to look carefully. He immediately got up from the sofa and bowed respectfully. There were cameras at the scene, although the footage of the first meeting might not be broadcast. Yes, but the etiquette must be in place. If word gets out that the BBC reporter can't even follow the etiquette, then she will suffer a lot. It wasn't until Alan's gentle voice came that Seelan raised his head and looked at Alan's right hand that he stretched out in front of him. Seelan was somewhat flattered and stretched out his hands to shake it gently and said, "Nice to meet you, Your Excellency. It's been a hard journey. Sit down." Alan smiled and nodded to Seelan, and then turned his attention to the black female reporter who looked like a butcher. "Hello, Mr. Earl, I'm Opera." Listening to the weird and nondescript names of the black woman who called herself Opera, and looking at her strange etiquette, Alan felt a little disgusted. She is indeed an ignorant barbarian, and she is still a reporter. Since shaking hands with Alan, Seelan, who had focused all his attention on Alan, saw this extremely handsome His Excellency frowning slightly, and even felt a little distressed. He turned his head and looked at OU, who was extremely rude in both etiquette and words. Pula. Seelan subconsciously looked at the photographer. As soon as the two people's eyes met, Seelan felt calm. The photographer's firm eyes told her that this part was captured. Isn't this news already there? The extremely arrogant American reporter was extremely rude in front of His Excellency the Count. Moving slightly to the side, Seelan curled the corner of his mouth slightly and looked at Opera with some contempt. "Well, let's get started. Please sit down." Alan no longer had any desire to shake hands this time. He raised his right hand slightly and put it back without leaving a trace. He nodded to Seelan, indicating that he could sit down and start. On the single sofa in the main seat, Alan sat in the middle, and on the sofa closest to him on the right was Seelan, and next to Seelan, Opera, who looked a little embarrassed, sat. The servant brought a full set of tea sets and poured 3½ cups of traditional black tea into the pot. Then he put lemon slices, ice cubes and other condiments into each cup, stirred it, and finally placed it in front of the three of them. After placing the tea, he lightly saluted Alan and slowly backed away with the tray. The whole set of actions, including serving tea, dividing tea, making tea, and serving tea, flows smoothly and looks very pleasing to the eye. "Sir Alan, I would like to ask, have you ever watched the programs on our premium channel?" When the servant saluted Alan, Seelan nodded gently to the servant to thank him in a very ladylike manner, while Opera next to him just nodded casually. Ignoring Opera. After the servant left, Seelan was very curious and asked questions first. Premium channel. Alan recalled briefly that the name of this channel was very deceptive. It did not mean that their program was very noble, or that it was a TV station that specialized in interviewing nobles. Their dignity was more to say to the audience. This station is one of dozens of BBC radio and television stations. It is more entertainment oriented and has many interviews with celebrities and political figures. The most important thing is that their channel is international. It can be watched by all countries in the entire Commonwealth region, and it has great influence. That's why they call it premium channel. I Don't have much time to watch TV. You know, I have a lot of work on hand, and I'm very busy every day, but I have known about your station before. Really? That's such an honor. Seelan couldn't stop smiling. His Excellency the Earl meant what he said. Even if he was very busy, he would still find time to watch the distinguished channel. The second piece of news tomorrow is here. Holding the armrest of the delicate teacup in front of me, I picked it up and took a sip. The sour and sweet lemon black tea was not as good as coffee. Opera put down her teacup, and after hearing Seelan's first question, she quickly sat up straight, crossed her legs as she had in habit, extended her right hand to make gestures, and asked in a very relaxed manner, "Some time ago, Ms. Merrill accidentally exposed Mr. Allen's identity during the interview. Do you have any opinion on this matter?" Looking at Seelan's regular sitting posture with his knees together and his hands on his legs, and then looking at Opera's carefree sitting posture, Alan was a little disgusted. It's not that you can't cross your legs when chatting, but when the relationship between the two parties is not close or unfamiliar, it is extremely disrespectful to cross your legs when talking to someone, even though he has his feet flat and his sitting posture is very standard. This guy actually has his legs crossed. What do you think? Didn't you do any homework before coming here? The way you are sitting is so rude. Are all your interviews in China so rude? Alan said, pointing at Opera with his right hand, his words filled with disgust. This time it's Opera's turn to be embarrassed again. Her program itself is in the form of a talk show, focusing on being relaxed and sharp, speaking freely, plus she has never interviewed a serious noble before. As for preparing in advance, she had made some preparations in other aspects, but she really hadn't thought about etiquette. You always ask others to respect you, especially those with your skin color. You always talk about inequality and ask for this and that. But sometimes, you really should think more about yourself, increase your experience, and learn more about the knowledge and history of various countries and etiquette. You always act like others owe you, and you can't learn how to respect others first. It's really, Alan shook his head. Although his words were a little tactful, his heart was wilting. Seelan next to him almost couldn't hold it in anymore after hearing what he said. Your Excellency, it should be due to their living habits and social background. They have not had any contact with people of your class. Seelan seemed kind-hearted and put in a good word for Opera. Haha, I can understand it. America is a place where many ethnic groups gather. A little chaos and ignorance are acceptable. The two sang together and instantly added several labels to Opera. When it comes to laughing at Americans, most British people don't need to be taught. Even with a look or a word, everyone can cooperate and laugh together. Seelan thought that once today's clips are aired, Opera, who often makes ugly appearances next to her, will be able to highlight her professionalism as a BBC reporter. Your Excellency Alan, regarding the movie you released some time ago, it is said that you personally shot it. You. Seelan didn't know how to express it and made a helpless and apologetic gesture and continued. How did you come up with the idea of making it? How about making such a controversial movie? When Alan heard the question, he quickly ran through it in his mind. In this kind of situation, he must learn to brag. It's not enough to just brag. You also have to learn to ask celebrities to tell short stories. No matter whether it's true or not, try to tell them in a non-fiction and high-spirited way. He couldn't say that he was short of money and couldn't open the pot at home, so he shot a large advertising video for his duck factory in the Gambia. Right, that's too embarrassing. Be high-minded, princess. Diana is my aunt. Did you know that? Oh, there is such a relationship. Seelan was shocked. They would never dare to check such private information secretly, let alone about members of the royal family. But Diana is very popular in Britain at present. She is by far the most popular member of the royal family, except for the Queen. My mother passed away early. The princess has taken good care of me since I was a child. She has been a great help and influence. Therefore, I also hope to make some contributions to the empire, society, and the female community like her, regardless of how Diana was only a few years older than Alan, and how she managed to take care of him since childhood. Alan opened his mouth and started to brag. The one who came up was inspired by the princess, for the empire, and for the society. Chapter 121 Teach you how to respect a noble. While Alan was making up his own little story, Ceylon listened silently and nodded in agreement, with admiration on his face. The Earl must have a plan. As soon as this story was told, the movie instantly became much taller. The princess's external impression is that she is very enthusiastic and responsible. Now that she has been confirmed by Earl Alan, it is even more convincing. Mr. Earl, the content of your movie is very simple and somewhat indecent. It doesn't seem to be in line with what you said. Oprah felt very unhappy because of Ellen's accusation just now. Although the words were not too serious, they were vaguely discriminatory against her, which made her feel very unhappy. As soon as Ellen finished speaking, she took advantage of the opportunity to interject. Alan's eyes were pure and clean. He looked at Oprah and even smiled at her, but what he said didn't sound good. Art, especially film art, for many laymen, their understanding is very shallow. Desire is classified as one of the topics of human nature. When a movie begins to explore human nature, it is depth and thought. And you. Alan glanced at Ceylon next to him, looked at Oprah with a little regret and continued, you only see some things on the surface, and you still see them with colored glasses. People with dirty hearts may see everything as dirty, haha. Ceylon heard the Earl in front of him point blankly sarcastically saying that Oprah doesn't understand art and has a dirty heart. This time, she couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. In addition, I heard from my subordinates that an unknown film company in the United States followed my film trend and made a movie that was, very bad. Maybe this is what you want to watch, right? Hey, you must have watched the wrong movie, right? Which one were you watching? Oprah's whole body was stiff, and the little movements in her hands were gone. Although her talk show style is famous for its relaxed and in-depth style, today was the first time that someone took the initiative to use words to suppress her, and she was unable to say anything. Come up with a rebuttal. What's more, the contempt in the Earl's eyes was undisguised. Since Oprah became famous on the show, no one in the United States dares to look down on her. She is a celebrity wherever she goes. There is no discrimination or contempt. She is very confident. But now, in Great Britain, in this manner, she was questioned to her face about her low artistic level. To put it more bluntly, it could be understood that the Earl felt that she was a country bumpkin. Although this was not discrimination, between the lines, she felt like an ignorant idiot. In America, only the poor, the trash living in the ghettos, are ignorant. Oh, I have paid attention to such news. It seems that maybe Ms. Oprah really saw the wrong movie, right? Mr. Allen, are you not going to hold you accountable for being smeared on the movie like this? Ceylon heard what Allen said and quickly took advantage of the situation to make a last strike. Theoretically speaking, Allen's movie has no explicit content and only contains a lot of suggestive content. On the surface, it is just a stream of consciousness, so there is nothing indecent about it. Then the conversation changed, and the topic turned to the works produced by American companies that were just following the trend. Well, I don't particularly care about this. I'll have someone investigate it later. If it causes damage to my reputation, my legal team will find the other party. Your Excellency, you are a true gentleman. Ceylon praised. The contrast was too obvious. The American reporter next to him was aggressive, but His Excellency the Count was so generous to the unscrupulous little movies that followed his own movies. It is worthy of his praise. It's aristocratic. Thank you. I appreciate the compliment. Alan nodded. Oprah squinted her eyes. Her fat face looked oily, and she took a deep look at Alan. She was not ready to give up and turned to be very rude. While Alan and Ceylon were singing and talking politely to each other, time changed the subject. Mr. Earl, as far as I know, the recent public opinion in Britain is that some people are in favor of abolishing the royal family. What do you think of this view? Whether it was Alan who was smiling just now, or Ceylon, both of them immediately looked at Oprah. Alan even narrowed his eyes subconsciously, but then he saw a camera not far away from the corner of his eye. Damn it. This Oprah not only has dark skin, but also has a dark heart. This kind of question is the most common, but it is also the most sensitive, let alone asked in this situation. In recent years, the general environment in the UK has been bad and the economy has shrunk. This is not only a problem in the UK itself, but also in the general direction. It is similar to other countries and regions at this time. Some people set their sights on the royal family. I think the government still spends a large amount of pounds every year to support the royal family members, so it is better to abolish the royal family directly. But ordinary people may feel comfortable hearing this kind of bullshit talk, but although the entire royal family spends a lot of money every year, even if this money is not given to the royal family and invested in the domestic economy, it will not even make a splash. Another very important point is that the money given by the British official to the royal family actually belonged to the royal family, but later the government took over the royal family's properties and distributed part of the money earned by these royal properties every year to the royal family. Anyway, from Alan's point of view, he does not support this kind of remarks, and he does not dare to support it. He himself is a nobleman, but if he dares to express such thoughts, he will cut himself off from the entire British aristocratic circle. But since we don't support it, can we oppose it? No. Public opinion is still very powerful. Why does Charles attend so many events every year? Isn't it just for influence and to show that he is close to the people? And the reason for doing this is because this kind of talk about abolishing the royal family has been around for a long time. You can object in your heart, but you must never say it out loud. As soon as you say it, it's a bad idea. The people-friendly image it took so many years to build will be destroyed in one day. Although Alan doesn't care about this image of being close to the people, even if he pretends, he still has to pretend. After all, the backer behind him is Charles, and this has a huge impact on his whole body. Provoking class conflicts between nobles and common people is a big deal. It is also the most vicious method. And now Oprah directly asks Ellen such a question, which shows the viciousness of her heart. This bitch has no good intentions. Seelan obviously realized the seriousness of the problem and glanced at Alan with a very innocent look. This was none of her business. The BBC is a British media, and there is even hidden aristocratic capital among the investors behind it. As a BBC reporter, if she dares to openly provoke this kind of problem, she will be dead when she returns. It's not as simple as losing your job. It really means literally dead. I don't know how to answer you this question, but since there is such an argument and Her Majesty the Queen has not prohibited it, then, with your Majesty's mind, do you still need to say this? Alan smiled and patted the armrest of the sofa, changing the topic. If you like it, go ahead and ask your queen directly. He turned to look at Seelan and said, I'm a little tired, so that's the end of today's interview. Okay, Your Excellency, thank you very much for your hard work. Seelan also knows that now is not the time to continue the interview. This idiot American reporter dares to ask anything. His Excellency, the Earl, can still smile, which is considered to be well-mannered and graceful, standing up and accompanying Ellen personally. Seelan turned around and prepared to send Ellen out of the living room without even looking at Oprah, who was a little dazed. Just as he walked to the door of the living room, Alan stretched out his hand, took an exquisite small gift box from the servant, and handed it to Seelan, who accompanied him out and said, a small gift for you. You are a good reporter. I hope you will work hard in the future. Seelan subconsciously took the gift box, opened it, and opened his mouth slightly. There is a platinum bracelet in the gift box. The bracelet is inlaid with several diamonds. When the light shines on it, it is dazzling. Your Excellency, this is too valuable. Seelan pressed it and estimated the value of the bracelet. It should be several £1,000s at least, right? Your Excellency, the Earl is too generous. Haha, a little gift. Please accept it. Everyone in your working group has one. Many of the people in my small crew are from the BBC, so you're welcome. Alan put his hands behind his back, pointed out the relationship here, raised his chin, and slightly motioned for Seelan to accompany him for a walk. Seelan put away the small gift box with a flattered expression and followed Alan. Which road did you take when you came here? How was the road condition? Haha, I have long complained about the poor roads in Wales. I complain every time I go to London. Haha, Your Excellency, we are going. Seelan didn't care, thinking that Your Excellency was well mannered, but the interview just now had to be interrupted, so he asked her to say a few more words. Isn't it very common for superiors to ask subordinates some small questions about life and work. Alan focused on understanding which road Seelan and the others had taken along the way, which road they were going to take when they went back, whether it was hard work, etc. And then chatted about some minor issues, and Seelan honestly explained all of them. After Alan understood it clearly, he nodded and said goodbye to Seelan. He won't let them eat in the manor, and they don't have the right to do so. Just as he reached the corner of the stairs from the second floor to the third floor, Alan paused, stood at the corner of the stairs and said, "Go and ask old Jack to come over." "Yes, master." One of the two servants following Alan thought for a while and realized who old Jack was. He quickly turned around and ran to the gate of the manor to call for someone. "Go get the cigarettes and find a map of our place. I'll wait here." "Yes." Alan stood quietly at the corner of the stairs, looking out of the small window in the stairwell. In the distance, he could see the gate of the manor and the cars of the interview team parked in the parking lot of the manor. "Master, are you looking for me?" After coughing, the white-haired old Jack stooped slightly. But with his appearance, he doesn't look like a model of a good person. There is an extremely ugly scar on the left side of the face, like a long hole, and the surrounding flesh is full of wrinkles. On the right side of the face, there is a deformation visible to the naked eye. This is a sign of the deformation of the muscles on the top of the gun stock caused by long-term use of guns. Alan held a cigarette in his mouth, handed old Jack a map and said, when the interview team came, "Do you know which car the fat black woman took?" "I remember." "Very good. The map shows the route they will take back. Pick a place closer to the town and scare her." "Scare her? Master, how should I scare her?" Old Jack's mind was a little confused for a moment. "Don't worry about the driver. The person sitting in the co-pilot should be her assistant. Kill her. As for her, just don't kill her." Alan looked at old Jack expressionlessly. This was the old man in the family, a veteran who had been on the battlefield. Although he was old and weak in physical strength, his marksmanship and loyalty were worthy of trust. Oprah thought she was very proud of asking a question to embarrass Alan. Alan thinks that he is full of advantages, but there is only one thing: he is very small-minded. What I hate the most is suffering a loss, or being made ugly by others. He is now ready to show this group of American bumpkins that they can eat more and not talk nonsense. Alan resolves conflicts and never likes to stay overnight. What's more, it makes him look bad with such vicious questions. In this situation, if the dignified Earl doesn't use some means to the other party, will reporters be bold enough to ask him other disgusting questions in the future? When you meet someone as self-righteous as Oprah, you need to let her understand that this is not the United States. This is the United Kingdom. This is Wales. And this is his master Alan's territory. No matter who he is, when he comes here, he must give him the greatest respect. "Mr. Allen, do you want to disrespect him?" "Very good." Alan is going to teach her how to be respectful to a noble. Killing her directly would be too easy for her. She was alone, watching her assistant being beaten to death in front of her, still in the same car, while her own life was being manipulated by others, which is scarier than dying suddenly. "I understand, master. I'll do it right now." "Okay, let's do it neatly and deal with it from beginning to end. Clear?" Old Jack grinned, and the scars on his face looked even more scary. He bowed slightly to Alan, took the map, and returned to his hunched posture, turned around and went downstairs. Alan watched old Jack leave, took one last puff of cigarette, and pressed the cigarette butt directly against the wall. When he did this, any smart person would guess who was responsible. The point Alan had just marked on the map was where he personally asked Seelan about their return trip. The location of the attack was in Carmarthenshire. He just made it obvious that it was him who did it, but who can do anything to him? Is there any evidence? It is no small matter to casually slander an earl without evidence. As for those who can guess the inside story, they will praise Earl Allen's true temperament. During the interview, he was put on the spot, and then he turned around and arranged for his subordinates to teach the other party a small lesson. It's just that this kind of lesson is a little bit violent, but Earl Allen's ancestor was a border count, and he was in a remote place, so it was understandable that his methods were a little explosive. This is a small method that can not only scare outsiders, but also scare your own people. Chapter 122. I also have Santa Claus at home. After dinner, Alan did not rush to the study to work. Instead, he went back to the room to watch TV. Cross your legs and receive a toenail trimming service from the maid. Alan had a facial mask on his face and a masseur stood behind him, massaging his still sore neck. At this moment, the TV was showing footage of the incident taken from a helicopter, the latest emergency incident on local Welsh TV evening news. A group of reporters were unfortunately attacked in the wild on their way back to London after interviewing the Earl of Carmarthen this afternoon. When such a vicious incident occurs, Carmarthen Police Station, which is closest to the incident, is the first to arrive at the scene. From all angles, the reporter interviewed Carmarthen's most famous local detective, Sheriff Rex. In the TV screen, Sheriff Rex was wearing white gloves with a serious face and holding a transparent evidence bag in his hand. According to the on-site evidence we collected, this was a vicious attack. Judging from the shell casings left at the scene, this was a group of Irish thugs. We would like to remind citizens to try not to go out in the wild recently and pay attention to safety. Although the reporter didn't know much about this professional knowledge, he nodded repeatedly and pretended to agree with what Chief Rex said. The scene turned to the scene of the hospital again. The local hospital in Carmarthen, due to limited medical equipment and insufficiently advanced treatment methods, only one of the victims of the attack was saved. When they were sent there, well, the patient's lumbar spine has suffered irreversible and destructive damage. We suggest that the next step is to send it to London for treatment. As for other things, this lady may leave certain hidden dangers, such as the attending doctor felt a little regretful that the injuries suffered by the black woman were considered minor injuries compared to the other two attackers who were already dead. However, their spines were broken. If the place where they were attacked was not close to the hospital, it would be difficult to save them alive. Even if they were transferred to a higher-end hospital in London, they would most likely not be able to stand up for the rest of their lives. Paralysis of the lower limbs is already the best result. Alan happily watched the interview footage on TV, as well as a fleeting glimpse of Oprah lying in an ambulance with an oxygen mask ready to be transported to London. Wouldn't this teach you how to respect the Earl? You do not respect me. I'll leave you lying down out of Wales. How simple. As for the attackers, they must be, and must be, Irish thugs. Alan has already taken care of it in advance. After a while, he will ask Rex to use this matter as an excuse to ask for funds from above to strengthen local security in Carmarthen. Even hospitals can use this as an excuse to ask for more funds to increase medical equipment. This incident started so suddenly and violently, and so quickly and resolutely. The local police found traces and finally identified it. As for the attackers, the Irish thugs, they must have run away long ago, looking for someone. Wait. Slowly trust Detective Inspector Rex. 3 days later in the afternoon, a refreshed Mr. Allen appeared on the set again. With the chores solved, Allen can happily make movies again. During the recent period, many members of the crew, especially the actors who co-starred with Monica. They were all surprised to find that this heroine, who was born as a model and was filming for the first time, has become more and more mature in her acting skills. At the beginning, she was a little reluctant to let her play the role of a slut. But recently, Monica has been able to perform the slut style of the cheating woman required in the script very well. There were times when Grant almost couldn't control himself after filming. But the better Monica acted, Grant always recalled the way Alan helped him get into the role. Especially that night, Grant became more and more into the role, and his acting skills soared. Syphus clicked his tongue in amazement. Among other things, his young master was very good at training actors' acting skills. This level of improvement in acting is simply visible to the naked eye. After a scene ends, the crew calls it a day and it's almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The actors can take a break and prepare for tea time. I have my own national conditions here in Great Britain. No matter what I do, I can't delay the afternoon tea time. Alan turned around and returned to his nana's car. This is a very large nanny car that was recently refitted. The original car was a bus, which had been gutted, and a small kitchen and servants' lounge were installed. The innermost part was Alan's own room, with a normal standard of 1.8 meters wide big bed. As August approaches recently, the weather outside is getting hotter and hotter. During breaks, Alan likes to hide in the car and blow on the air conditioner. To rest point he will not treat himself badly when it comes to enjoyment and will do his best to improve it to a high standard. Grant glanced at the staff around him. He originally wanted to go to Mr. Allen to exchange his thoughts and show his face in front of Allen to build a relationship point, but just as he was about to leave, he found a black car parked behind the Nana's car and two young men got out of the car. Both of them were wearing sunglasses and their faces could not be seen clearly, but they saw the servant standing outside the Nana's car. When Grant saluted respectfully to the young man in front of him, Grant stopped very consciously. There must be a visitor coming to see Mr. Allen. Hahaha, Allen, I'm back. I heard you missed me. Spencer took off his sunglasses and twisted his upper body left and right, opened his arms, and made a weird expression on his very exaggerated face. Allen put down the ice cream and glanced at Spencer, who was dressed very showily, and behind him, the old donkey who looked a little embarrassed. I heard that you two went to Northern Europe. Are you going on a trip? Have you finished the work assigned to you? Spencer sat down in front of Allen and first took a look at what Allen was eating. He saw that this guy was having so much fun that he hid in the Nana's car and ate ice cream on the set. Give me one too. First, he asked the servant next to him for an ice cream. After Spencer finished speaking, he lowered his head, approached Allen, and said in a slightly obscene voice, "You don't even know how much fun it is for us to go to Northern Europe this time. Black pearls are not enough for you? Are you going to play Santa Claus? Hey, how did you know?" Spencer didn't hear the weirdness in Allen's tone, but looked confused, as if he had been guessed. He turned to look at the equally confused old donkey and said, "Did you tell him?" No, I haven't called Allen." Allen looked at these two losers and wondered, had he guessed it? Have you played Santa Claus? Damn it, when I think of the unshaven Santa Claus being pinned to the ground and being ravaged by these two people, isn't that scene so eye-catching? TSK, when I invited you before, you didn't even attend. This time it's a product launch held by a fashion company. We chose to hold a catwalk show in Finland. TSK, the models are of really high quality, and there's also the Santa Claus uniform you mentioned. Oh, Allen finally understood why these two idiots suddenly traveled to Northern Europe like crazy. Damn it, they were going to attend a silver party? And why didn't you call me? When did I say I wasn't going? He was about to curse, but remembering that this guy was the princess's biological brother and his distant uncle, Allen couldn't bear it and didn't dare to curse. Last time I asked you to go to my place for a party, but you didn't go. I thought you didn't like it. Allen felt a little unhappy when he thought of these two guys hanging out among models and having a gala party using the wages he paid them to spend their days and nights. But then I thought about it. Scoff. He has to go to Finland to play as a model, but he can call the models over to play with him while staying at home. The fun for him is even more exciting. Isn't this more advanced than them? Humph, what else is going on? If nothing happens, get out of here. There is no one to take care of you in Gambia. Hahaha, I just came to tell you. Spencer also ignored Allen. He came here just for the sake of stimulating Allen. Now that his purpose was achieved, he took the bowl of ice cream handed by the servant and stood up and walked around to eat. An inexplicable meeting. After Spencer left, Allen became more and more angry as he thought about it. These two guys use their own wages to play black pearls and white pearls. They live so casually every day. After all, he came to show off to himself. Damn it. Notify the crew and call it a day. Call Monica over. Call home and ask someone to buy a Santa Claus uniform. Damn, are you the only ones who know how to play? I have some at home too. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Allen had dinner in the study. As soon as he got home in the afternoon, he began to communicate happily with Santa Claus played by Monica. Have been communicating till now. There were no new injuries on the neck today, but perhaps what Spencer did in the afternoon really irritated Allen. When he was asked to communicate with Santa Claus, he was very angry and failed to control the intensity, and he added another wound behind his back. Lots of new scratches. Hiss. Softly. Who Tear was speechless and carefully took a cotton swab to apply medicine on his young master's back. Alan stabbed a piece of barbecue with a fork, took a sip of happy water, then opened the envelope and started to deal with official business. This is a letter from an old friend. Alan looked at it for a long time before he remembered that this person named Wei Yixin was his old friend Wei Dui, after not seeing each other for several months. Wei Yixin personally wrote an emotional letter to Alan. It starts with Dear Sir Alan. Wei Yixin first told in the letter that he had not seen him for a while. He was in Zhangjiang and could not leave his post without permission due to his position. He was very sorry for not being able to visit Mr. Allen. Then the conversation changed and he talked about some trivial things about Li Zhi, saying how he took care of Li Zhi and that Miss Li would never suffer a loss in Zhangjiang. Following Li Zhi's topic, he also mentioned that the rich and famous people from all walks of life in Hong Kong miss Mr. Allen very much. Although there was an accident in Mr. Allen's first investment project and he lost some money. But not only did those people not care at all, some even petitioned him, Wei Yixin, to ask him to send a message to Lord Allen, hoping that Lord Earl could get back on his feet. The loss of a small amount of money is nothing. The second phase of the project hopes that Earlier Excellency keep up the good work. Seeing this, Allen couldn't bear it. What do these people think? Instead of being angry about cheating their money, they actually rushed to urge him to start the second phase of the project and start over again. It's hard to refuse such kindness. You can't refuse the money that's being given to you, right? It will be arranged in a moment. Te finally put down the cotton swab, helped Alan tidy up the things on the desk, and sat quietly waiting for Alan to handle official duties. At the end of the letter, Wei Yixin also said that the Miss Hong Kong selected last time did not meet the taste of Lord Allen, and he was very sorry, but this year, that is, the 1987 Miss Hong Kong election competition will start next month, and he invited Count Alan. Your Excellency will go to Hong Kong to personally guide the work, and you can also give guidance to this year's Miss Hong Kong champion. Seeing this, Alan was slightly interested, but not particularly interested. He had communicated with Monica just now, and was in the sage time. But this year's Miss Hong Kong champion. It seems that I have no impression. If you're not impressed, it's probably just not beautiful. Alan instantly lost interest in this again. He didn't want to go to any kind of guidance job. How could it be interesting to Monica? I thought the letter would end here, but who knew that when Alan rubbed his left hand, there was another piece of letter paper under this page. Wei Yixin said that, even though Lord Allen is not available recently, he is cordially invited to attend this year's Christmas party held at the Government House in Hong Kong. At that time, celebrities from all over Hong Kong will gather at the Government House to send New Year blessings to Her Majesty the Queen. Seeing this, Alan felt something was wrong. This Wei Yixin seemed to be too enthusiastic. Yes, although he was given more than £8 million in benefits some time ago, this is not enough, right? I looked at the time on the letter. It was written the day before yesterday. This Wei Yixin, this old boy, actually sent someone to deliver this letter directly. Master, Governor Wei Dui also gave you a gift. Huff stood up and placed a long wooden box on Alan's desk. When he opened the box, Alan saw an extremely gorgeous shotgun. The barrel is spirally carved with golden laid patterns, which looks extremely gorgeous. Take out the small note from the box. I wish Mr. Allen to improve his hunting skills bravely and be in good health. Alan pushed Wei Yixin's letter and the small note in the gift box to Te, motioning for him to read it over. Theoretically speaking, the relationship between Alan and Wilson is one of mutual benefit mixed with interest. It can be considered a relatively stable friendship, but now judging from this letter, Wei Yixin seems to want to take refuge. But Alan is still a bit worried, and he has no real power. It's okay to deceive a layman under the false pretense, but is there really any place worthy of a governor's refuge? No. Alan was suddenly stunned. Wei Yixin was not young anymore, and because he became the governor of Hong Kong, he was now an official noble. Even after he resigned, he might be able to go further from a position perspective. He really had no need to seek refuge with Earl Allen. But what about from a circle perspective? Alan is considered the most typical royalist, that is, a traditional aristocrat. As for Wei Yixin, He is a pro-affiliator, which is a minority party, and he is also an aristocrat. Point. If someone like him wants to integrate into the group of established aristocrats in London, you all know how difficult it would be. Point. But as long as he defected to Alan, he would indirectly defect to the Crown Prince. Point. Thinking about it this way, this old boy Wei Yixin is quite smart. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123. The Distinguished Channel Interview is broadcast. Alan took the letter and read it again. This time he looked carefully and found that Wei Yixin, an old guy, had quite novel ideas and he played a trick similar to Alan. Several requests were made at the same time. Point. If an ordinary person were concerned about face, they would at least choose one person to agree to, right? Just like when Alan wrote to Charles, he also liked to play this trick. Point. But point is Mr. Alan an ordinary person? With a chuckle, Alan picked up the pen and prepared to reply. A letter to Wei Yixin. Point. He was prepared not to agree to any of it. Wei Yixin still wanted to play this trick on him, but Alan didn't want to take the bait at all. Just wait, he is so busy now, how can he have time to travel back and forth? He is about to do big things. Compared with the island country customers, Alan is now a little less interested in the wealthy people in Zhangjiang. Point. If he wants to open a second phase, he just needs to send the money. He doesn't want to go there. Point. After writing a simple reply, Alan put down his pen, looked at Huth and asked, hasn't His Highness's reply come yet? He hasn't called you either. The letter to Charles has been sent for more than a week. It took a little long to reply this time. Point. Ute shook his head and affirmed, no, I didn't call, Master. Do you think it's because His Highness has been busy recently? Didn't you say that the princess is going to attend a charity auction these days? Alan frowned. It was difficult for Alan to tell Ute about Diana's activities. Charles didn't seem to be attending the event, and he hadn't asked about the details anyway. BBC, did you say when the interview will be broadcast? Well, the other party replied that there is relatively little interview material, and the other party needs a few days to edit and do some post-production. When Ute said that, he glanced at Alan. Logically speaking, if something like this happened, and based on the past behavior of the British media, various media should have come to interview Alan long ago. Point. But this time. Point. The media are not stupid. Point. As soon as the interview here was finished, something happened to the interview team on their way back. The Carmarthen police rushed out to find evidence and identify the evidence quickly. Point. This style is extremely inconsistent with the efficiency of the British police in the past. Point. There's something weird in this. If something like this happened, who would dare to come and interview it? Fine. Alan is a little helpless. Charles is not replying now. He has many things that are difficult to arrange, so he can only wait for a reply. While filming. Point. The next morning, he woke up naturally. When Alan was washing himself with the maid, Ute handed him a newspaper. After rinsing his mouth and spitting into the small basin held by the maid, Alan picked up the newspaper. In the past, he liked to read the newspaper during tea time, and occasionally when there was no news, he was too lazy to read it. Today, Ute actually handed him the newspaper early in the morning. Point. When you open the cover, there is a close-up photo of the princess, with a big title underneath. The People's Princess. TSK. Point. This title is a big hat. Point. Alan crossed his legs, sat back, and continued to read today's newspaper headlines. It turned out that last night, Diana attended a charity auction in Paris, and the princess donated nearly 100 pieces of her old clothes and jewelry. Point. A total of nearly £6 million has been raised, and the money will be donated to some poor people for charity. Point. Look at some photos in the newspaper of clothes and jewelry that sell for relatively high prices. Alan pouted. Point. People who don't quite understand what's going on here might think that selling nearly 100 pieces of clothing and accessories for millions of pounds is indeed a good deed. Point. But point. The motives of these guests attending the meeting are not pure. Point. Even if Alan had never seen some of the jewelry in the picture, he could already estimate the price by looking at the style and brand. Point. What's more, This is something that Princess Diana wore. It is inherently more valuable than normal clothing and jewelry. Now these people bought all these things at prices far below the market price. For Diana, the items donated this time seemed to have been sold for nearly £6 million, which seemed like a lot. But just look at the losses, at least £5 to £6 million. These rich people participating in charity auctions want to buy good things, but are not willing to spend money. It's fucking disgusting. The princess is so generous that she spends more than £10 million on charity. Alan was a little speechless. This is a real rich man. If it were him, he wouldn't have the courage to do this. He now has just over £10 million in total cash on hand. With a sneer, secretly despising the stingy French guy, Alan dropped the newspaper, stood up and opened his arms to wait for the maid to dress him. Master, the BBC's response is here. The interview news will be broadcast tonight. Oh, Alan raised his eyebrows. The BBC chose this time well. The princess just participated in the charity auction last night. The news will definitely come out today, and they chose to broadcast it at this time. In this way, they will not be robbed. The limelight of the princess's charity news can allow Alan to take advantage of the popularity of the princess's charity news this time. Okay, remember to remind me to take a look at it tonight. The next day on the set, during tea time, Alan crossed his legs and read the newspaper while drinking tea. Today's news headlines were somewhat unexpected. The picture on the cover headline actually uses his photo. Seeing himself on TV for the first time last night, Alan felt strange. Looking left and right, he felt that the person on TV didn't look like him. But this is just his own feeling. The interview program broadcast on the BBC Premium channel last night can be said to have stirred up waves with one stone. Especially the picture in today's newspaper is based on a scene from last night's interview. The following text is, they don't seem to be from the same era, but the cultivation of the ancient nobles is enough to make Americans ashamed. This person is not of the same era, which means that during the interview, because the decoration of the number 6 living room is relatively retro, both the furniture and some of the decorations behind it are all old objects from a long time ago. And Alan is dressed like an ancient prince. The Earl of Carmarthen, who appeared in the public eye for the first time, was flanked by 2 female presenters wearing short professional skirts and suits, as if he were an ancient noble prince walking out of an oil painting. Although the 2 parties were sitting very close to each other, they seemed to be very separated. It seemed that they were not from the same era. It's like modern people suddenly discovered a traditional ancient country on an isolated island, and then interviewed their prince. He has half long blonde hair, seemingly casual and without any hairstyle, but because of Alan's good skin, it looks dazzling against the background. When the audience watched this interview program, their eyes did not stop at the 2 female hosts next to them. The name Alan Hill became quite popular in April. What is the public's perception of him? A young man whose appearance is unknown and who seems to be less than 20 years old, made a movie with a very rebellious and bold ideological core. Even the title of the movie is very rebellious, called Fake. It is such a movie that has earned a total box office of £4.32 million in the UK, and currently ranks 6th in the total box office of this year's movies. This is a movie with mixed reviews and great controversy. In the end, no one is discussing the director and actors of this movie. Everyone's attention is focused on the topic of whether middle-aged and elderly women should liberate their desires. But 3 months later, the interview video of BBC Premium channel was broadcast on TV. Did the public know that the director of this movie was a noble, and he is such a handsome nobleman. Alan on TV is dressed somewhat classically and sits upright. During the entire interview, he has a gentle smile on his face and looks gentle and elegant. He is simply the standard template for Prince Charming in fairy tales. Even those viewers who had criticized the movie Fake before, saying that Alan was unkind and insulting to women, after watching this interview program. I have to admit that for a person like this, the purpose of making this movie is to discuss purely human issues. It is impossible for him to have any good intentions, because he has absolutely no need. At this moment, the excuse used to criticize Alan for his bad intentions in the past has become a pure sense of social responsibility. As the voiceover in the interview introduced, the Earl of Carmarthen lost his mother when he was young. He was very introverted and taciturn. He even seemed to suffer from a stutter when he was a teenager. He lost his father and brother when he was young, and he was also a relative of Princess Diana. The princess had a great influence on him when he was a child. This more Mary Sue-like miserable background captured the hearts of a group of female viewers. They didn't know what to say about the Count's tragic experience. Fortunately, with the Queen's blessing, the Earl of Carmarthen survived. Not only did he survive, he also reorganized his family business. As for the specific size of the family business, the interview did not mention it. But the majority of the audience simply cannot imagine how strong the foundation of a hereditary earl's family is. This is the proper young, rich and handsome man. The interview continued until Oprah repeatedly interrupted Alan's conversation and always made trouble for Alan. In this regard, the BBC demonstrates their professionalism when making a program. It's impossible to recreate the interview scene authentically. It requires editing and post-production. And it also has to have a gentle soundtrack. Every time Alan spoke, the colors on the TV appeared very bright and highly saturated, making Alan's image very brilliant. But as soon as Oprah speaks and the camera turns to her side, the picture will look very dark. Photography technology these days. In addition, Oprah is a black person, and finally, coupled with the BBC's professional color editing, every time Oprah appears, she will be accompanied by heavier music, making her look like a villain. Following Oprah's question, Mr. Earl's views on the abolition of the royal family. The audience was already a little stunned. Such a question would actually be broadcast on television. And what about Earl Alan? He finally lost his smile for the first time. He frowned slightly on TV, and his dilemma made many female viewers feel distressed. The audience did not have to wait long. In this unedited original footage, after waiting for tens of seconds, Earl Alan put on a gentle smile and said, "I don't know how to answer you this question, but since there is Her Majesty the Queen has not banned this kind of argument, so with your Majesty's mind, do you still need to say this? This way of answering is very clever." It seems that Alan is shying away from the question and shirks the question in the name of the Queen. But anyone who knows anything can tell that this sentence is an out and out flattery. And he still flatters her from afar without leaving any trace. What Alan means is that even Her Majesty the Queen, the biggest victim of this issue, does not prohibit public discussion. This not only proves Her Majesty the Queen's mind and self-confidence, but also proves Her Majesty the Queen's generosity in Britain's democracy and freedom. And Her Majesty the Queen doesn't say anything. So what does a minister like him have to say? In one sentence, he not only flattered the Queen, but also proved that Earl Alan was very obedient, did not dare to go overboard, and was very loyal. Moreover, he avoided the question very cleverly without offending anyone. Most of the civilians who watched the interview were also very satisfied with this answer. For decades, the image of the Queen has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Once the Queen is brought out, who dares to say that she should be abolished? After answering this question, His Excellency the Count excused himself from being tired and ended the interview hastily. Finally, it was not until Seelan personally escorted Alan out of the living room. The photographer also took a close-up of Oprah, who was sitting there without getting up. At this time, Oprah didn't know if she was angry or not. But her face, which was already dark, became even darker seeing this admiring public. I feel that this American is really disgusting. Not famous, but quite impressive. In Great Britain, everyone from the royal family to the common people are very polite. What's more, when facing nobles, Earl Alan is such a thoughtful, meaningful, and socially responsible person. When he left the stage, this American actually stood up to see him off. He didn't do the most basic etiquette that children know. He was really a country bumpkin and a barbarian. Looking at the tidbits in the newspapers, after last night's talk show was broadcast, some viewers even smashed the TV in anger. Some extremists even asked about the hospital, where Oprah is currently located. Some people wanted to go to the hospital to say hello. Ms. Oprah. What's even more outrageous is that someone actually called the BBC Premium channel and said that this time the Irish thugs had finally done something serious. They hoped to catch the Irish thugs as soon as possible and sent them a letter of commendation. Alan put down the newspaper he had read, feeling pleased with himself. He did not expect that the interview would be so effective. Will this drive another wave of video sales? If you don't buy it, I won't buy it. How can I buy Mr. Allen's Rolls-Royce Phantom? Allen hopes that these people will pay more attention to his movie tapes and buy more videotapes instead of focusing on his life experience and appearance. Point in the past, I only knew that the BBC was very capable of yin and yang, but this is the first time that I'm in the same camp as the BBC, and it feels good to be helped by the BBC to yin and yang others. It is indeed a treasure level. Media in my country, with profound skills, master. Butler Hooter's phone call. He said that the letter was delivered. He called to ask if you would like to go back and take a look now. PS. My back hurt last night until 4 or 5 o'clock and I couldn't sleep. I went to have my back checked today. It was a little delayed. I'm very sorry. Chapter 124 Manchester United. A servant came in outside the bus. After looking over his shoulder and seeing Alan, he first conveyed Huth's instructions on the phone. Letter? What letter? Alan didn't react for a while, and after thinking for a long time, he finally came to his senses. Could it be that Joel's reply had finally come? Tell Syphis to look after the crew and get the car ready. I want to go back. Master, where's the letter? Alan strode into the hall, and Hooter was waiting for him holding a very ordinary envelope. After taking the envelope, Alan looked around and said with some confusion, did the letter just come? Who sent it? Isn't it Capel? In the past, every time Capel came, he would at least wait for Alan to come back and maybe convey something verbally. This is why Alan rushed back so quickly. But now Capel is nowhere to be seen in the hall. It's Sir Capel. He left after delivering the letter. He said that His Highness is still in Paris and he has to go back quickly. Listening to Hooter's report, Alan was a little confused. Charles was in Paris and the princess was also in Paris yesterday. Why was there no report that they were together? Didn't they attend the charity auction together? With these doubts, Alan opened the envelope as he walked. This time, the envelope Charles used was not a special envelope, but an envelope with the name of the hotel. Anyway, it was all in French, and Alan couldn't understand it. Opening the envelope, a small, slightly irritating object fell directly into Alan's hand. This is a small metal accessory, a bit like a badge, and a bit like a pendant. Holding it in hand, and looking at it carefully, it is a small shield-shaped accessory with a crown-shaped embellishment on the top. The front of the shield is divided into 4 grids by cross lines. In the middle, 4 lines are carved in each of the 4 grids. On the back is Charles' name spelled out in full, followed by a small year number, 1958. Looking at the things in his hands, Alan felt more and more familiar. Damn it, suddenly, Alan reacted, and he finally remembered why this thing looked familiar. Holding this small accessory, Alan handed it to Hud and said, can you see if this is the middle pattern on the prince's flag? Hooter took the thing with some doubts and looked at it for a few times. Together with Alan, they both turned their heads at the same time and looked at the wall at the far end of the hall, where 2 flags were hung. One was the family flag of the Hill family, that is, flag of the Earls of Carmarth, and on the other side is the Prince of Wales flag. This thing is different from the Red Dragon flag of Wales. It is a flag that belongs exclusively to the Prince of Wales, and the pattern in the middle of this flag is exactly the same as the small accessory Hut is holding now. Why did Charles give himself this? Alan was not in a hurry to get the accessories back, but walked to the sofa first, slumped down on the sofa, and took out the letter from the envelope. Touching a thin piece of letter paper, Alan curled his lips, thinking that he had written 3 or 4 pages of letters to Charles and only replied to this. Read the letter. I've been a little busy lately. When I saw you on TV last night, you didn't look like you couldn't afford to eat meat. I heard someone say that my loyal Earl of Carmarthen seems to be on the set every day. The female model is so lingering. The letter begins with a taunt, followed by a little complaint from Charles, and then, as expected, Alan's idea of using the royal family's brand name to do business was rejected. Bud wanted to buy a football team, but Charles didn't object. This is a tacit admission that he can find a way to contact Manchester United. At the end of the letter, I briefly explained the small accessory that was sent with the letter. What Charles meant was that if there was any need, Alan could use this small token to seek help from the Royal Asset Management Department. But not too many times. After taking the accessory from Hooter's hand, Alan felt a little pained. This thing was a bit like a limited time experience card but it can also be understood as not being of much use. If he needs help for something, what can he do? What's more, the managers of the royal family's asset management department are not from Charles' side. It can't be OEM, and there are no other benefits. Forget it. It's better than nothing. Alan's heart is no longer concerned with this. Since Charles has no objection to his acquisition of Manchester United, he should quickly contact Duke Angus to investigate. In the white extended Lincoln car with gold trim, Angus handed Alan a glass of champagne. "I don't drink." Alan waved his hand. He was still drinking in the car at this damn distance. Alan couldn't stand this pretentiousness. What bothered him the most was drinking in the car. He always felt that when drinking, it would be better to have a beautiful woman accompany him and have a candlelight dinner or something. Or get some food and drinks to go with it and start drinking with real swords and guns. Alan was not used to this kind of behavior of taking a few sips of wine in the car. I don't know how to enjoy it. Angus looked at Alan with contempt, picked up the wine glass, and took a sip. Seeing his performance, Alan even curled his lips. They couldn't talk about each other. In the eyes of London's aristocratic lords, Alan and Angus most likely belong to the same category. They are both country bumpkins. It was the first time in 2 lifetimes for Alan to sit in this extended Lincoln. He was still a little curious about the layout of the car. He touched the leather seats and found that they just felt like that. The configuration is just a little fancy. This feeling is similar to that of a joint venture car and a domestic car for British people. American cars are not luxurious at all. They are at most tool cars. Sometimes, the appearance of American cars does not quite meet British aesthetic standards. British people like large interior space in their cars, not the appearance. As for aristocrats, they usually only choose from a few brands, such as Land Rover, Rolls-Royce, Bentley, and Jaguar. It depends on the financial resources and aesthetics of each family. There is no mandatory requirement. Anyway, ordinary people cannot buy the same car as the Queen. As for American luxury cars, such as Lincoln and Cadillac, Lincoln is relatively well known. The space inside the car is quite large, but the height is a bit unsatisfactory. The interior decoration of the car is decent, and all kinds of gadgets are quite complete. Looking at this extended Lincoln, Alan curled his lips, looked at Angus and said, "If you have anything to sell in the future, ask me first, and I will give you a higher price." Angus, hand holding the empty wine glass, froze slightly. He understood what Alan meant. Alan was mocking him for always wasting money and selling his family property. Generally speaking, British aristocrats only ride in British cars, but he, a duke, even though he is a down and out duke, rides in an American extended length Lincoln, which speaks volumes. If Angus was rich, he would definitely buy a British car. So, there is a high probability that he did not buy the stretched Lincoln now, but exchanged it for something, probably from an American. So they gave him an American luxury car. Alan is also interested in old items that can be exchanged for a stretched Lincoln. Ahem. Let's talk about it when we have a chance. Let's talk about it when we have a chance. Being pointed out by his old brother's children to his face. No matter how thick-skinned Angus was, he would inevitably feel a little embarrassed. As the end of July approaches, Angus specially came to take Alan to Greater Manchester today and take him to visit Manchester United. As a Duke of Manchester, theoretically, most of Manchester belongs to Angus, but starting from his grandfather, their family has been prone to prodigal sons. By his generation, all the land left by their ancestors had been sold off, and even the Duke's mansion passed down from his ancestors was sold to a company for office use. Headquarters. Therefore, the current Duke of Manchester has long lost his former power and only has a name left. But when it comes to connections, Angus still has a little bit of connections. Alan helped him so much. Angus wanted to save face. When Alan said he could buy Manchester United this time, he was very active. He ran all the way to pick Alan up in person. Manchester United's performance has not been very good recently, so you have to be mentally prepared. Angus slowly told Alan the recent information he had learned about Manchester United. The current Manchester United team, let's say it is strong, is a bit strong. At least it has won several league championships and several honours abroad. But what's more painful is that since 1985, because of the Hazel tragedy, English teams have been banned from participating in European competitions for 5 years. This is only the second year. Last year's performance of Manchester United was relatively dismal, and they were almost relegated. Head coach Atkinson had already resigned. Now the majority shareholder behind Manchester United, Edwards Jr. of the Edwards family, has hired a young coach named Ferguson, who is also a Scot. Wait a minute. You mean, last November, Manchester United had a new coach named Ferguson? Alan suddenly heard a familiar name. Ferguson? This was so impressive to him. Isn't this the old Buddha of Manchester United? So he has already started to be the head coach. Yeah, I took a look, and that guy isn't very good either. He played as a forward when he was young, and he has only retired a few years ago. The results of his recent coaching team have been mediocre, with 3 wins, 4 draws and 6 losses. When Angus talked about Ferguson, he didn't take him seriously at all. With such coaching results, any other person would be fine. It's so delicious. Alan didn't know much about football. He had only heard of Ferguson's name. He never expected that when Ferguson first came to Manchester United, his results were so poor, winning only 3 out of 13 games. Anyway, the new season will start next month. Let's take a look at his results in the new season. The new coach took over halfway. It's normal for the results to be unstable. Let's see how his results are in the new season after adjustments. Angus's knowledge of sports competitions was much greater than Alan's, and he gave him some basic knowledge, right? Following Angus's thinking, Alan also understood that Ferguson is still young now. He has just joined Manchester United and took over halfway. He must have time to adapt and grow slowly. Who's the little Edwards you're talking about? The young Edwards Angus mentioned should be the majority shareholder of Manchester United. His father Edwards is the major shareholder of Manchester United. Their team is jointly held by several wealthy businessmen. The distribution of shares is quite complicated. If you want to acquire them all, it may be difficult. The shares held by the Edwards family, it accounts for the largest proportion. It seems to be nearly 40%, but I haven't found out the details. Angus spread his hands. He has limited abilities and limited manpower. Being able to help Alan find out such little information is already a great effort. It was the first time that Alan learned about the share structure of Manchester United. Alan was a little curious. Are there any nobles among these wealthy businessmen? This is what Alan wants to know most. The methods for treating civilians are different from those for treating nobles. If they were all civilians, haha. Sorry, no matter how rich you are, it's all in vain. Angus thought for a while and said uncertainly, I haven't heard of it. How can any nobleman invest in Manchester United? Even if he does, wouldn't it be better to invest in Manchester City? Okay, let's go directly to Trafford. I'm becoming more and more interested in Manchester United now. Gate of the old Trafford Stadium office complex in Stretford, Trafford Borough, Greater Manchester. Edwards took Ferguson with him, and 5 or 6 staff members stood behind them. You mean a nobleman wants to buy Manchester United? Ferguson, who was still presiding over the training at the training base, was suddenly called over by Edwards Jr. and said he wanted to see the distinguished guest. This made Ferguson a little confused. It was such an eventful time. The team was in the rebuilding stage, and he had only been in the team for half a year. This is a club going to change owners. Ferguson doesn't want to get along with the aristocrats. These people are mysterious and arrogant. Some aristocrats are said to have very weird tempers and like to give random orders. If another aristocratic master buys Manchester United, who knows what Manchester United will be like in the future? Oh, you may have heard of this person. Have you seen the news interview some time ago? It's that Alan Hill, the Earl of Carmarthen. Edwards Jr. put one hand in his pocket and kept looking into the distance. When he heard Ferguson's question, he chuckled and seemed a little absent-minded. His father, Edward Sr., was driven by pure love and was a die-hard Manchester United fan. He once donated generously during the team's most difficult period, so the Edwards family holds the largest stake in Manchester United. It seems that Manchester United is doing well now, but as a member of the board of directors, Edwards Jr. also has troubles that he cannot tell. Several other shareholders of Manchester United are all gamblers. There were people who once held Manchester United's shares. Bet. These gamblers usually don't care much about the operation of Manchester United and only enjoy the dividends. Sometimes they will advance the dividends in advance. So the finances of the entire Manchester United team are actually almost in ruins, and poor club finances will also be truly reflected in game results. The club was almost relegated last season. This is the most direct reaction. Ferguson's voice rose slightly. This is the hottest news in recent times. Earl Allen, is there anyone in the entire UK who doesn't know this person with the British's urinary temperament? As long as a seemingly passable genius appears in the country, he will be praised as a genius that is unique and comes only once in hundreds of years, let alone such a hereditary, young, rich, handsome, and various talents. A nobleman who looks perfect in all aspects. This is my current aristocratic card in daying, my image spokesperson, but such a person is preparing to acquire Manchester United, which makes Ferguson even more unsure. Earl Allen is young. He is young. What can he understand? Chapter 125. Ferguson. A small convoy drove slowly in the distance, led by a black milligrams, followed by an extremely eye-catching wide-stretched Lincoln, followed by a Bentley behind the Lincoln, and after that, 2 MGs. After the convoy came to a stop, the 2 cars in the middle, which looked like they were driven by distinguished guests, didn't rush to open the door. Instead, a few bodyguards got out of the car at the back. Several people spread out and stood guard around the car. One of them held a small instrument in his hand and walked towards little Edwards. "Hello, sir, I need to do a small checkup." As the bodyguard spoke, without waiting for little Edwards' consent, he just took the instrument and started scanning him. This is a simple portable metal detector. The situation in the outside world is not very optimistic now. A few days ago, there was a vicious incident in Wales where Irish thugs attacked an American reporter. It is understandable that the 2 nobles should be on guard when traveling. Little Edwards took a breath and nodded. This kind of test is actually a bit insulting, but there is nothing you can do about it. The person coming is a noble, and your life is precious. The instrument swept around Edward's body without making any abnormal sound. The bodyguard moved 2 steps further and took the instrument and swept it over Ferguson, who was next to him. Did he? The piercing buzzer made the bodyguard's expression change. Ferguson grinned, took out a stainless steel whistle from his clothes, shook it at the bodyguard and said, "Don't be nervous, it should be this thing." The bodyguard breathed a sigh of relief, skipped the whistle, and glanced at Ferguson again. After confirming that there was no problem, he continued to walk towards the staff standing behind them. After a few minutes of testing, it was finally confirmed that there was nothing wrong with the last staff member. The bodyguard did not return to the car, but stood very professionally behind them all and gestured in the direction of the car. Little Edwards turned his head and looked at this scene, smacking his lips a little. He had been in contact with a nobleman before, Duke Angus, but judging from his title, he was considered a high-level nobleman, although as a local Little Edwards also knew that Duke Angus was in a very poor state, but there was absolutely no such bodyguard around Duke Angus. Look at this figure, and look at this style. He is very professional. Even after the test is completed, he will stay where he is to monitor them, leaving no room for them. Today, Little Edwards has learned a lot. Is this the difference between the top traditional nobles and the down and out nobles? Except for the white stretched Lincoln, the rest of the team looked very low-key. But within this low-key, just look at the entourage brought by the Earl, and you will know the Earl's living standard. As the bodyguard in charge of the inspection made a gesture, several more bodyguards got out of the car. And then, a fat man with a beer belly got out of the white Lincoln. Little Edwards recognized at a glance that this was the Duke of Angus, wasn't he? But as Duke Angus got out of the car, his subsequent actions made Ferguson frowning next to Little Edwards. After getting out of the car, Duke Angus did not rush toward them. Instead, he stood beside the car, bent over and stretched out his hand toward the inside, as if he was helping the people inside. To get out of the car his posture is not that of a duke, but rather that of a waiter. Who is this? He is the Duke of Angus. Has the Duke of Manchester heard of him? This is it. Ferguson was a little stunned. The Duke of Manchester personally helped him out of the car. Is there something wrong with this position? Little Edwards looked at the surprised Ferguson and did not explain to him, point not to mention that the Duke of Angus helped the Earl get out of the car today. He would not be surprised if he helped a knight get out of the car one day, point personally. Edwards Jr. and Angus were fairly familiar. They both live in the same area, are considered fellow villagers, and have the same hobbies. They both like blonde girls with big boobs. Moreover, we have played together before, so we are considered brothers-in-law. We have practiced stick skills in the same cave, so we are considered to be like-minded people. Point it was also through this relationship that Angus personally came forward to introduce Edwards to Alan. Haha, my brother, we meet again. Is this the new coach? What is his name? Jershon? Oh, Ferguson? Haha, let me introduce to you. This is the Earl of Carmarthen, Alan Hill. Have you heard of it? Angus finally helped Alan get out of the car. It was not particularly convenient for the extended Lincoln to get out of the car. There were no double doors, only a small back door walking up to little Edwards. Duke Angus, who was very enthusiastic towards everyone, gave him a big hug first and pointed at Ferguson. He didn't remember his name for a while and smiled apologetically at Ferguson. After smiling, he stuck his butt out and turned around with his left hand to introduce the person to them. Point today, Alan is dressed more casually, unlike Angus, who is dressed in a suit and leather shoes. Even though the weather outside is very hot, Alan is wearing a blue and white color blocked sports coat. The fabric is very thin and looks a bit like it's sun protection clothing. Point he was wearing a pair of light colored leggings, sports pants and sports shoes on his feet. Point he doesn't look like he's here to discuss business, but more like he's going out for exercise in the morning. Point. But even in this outfit, little Edwards didn't dare to look down upon it at all. Point this face has been very popular recently. It looks a bit more handsome than the one on TV, but it lacks the gentle smile seen on TV. Point following Angus' introduction, Alan stood still, raised his right forearm slightly, and just stretched out his hand to signal. Point Ferguson was a little stunned when he saw this scene. Point, but little Edwards understood what the other party meant and felt a little helpless. This is a nobleman, and class differences are reflected at all times when normal people shake hands. Everyone stretches out their right arm and holds each other's hands. The left hand that has a better relationship can pat the other person's arm or give a gentle hug. Point, but the count in front of him stood still, with the upper part of his arm motionless, and only stretched out his forearm. This is the way a noble shakes hands with ordinary people. Point in this case, the person shaking hands can only take 2 steps forward, bow slightly, and stretch his arms as far as possible to shake hands with the other party. If you don't bow, the 2 people will be too close, which will appear very rude. Point, but once you bow, it doesn't look like a regular handshake. Point this is an aristocratic handshake. He shakes your hand just out of politeness, but even if he shakes his hand, it is full of distance and superiority. Point little Edwards had heard of this method before, but this was the first time he encountered this situation in reality. He took a deep breath, with a humble smile on his face, and took 2 steps forward, his left hand feeling natural. Put it on your chest, bend down slightly, stretch your right hand, and shake hands with Alan. Dear Earl, welcome to visit Manchester Football Club. Just call me Little Edwards. Alan looked at little Edwards with his head down expressionlessly. When he raised his head, a smile appeared on his face and he said, "Oh, I heard Duke Angus talk about you on the road. Your family is very good. For this football club does a lot. Thank you for your compliment." Hearing this, little Edwards bent down and bowed again, then withdrew his right hand and stood to the left of Alan. His eyes signaled Ferguson to come over to greet him. Duke Angus might not care about this kind of thing, but the Earl in front of him, see, his power is not comparable to that of the Duke of Angus. Oh, hello, Earl. Nice to meet you. I'm Ferguson, the current head coach of the team. Ferguson imitated Edwards, trotted up to Alan, nodded and stretched out his right hand. Bend down and shake hands. Good. Alan also smiled at Ferguson, but he only said hello and had no further words. Angus looked at this scene and said with a smile, Alan, let little Edwards accompany you to visit first, and I will take your financial team to connect with their people. Okay, then you get busy first, sir. Shall we visit the honor room first, little? Edward saw that Duke Angus ignored him after introducing him, and his scalp felt numb. Before coming here, he was still a little emotional about this meeting. After all, Manchester United was like his daughter. Now that he was about to get married, it was normal for him to feel uncomfortable. He didn't think about resisting or anything. It would be good for the club to welcome a new sponsor now, and he didn't have the capital to resist. But now that they have met, although Mr. Allen just smiled at him, the sense of nobility and oppression was completely different from when he came into contact with Angus before. In this comparison, Duke Angus looks like a fake aristocrat, too easygoing and close to the people. As for the person in front of him, his sense of alienation and oppression made little Edwards very uncomfortable. Okay, lead the way. In fact, Alan has no desire to visit any Hall of Honor. He doesn't understand these things either, so he just takes it as a show. As little Edwards walked in front as a guide and personally introduced to Alan the short stories behind each trophy, Alan glanced at Ferguson, who was following silently behind him out of the corner of his eye. This famous Lafayette is just 30 years old now. He is still young. His appearance is barely 1/10 of his own appearance. He is still quite handsome. He just doesn't dare to complain when his temper is a bit bad, but he can remain silent and a bit childish. After visiting the honor room, there was nothing else to visit, and the group came to the court below. The current Old Trafford Stadium has not been renovated, and the equipment is from decades ago. It is a bit insulting to say that it is a vegetable patch, but it looks like that. Alan walked in front with his hands behind his back, turned to Ferguson, who was following behind, and said nothing. Walk with me. Ferguson was stunned when he heard Alan's voice, a little disbelieving. He looked at Alan and then at little Edwards next to him. Under the encouraging eyes of little Edwards, he jogged a few steps to keep up with Alan. The two of them left the entourage behind them in silence. When he was far away, Alan stopped, looked at the court, and said, I heard from Duke Angus that you just joined the team and your results in leading the team are not good. Do you have any ideas in the future? Ferguson's mouth twitched. He looked like the owner of this piece, which was very aristocratic. He just looked around without asking the price or discussing the acquisition. It was as if Manchester United had already acquired it, which made Ferguson very uncomfortable. After holding his breath and refusing to speak, Ferguson prepared to talk about some professional topics so that the domineering Earl would not understand. Your Excellency, I'm going to start with the personnel first, change the tactical concept, change the style of play, abandon the traditional long pass and the emphasis on physical confrontation, and take a technical route. Spain, you know, right? What about their team? A technology flow route. Spain? Oh, I have a good personal relationship with Princess Christiana. Do you need Spanish people? If necessary, I can help you recruit people. Alan didn't answer the question a bit. He really didn't understand technology, but he heard Ferguson talking about Spain. He has an acquaintance in Spain. As long as Ferguson wants it, he can help with the logistics and poach whoever he wants. Ferguson almost lost his breath. He talked with the Earl about technology, the Earl talked with him about connections, and the Earl directly moved the Spanish princess out. What else could he say? But what the two people said happened to be somewhat related. Ferguson thought that Alan was going to help him recruit people, but now England has very strict requirements for foreign players, plus he can't participate in European competitions. Even if he recruits people, what's the use? What he wants is the system, the whole person he has cultivated since childhood, a whole system of youth teams, and adult teams. Your Excellency, you may not know much about football. This is not a problem that can be solved by just buying one or two people. I know. I just don't understand very well, but I don't like to get involved in these things. As long as you understand, I will help you make up for whatever you are missing. But if the things you are missing are made up, if you still can't do it, it will be you. Is this the reason for your own problem? This Ferguson was speechless by Alan, but this gentleman was straightforward and reasonable. Whatever is lacking, make up for it. If everything is done and nothing works, that means the person is not good enough. What should I do? If I can't do it, pack your bags and get out. As for technology, this or that, Your Excellency doesn't care at all. That's just one sentence. Whatever is lacking, make up for it. Technology is his business. Ferguson, don't be pressured. You just took over the team this year. I will give you 1 year. After 1 year, I hope you will give me a complete answer sheet. Before that, I will give you whatever you want, okay? Such domineering words left Ferguson speechless, but he also felt ashamed of his petty thoughts. He hates people who like to point fingers and pretend to understand. But this excellency simply admitted that he did not understand, but he did not just point fingers, and was very generous. This makes people have a bit of a love-hate relationship. Okay, Your Excellency, I will try my best to do it, but things like the system will not be effective in a short period of time. Players must adapt. The cooperation between players relies on a large number of games to accumulate from. Alan folded his arms. He was taller than Ferguson. He lowered his head slightly and looked down at Ferguson. It's still the same sentence. Whether it's results or the tactics you mentioned, this is all your business. It's your business. You have to prove your ability to me, not ask me to understand you. Do you understand? Only when you show your own value can you be qualified for me to understand you. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.